Chapter 1. 1 Xavier High School? I want to drop out. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. A glass of whiskey with ice, thanks. Outside the Xavier Youth School, in a bar. Liu Yan ordered a drink to the bartender in English. It's just that the drinks have just arrived, and I haven't had time to drink. But he has already felt the arrival of the uninvited guest. Turning his head again, he looked at the two guys who were gradually approaching behind him. Especially the young man sitting in a wheelchair, Liu Yan's face collapsed in an instant. Secretly screamed unlucky. Bill, please. He hurriedly took out a dollar bill from his wallet and put it on the bar. He lowered the brim of his hat. Turned his head and planned to leave. But this has just come to the door. But it has been stopped by someone. The man's hand fell on his shoulder, like iron tongs at this moment. Make him unable to move at all. Damn it, Hank, you let me go. Liu Yan snorted coldly. Seeing him in such an angry look, Hank quickly let go of his hand. At this moment, the wheelchair man stepped forward and looked at Liu Yan at the entrance of the bar and laughed again, saying, "Don't get excited, Liu Yan, you know, we won't hurt you. Don't want to get close to me, Xavier, you deceived me first, but don't show a victim expression at this time." Liu Yan felt more aggrieved when he thought of this. Xin said, "I am afraid that I will become the most aggrieved traverser in history." Yes, Liu Yan originally, not from this world. A week ago, he was only a recent high school graduate who had just finished the college entrance examination. Who would have thought that it hasn't been a long time since I received the admission notice from Tsinghua University? Another effort to awakening. I went straight through. It also traveled to a high school student in the 1990s, who was a civilian of the same name as his own. And this is not the most FG1. The most damn thing is that Liu Yan finally accepted his identity, prepared to make a girl in college, and then went to Silicon Valley to find Joe Buss, Gates, and others to lie down and become the world's richest man. But after staying in this middle school for almost a week, he only realized that he seemed to have made a mistake in the timeline. This cheating traversal didn't allow me to travel to the real world of Milken at all. It's in the parallel universe of X-Men and Marvel. The high school he attended was nothing else. It was founded by Professor X, Xavier Youth School. Listen to Liu Yan's questioning just now. Professor X and Beast, there was a little guilt on their faces at this time. Professor X took the initiative to turn to Liu Yan and apologized. "I'm really sorry, Liu Yan, because you are a rare non-mutant in our school. When you first enrolled in school, everyone was afraid of scaring you, so they chose to hide your identity from you for the time being. Yet, we did this for your own good." Beast Hank wanted to add something. But the words were only halfway through, and they were interrupted by Liu Yan. "Okay, don't give me this set, I know you are also kind, but now, is it possible that I want to quit school, can't it? Drop out. Actually, Liu Yan, you have been here with us. You should also know that the students of Xavier School have no malicious intent towards you." Hank spoke next to him, wanting to make the final stay. No. You must drop out of school." Liu Yan shook his head like a rattle. It's not that he doesn't believe the students of Xavier School. But as an ordinary person, he really didn't have the guts to participate in mutants' war. Especially the high-risk group of X-Men. In the movie, he saw the Xavier School explode more than once. The entire X-Men was almost killed in one go. In conclusion, there is no life for the protagonist, but it is best not to move towards the protagonist's side. Otherwise, there will be only cannon fodder waiting for you. Such a road. Liu Yan didn't want to. One day when he was in school, he suddenly died inexplicably. So leaving is a must. He is determined. Both Hank and Professor X looked at each other, both looks a little lonely. I thought that Liu Yan dropped out at this time because he did not agree with mutant. In Hank's mind, Invisible is a little bit more confused about Mutant's future. Professor X, compare with him. It's more leadership temperament. At this time, I saw Liu Yan react like this. Although disappointed in my heart, he was not discouraged. Instead, he became more sure of his hopes. But after a moment of silence, he still said to Liu Yan, "Liu Yan, you want to quit school. This is your own freedom, and I can't stop it. But today, you are going back with me no matter what." "Why?" Liu Yan was puzzled. Professor X took a deep look at him, then said, "Because Qin." "Qin?" "Yes, didn't you feel the earthquake just now? Jin has a nightmare. The mood of the whole person is very unstable now. You is her best male friend. I hope you can go back to comfort her and stay at Xavier School for a few more days before leaving. This is our request to you, can it?" When Professor X said this, looking at Liu Yan's gaze was also somewhat complicated. To be honest, he was before accepting Liu Yan's admission. I never thought that the opponent and Qin would spark sparks in such a short period of time. This speed is too fast. It's hard to come by, really confirmed, the old Oriental saying. Is this the destined marriage? New book upload, please support me. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for more votes, ask for ratings, ask for all support. Hope the brothers you like will support it. Asterisk. Chapter 2. To my girlfriend is Qin. The system has started, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Professor X thought so and looked at Liu Yan's gaze, which also became complicated. In fact, he is the only one who is complicated. Liu Yan was also speechless at this moment. At this time, I want to spit out this silly crossing again. When crossing, I didn't remind myself what kind of world it was. If he knew, he wouldn't rush into contact with Qin. But now. Originally, I only wanted to talk about a scumbag love in the University of Millikan, which was ruthless, only entered the body, and did not enter the life. Why is it so good that I met Qin? I'm just an ordinary person, falling in love with the most unstable factor in this X-Men. Could it be that she was shocked to death on the spot by accident? Thinking, Liu Yan was instinctive, and his first reaction was to save his life. When he speaks, he must refuse Professor X's request to him. But when I really refused, I came to my lips. Liu Yan couldn't say it anymore. He thought of the lonely phoenix in the original book. Thinking of the kind girl who always likes to sit in the corner and holding a book in the past few days of getting along. Finally, he still relented. Sighed. He raised his head again, and said to Professor X, "All right, I will go to see the piano. However, the conditions for my leaving Xavier School remain the same." Professor X listened and nodded, "No problem, Qin's mood is not stable now, otherwise, I won't bother you." Finish saying this. Lead Liu Yan towards the car outside the bar. Beast Hank followed. Listen to what Liu Yan said. "I feel a little unhappy in my heart." Then he added another sentence. Asked Liu Yan, "For the piano, don't you want to stay in this school? Or do you hate mutants so much?" Liu Yan turned his head and glanced at Beast Hank behind his eyes. "Seriously, don't get me wrong, I never hate mutant, I just don't agree with your idea of running a school. Don't agree with the school's philosophy. Yes, through teaching, it is indeed possible to constrain part of mutant very well, but it is impossible for mutant and humans to achieve true peaceful coexistence. So not only do I want to leave this school. If I had ability, I would also leave with the piano." Liu Yan spoke his own opinion without any evasiveness. The two people next to him were taken aback when they heard the news. I didn't expect that at this moment Liu Yan chose to leave, the reason behind it turned out to be because of this. And after a moment of astonishment, it was still Professor X, with a ridicule at this time, and smiled towards Liu Yan. Fortunately you don't have this kind of ability, Liu Yan. Yet, after all, I'm just an ordinary person. Liu Yan shrugged, not paying attention to Professor X's ridicule, and asked in a smooth manner. By the way, I just forgot to ask. On Qin's side, there was a sudden emotional riot. What was it? It wasn't my departure, right? I haven't told Qin about this. It's really not. We checked before, and it seems to be related to an earthquake in Egypt. Professor X replied smoothly on the way back with him. Egypt earthquake? Why does this sound so familiar? X-Men, Apocalypse's storyline. Liu Yan was taken aback. But at this moment, he hasn't waited for him to ask again. Suddenly a crisp system reminder sounded in my head. Stare. The main storyline of the test. The God level selection system is officially launched. System startup progress 10%, 20%, 30%. System startup progress is 100%. Congratulations to the host, the God level selection system has started. New book upload, please support me. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for more votes, ask for ratings, ask for all support. Hope the brothers you like will support it. Asterisk. Chapter 3. 3 choices from Qin. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Liu Yan looked back again, his face couldn't help but flashed over with a look of ecstasy. That's right, the system should be attached to the traversal. How can you hang everything without a system? How can you live in this Marvel world where the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology? The God level selection system, although it doesn't sound like it, what a one-click practice full level system, came very happily. But it seems pretty good too. Liu Yan thought happily. But this joy did not last long. As he waited left and right, he didn't wait until the following, but he couldn't help panicking again. It's not a system, don't you have any newbie spree? I see other people's online novels have this kind of thing, and it comes up every second. Sorry, beep, this system does not provide novice gift packages. All income must be through the host's own choice. I wipe, what do you mean by this? Doesn't that mean that my system is almost inactive at the moment? Listening to the system, Liu Yan was stunned again. For a while, I felt like a roller coaster, but I felt depressed again. And his expression fell on the side, Professor X and Hank's eyes. It was misunderstood by them. I thought he was worried about the situation on Qin's side. Then he stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder, then calmed up. It's okay, Liu Yan, on your side, the most dangerous time has passed. Then you just have to go and comfort you. Yes, the nightmare period has passed, and the piano at the moment is just lacking a person to accompany him. You know, because of her ability. She is too lonely now. Even in our mutant school, there are no friends. The two spoke one after another. When it comes to Qin, their partner is full of worries. Their words also pulled Liu Yan back from his thoughts. After thinking about it, I decided to put the system aside first. Focus on studying the situation over there. After all, how do you say, the other party is now his own girlfriend? People are now in panic. How can I ignore it? Thinking about it, wait until the car in Hangzhou stops at Xavier School. He got off the car the first time and ran towards the bedroom where Qin was. Push the door open at this time. Qin was hugging the bedding and curled up in the corner of the bed. Trembling. Although he didn't have nightmares, his face was pale and his head was full of cold sweat. It seems to be extremely weak. Jin, how are you feeling now? Is it better? Seeing her look like this, good friend Hank couldn't help asking worriedly. But at the moment, watching everyone come in, Qin's attention is not on Hank's body at all. His eyes passed the crowd this time, but instead fell to Liu Yan behind the two. Seeing him approaching, the eyes that were originally horrified immediately lit up. Liu Yan, you are finally here. She opened her mouth and let out an exclamation. The whole person returned to the nest like a swallow. It actually flew into Liu Yan's arms. Seeing this scene, Professor X and Hank beside him couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I feel that Qin is really going to be planted in the hands of this Hyuxia kid. This sense of dependence is too strong. Hope she this time. Don't be inhumane. Thinking about this, the two turned their heads. Looking at Liu Yan again, his eyes are a bit complicated. I don't know how far a love between mutant and ordinary people can go. At this moment, Liu Yan didn't have time to pay attention to what everyone was thinking. Because at the moment Qin embraced him, Liu Yan was stunned. Because with her hug, Liu Yan suddenly saw the top of Qin's head, and 3 options popped out. 3 choices from Qin. Option 1, break free from Qin's embrace, and tell the other party that he is about to leave. Reward agent skill lurking technique. Choose 2, comfort Qin, and leave quietly afterwards. Reward elite foreign language proficiency. Choose 3, comfort the piano, and kiss each other. Tell her that he will always be by her side. Reward a random item from the heavens. This is a god-level option. The magic option system that I activated before. Has it finally started completely? New book upload, please support me. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for more votes, ask for ratings, ask for all support. Hope the brothers you like will support it. Asterisk. Chapter 4. 4 heavy fruits? Please ask for flowers, ask for collection, repair. Liu Yan looked at these options. The first reaction in my heart was naturally excitement. However, after seeing the content of the options clearly, I couldn't help but cursed inwardly. What kind of cheating option is this? The first option. Needless to say, it is definitely not a choice. Professor X and Beast Hank have gone so far as to invite themselves back, just to appease Qin. Being a scumbag in person, even if he is not shaken to death by the exposed piano energy, I am afraid he will be beaten by Hank and others behind him. As for the second option, although it sounds good, the rewards are too rubbish. He is now proficient in English and Hyuxia, and he can eat almost all over the world. There is no need to master other words temporarily. After all, this is Marvel's world, so the top priority is not to come over and learn foreign language knowledge. Still should improve one's own strength. Thinking of this, his gaze was natural, and he fell on the last option. I can only choose this one. The high-level skills drawn from the superdimensional. Although it is random, it shouldn't be too bad, right? But at least it will give him a huge secret hole card in this troubled world. It's about kissing in public. It's done. I kissed my girlfriend, what happened? Not breaking the law. Thinking about it, Liu Yan turned his mind and looked at the piano in his arms, and he couldn't help but say. He lowered his head and kissed directly. /lip/fit. Liu Yan instantly felt a fragrance of /chew/zi/. Don't say it, it feels pretty cool. And he was refreshed, and everyone next to him was instantly sluggish. Yeah, Liu Yan. At this moment, Phoenix's body trembled. Obviously he was taken aback by Liu Yan's bold move. But after a while, he returned to his senses, and his body softened again. Since it is the one I like. Kisses, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? Phoenix thought, and immediately hugged Liu Yan tightly. Very jerky, and began to respond/played with each other. Hungzia gradually climbed onto her cheeks. Ahem, I said yes, after all we are still there. Professor X and Hank waited by the side for 10 minutes. Seeing the two of them, there was never the slightest intention to stop. Finally couldn't hold back. She interrupted them by opening aside. What? It is also this time. Phoenix, it was only then that I realized what I had just done. His face flushed immediately and he hid behind Liu Yan. Young people now. Fortunately, Professor X is enlightened enough. Seeing the reflection of the two of them, they just shook their heads and smiled. Did not say more. Turning his head, with Hank, he took the initiative to leave the room. As for Liu Yan, while dark and cool, the system prompt sounded in his head again. Beep, congratulations to the host for your successful selection. Because it is the first time to really use this system, some bonuses have been increased. The lucky draw for the heavens starts. When the voice fell, time seemed to stand still. Immediately afterwards, in front of him, there appeared a huge lottery roulette that only he could see. The roulette Kerala keeps spinning. Liu Yan saw various treasures, circulating in front of her own eyes. In the end, Guangua settled down. The reminder sounded again. Beep. Congratulations to the host. The lucky draw was successful, and you got the Pirate World item a lot of fruits. Heavy fruits, in the anime One Piece, a kind of devil fruit, the former owner is the Admiral, Fujitora smiles, can generate gravity waves, and can manipulate the strength and direction of gravity at will. Including gravity, lateral gravity, no gravity, anti-gravity, pressure, tension, repulsion, gravitation. New book upload, please support me. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for more votes, ask for ratings, ask for all support. Hope the brothers you like will support it. Asterisk. Chapter 5. 5. The piano that suffers from gains and losses. 5. For collection, _ Plenty of fruits. Isn't this going to be posted? Liu Yan was overjoyed at first, but then frowned. Thought of a crucial question. I remember this thing seems to be afraid of sea water. If I take it, will it also become a duck? In addition, this thing does not seem to have a good taste. Can you change the taste? Ding! The item skills of other dimensions will be modified by the system after getting this dimension. As for the sea water and sea floor stone restrictions, the host does not have to worry, the sea water of the non-pirate world has little restraint. In addition, this fruit ability has been directly introduced into the host when it was extracted, so there is no need to take it. But please don't be too happy for the host. Fruit ability still needs to be developed by the host itself. The system cannot directly fill you up. The system explained. That's enough. Liu Yan is excited. This is the ability that Admiral Fujitora smiled. Even if there is no other way, just as powerful as Fujitora smile. But with it, Liu Yan at least, in a short time, don't have to worry about his safety. Thinking like this, he bowed his head and let out a sigh of relief. The look was a lot lighter than before. And all of this, but the Qin he was holding in his arms at the moment, watching silently. Seeing her boyfriend, her mood suddenly changed. Qin was naturally curious too, and couldn't help asking again. What happened, Liu Yan? How do I feel that your whole person is suddenly relieved? Yes, Qin, I think of our bright future, and I am happy about it. Liu Yan grinned and smiled brightly. The original intention was to make Qin happy. But never thought, these words were exported. The look in Qin's eyes at this moment was darkened again. Future. Mutant, in this world, is there really a future? Since the Sentry incident, Magneto has almost murdered the president in front of people all over the world. Mutant was pushed to the opposite of many people. This point, although Professor X has never mentioned it in school. But Qin knew everything in his heart. So deep down in her heart, she is pessimistic about mutants' future and her own future. Sometimes, because of my mutant identity, I feel inferior. So she has always been isolated by classmates because she can't control the powerful ability. Similarly, it is also alienating everyone intentionally or unintentionally. I thought that I would be alone forever. But I really didn't expect that I would fall in love with a non-mutant somehow. Only the relationship between humans and mutant. Will there really be good results? Will he be afraid of my identity as mutant? Girls in love are inherently prone to gains and losses. Because of the growing environment, Chin has been more sensitive since he was a child. So at this moment, Chin lowered his head, holding Liu Yan's arms, and couldn't help but force up slightly. Although Liu Yan does not know how to read minds. But at this moment, I feel the changes in the girl's body in her arms. I also vaguely guessed what she was thinking. No matter how low my head is, my heart will inevitably hurt. Just got the joy of fruitful fruits. It was also an invisible, which was diluted a lot. What a fool! He murmured. Follow the little hand holding the piano. Under her worried gaze. But not in this room. Continue to stay. Instead, she took her initiative to the school. The two held hands, just like ordinary couples. On this campus, they started to stroll. Walk like this. Although Liu Yan has been looking for topics to make her happy. I hope the open environment outside can soothe her mood. But at this moment, Chin still seemed a little worried. Liu Yan, my mutant identity. Take a deep breath. Can't tell how many attempts it was after. On Chin's side, finally plucked up the courage. Want to show down towards Liu Yan. The kind-hearted Chin, although he is very reluctant to leave Liu Yan in his heart, but for his safety in the future, he still wants to say his own danger. But at this moment, the words came to the lips. Haven't really said it yet. But it was interrupted by Liu Yan. Okay, Chin, I know what you have to say. Isn't it mutant's identity? Mutant is also human. Don't worry, I will not have any psychological grievances because of this. Chin heard this, naturally overjoyed in his heart. But after that, a touch of loneliness flashed across his eyes. He lowered his head and said melancholy, but I am not the same as ordinary mutant. I'm dangerous. No one who comes into contact with me will have good luck. Silly boy, it's not your fault. That is your friend, not strong enough. There is an old saying in Daxia that the dragon does not live with the snake. You are the fire phoenix destined to soar into the sky. Ordinary people, naturally, cannot be company with phoenix. Liu Yan smiled and continued to comfort. Chin listened here, but it looked like a cat with fried hair. The eyes were filled with tears in an instant. Looking at Liu Yan pitifully, but I don't want to be a phoenix, I just want to be an ordinary person. I just want to stay by your side. Liu Yan, can you not leave me? Chin said. The hand tightly grabbed Liu Yan's clothes corner. Unwilling to let go. What Omega-level ability? What has the most potential, the most powerful mutant in the future? Chin didn't know about these, or in other words, didn't have the slightest interest at all. She just wants to be with Liu Yan now. But his own powerful ability. Destined to be like a quill with thorns. A little carelessness will stab Liu Yan, who is still an ordinary person. This is the source of her pain right now. Liu Yan watched Phoenix's reaction. First it was startled. Then he returned to his senses and realized that Phoenix was afraid that he had misunderstood what he meant. Naturally, he quickly explained, "What do you think, silly girl? I won't leave you." "But, what did you just say about Phoenix? You can't be with ordinary people, you can't even be friends." The piano squatted like a child who had lost a candy. Seeing this, Liu Yan stretched out his hand and rubbed the little head of the piano again. What a fool. I didn't say, I'm just an ordinary person. Qin was stunned, and he didn't realize what Liu Yan meant. Seeing her bewildered, Liu Yan sighed. I didn't expect that the first time I used fruit ability, it was not used to defend against enemies. But this is also good. If it can dispel the worries of this silly girl in one fell swoop, it's better than killing a few. Comes more important. Look up, silly girl. Thinking about it, he raised his right hand and suddenly opened his right palm to the lake on the Xavier campus. P.S. I have heard everyone's request. Don't worry, this book will not use all the items from the migrant manga. It will use the items and skills of the Japanese manga and the game. If you have anything you want to see, or for fun things, you can also leave a message in the comments. PS2, the update of this book is not too slow. This is a post that was delivered only after 7 o'clock in the afternoon, crying. PS3, thank you Uer Dongren Wang and Jianfeng brothers for their monthly ticket support. PS4, in addition, thank you Jianfeng brother for the 1000 VIP reward. Asterisk. Chapter 6. 6 Try ability for the first time. Fruitful control, 5%. 6. Xavier School, monitoring room. Both Hank and Professor X are here. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the couple walking slowly on the screen. The eyes in his eyes were a little bit embarrassed. On Hank's side, when he spoke again, he asked a similar question to that of the piano on the screen. Professor, you said. Will the love between humans and mutant have good results? Should. Yes. Professor X answered vaguely. The expression also looked a bit lonely. Obviously, it was Liu Yan and Qin, the situation between the two. Give back some bad memories. He thought of Mora. Looking at Professor X's situation, Hank was also silent. He thought of Mystique. It's ridiculous that the X-Men at this stage have a tendency to become emotionally trapped. But after a moment of struggle, Hank regained his senses, and finally lowered his voice and said, after this incident, let's find a way to let Liu Yan leave the piano. Anyway, doesn't he want to leave Xavier School too, just so he can go far? Do you want to break them up abruptly? Professor X asked rhetorically. Hank was angry, patted the table and said, how can it be said that it is dismantling? I hope they can get together for 100 years than anyone else. Professor X, what did you just say this for? Hank said helplessly, Professor, what is going on right now, don't you know? Although we all like Liu Yan, it is undeniable that he is just an ordinary person. He is with Qin, there may be life-threatening. This danger not only comes from humans, but also from our terrifying mutant compatriots. Liu Yan, he, will become the weakness of Qin. Professor X, if he is he ready to sacrifice for Qin? Then you can't let them be together. At that time, Liu Yan will encounter unexpected events, and Qin may be crazy. Hank solemnly. His words silence Professor X. In fact, there is no need for Hank to say about these things, Professor X is equally aware of these things. It's just that, deep down, I don't agree with this approach. But no matter how much I disagree. But I have to admit it. This seems to be the only feasible way at the moment. For the piano, but also for Liu Yan. No matter what, he shouldn't involve an ordinary person in the mutant storm again. Maybe I was at Xavier and it was a mistake to join ordinary people rashly. Professor X thought with a headache. But at this time, he has already settled his attention. After this incident, for Liu Yan's safety, let him forget all this. As an ordinary person, he should live the life of an ordinary person. Well, just like Mora. Professor X, whispering in his own mind. Ability subconsciously released. Following that, Liu Yan's voice sounded. The dragon does not live with the snake, because you are a phoenix, and the phoenix will not accompany ordinary people at will. Did he realize this himself? That way, that's fine. Professor X smiled wryly. I thought that next, Liu Yan was going to break up with Qin. I didn't expect it. Next, he would say these things unexpectedly. What a silly girl, who told you, I'm just an ordinary person. Okay, girl. Hey? What does he mean? Professor X is also a little confused. He raised his head and looked into the field. I saw Liu Yan standing by the lake, raising his right hand and opening it slightly. The originally calm lake. At this time, following his movements, a ripple suddenly appeared. Wow! Wow! The water is surging. In the sky above the lake, countless big hands appeared out of thin air. At this time, grabbing the water flow below, turning into a water column. Towards the mid-air, frantically surging away. This is water control ability. Liu Yan, also awakening the ability, he is also a mutant. Watching this sudden scene, everyone was shocked. Hank surprised roar first. But as soon as the voice fell, Professor X next to him shook his head and denied it. No, it's not right, this is not the ability of water control, but the control of gravity. Gravity, control. Hank froze for a moment, but he didn't react. But Professor X didn't explain much. At this time, his eyes fell on Liu Yan's body again in the video. There was shock, there was joy, and even more doubts. It's really weird. Before this guy, when he was just entering school, he didn't find any mutant's blood. Why did he? Professor X and others were puzzled. Liu Yan's attention at the moment is entirely on the large water ball in the middle of the lake. I began to realize my ability with my heart. This was the first time that he truly felt the changes brought to him by many fruits. With the use of fruit ability. Looking at the ordinary space on all sides, it looks like it has become a quagmire, and it looks like a net made up of countless thin lines. And his ability is to be able to toggle or even change the trajectory of these thin lines. He looked at the huge water ball slowly floating in the lake. That is the power of gravity. He threw a gravitational ball above the lake just now. And what he can do right now? Obviously more than this. Thinking about it, he flipped his right hand slightly and suddenly waved on the court. Plenty of fruits and repulsion. With this wave of his hand, the water polo that was just gathered by his gravity. At this time, like an arrow from the string, it took up nearly half of the lake's water. Wow! The water is surging. Go straight to the sky. While the water polo is flying, it is still getting bigger. Like a big star. Finally, after breaking through the clouds, out of control, burst into bursts. Accompanied by a bang. The gloomy night seemed to have been blasted through a gap. Immediately afterwards, there was a heavy rain, dripping down. The whole Xavier school fell over. Liu Yan stood in the rain and took a deep breath. His face was somewhat pale. After all, it was the first time to use ability, he felt jerky, and his physical energy was too much, which was normal. But compared to fatigue after physical exertion, at this time, he was more excited. I glanced at the system panel that I could only see. His control of this fruitful ability is actually only 5% on the panel. Is the power of 5% so great? If it reaches 100%? Liu Yan thought about it. Fujitora smiled and pulled the meteorite, hitting the scene heavily. I don't know if I was in Marvel and copied this scene. What do others think when they see it? Thank you Tianbing Wu Chong Kong Brothers for their 100 VIP support. In addition, thank you AEIOU0725 Brothers for their monthly pass support. As the title, thank you very much *. Chapter 7. 7 The choice from Hank. If you are a man, don't beep 7, please collect, please flower. Thinking about it, Liu Yan licked his dry lips, showing a playful and expectant look on his face. Here he is looking forward to it. The piano next to him was completely frightened and dumbfounded. After a while, he was holding Liu Yan and couldn't help but startled roar again. Ah, Liu Yan, how did you do it? You said this. Liu Yan pointed to the raindrops on his head. Gravity. Liu Yan didn't hide it either. He spoke at this moment and gave the answer directly. Gravity. And listen to what he said. On the face of Qin, doubts arose again. Just about to speak again. Suddenly an untimely voice came from behind him. Shunsui took this stubbornly. To be precise, on Liu Yan's side, awakening should be gravity. He has the ability to control gravity. Am I right, Liu Yan? Liu Yan turned his head. Hank pushed Professor X, then walked out of the dark. Looking at Liu Yan's expression again, it was shocked. Especially Professor X, looking at Liu Yan again. Full of exploration and curiosity. It's like discovering a rare treasure. Ah, Professor, why are you here? Qin was a little surprised to see Professor X suddenly appear. However, Liu Yan had long expected Professor X to spy on him in secret. So there was no surprise for his appearance at this time. He also laughed when he asked, and then nodded openly. It's really good, in fact, what I can control here is not only gravity, but also repulsion. Now that they have revealed their ability, Liu Yan also knows that if he wants to keep a low profile, the possibility is almost zero. So at this time simply high profile to the end. When he opened his mouth, he said his ability characteristics very calmly. Sure enough, the words came out. The Professor X on the other side also had their spirits in an instant. Turning his head to look at Liu Yan again, with some curiosity, he said, repulsion? What kind of ability is that? Liu Yan laughed. Hearing the news, there was no explanation. Instead, he raised his hands flat, and used the ability that was fruitful again. The moment he moves, a wave of invisible air seemed to sweep in all directions. In an instant, within a small area of his circle center, the raindrops that originally fell from the sky suddenly stopped. Then under his control, drop by drop, like an arrow from the string. Immediately afterwards, he flew upside down in the air again. This ability is so cool. Qin surprised roar again next to him. The haze or melancholy in the original eyes has long been wiped out. At this moment, he raised his head again and looked at Liu Yan's gaze, full of joy. In fact, she didn't dare to be interested in what exactly this ability did. At this moment, I just thought. Liu Yan after awakening ability is also mutant, and can finally stay together with him. And compared with the girl's mind at this time in Qin, Professor X and Beast Hank obviously need to consider more. At this time, after briefly experiencing the magic of Liu Yan's ability, the excitement on their faces grew stronger. Beast took the initiative to speak, and said to Liu Yan again, you have a very strong ability. After more training, it will be used in actual combat in the future, and it will be very powerful. Beast spoke, and wanted to mention Liu Yan as the person who came over. Liu Yan looked at his solemn expression, but suddenly smiled again, and said, how about it, do you want to try it? Hey? You want to fight me, now? Why, can't it? Liu Yan asked back. Beast Hank was taken aback, but he didn't expect that Liu Yan would make such an invitation. He turned his head subconsciously and looked at Professor X next to him. Professor X was obviously stunned by what Liu Yan said. After looking up and down Liu Yan, after thinking about it, he finally nodded. Obviously, I also want to see, where is the limit of Liu Yan's ability, which has just been awakening. All of them looked probing. Only Qin was very worried at this time. Hearing that Liu Yan was about to fight Hank, he couldn't help but worry. Liu Yan, it's so good, why did you suddenly think of fighting Hank? It's better after a while, Liu Yan. After all, you have just recently awakening ability, Hank is very strong. Don't worry, your man is not weak. Liu Yan smiled and soothed, and motioned to Qin that he was okay. As for the real reason for the fight, he didn't tell Qin. That's when I just had a conversation with Hank. New options followed in his head. The system starts again. Curious from Beast Hank. 1. Explain the principle of fruitfulness in detail toward him, and reward elite anti-reconnaissance technique. 2. You are not a beauty, ignoring Hank's curiosity, reward a can of Coca-Cola. 3. Real men shouldn't beep too much, have a fight with Hank. Use practice to tell him how strong fruitful is. Reward heavy fruits proficiency plus 5%. 3 options similar to the previous ones popped up over Hank's head. What elite anti-reconnaissance technique, Coca-Cola? Liu Yan glanced casually, he chose without hesitation, and chose the last item. This is where the match was made. It's just that these things are not good for him, and he said clearly to Beast Hank in front of him. On the opposite side of Hank, after getting permission from Professor X, the warfare in his eyes also surged out. Although he didn't say much verbally, it was obvious that he didn't hesitation about Liu Yan's decision to choose himself as the target of practice at this moment, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Step forward, his body doubled. Beast directly turned into a blue monster. Then he looked at Liu Yan and said solemnly, "Little devil, if you want to be a hero in front of Qin, you have found the wrong one." "Hope so." Liu Yan laughed. The voice was not over, accompanied by a roar of the beast. Opposite Hank, who was Beast, stepped on both feet. It actually broke the blue bricks directly on the ground. Following a leg sweep, towards Liu Yan's location, Lazing came. 7th on the first day. Although the early collection is sluggish, the author will not give up. In addition, thank you Empty Dust Brothers for their 100 VIP support. Asterisk. Chapter 8. 8 Gravity Suppression. Buried Alive? 8. Seeking Flowers, Monthly Pass, Collection. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately I heard a series of tearing air sounds. These broken bricks, under the control of Hank's strength, were as fast as an arrow from the string. Be careful, Liu Yan. Qin hides behind Liu Yan, watching this scene. I subconsciously want to use my ability to help Liu Yan tide over the difficulties. But at this moment, she hasn't waited for her to act. It has been stopped by Professor X. "Jin, calm down, just learn from each other." "But Professor, Liu Yan just got awakening ability." "It's okay, don't worry, Qin, Hank will be able to take action here." The professor smiled and comforted. As the two of them said, they didn't think that Liu Yan would win at this moment. Without him, after all, Hank is compared to Liu Yan. In terms of combat experience, there is much to be enriched. This is not so much a test, but in the eyes of everyone, it is a test of Liu Yan's current ability. The two talked, and it seemed that a long time had passed. In fact, everything is done in Qin's brain. It's just a moment. Wait until the two of them look up again. That cracked blue brick. It just approached Liu Yan, 3 feet away. But now Liu Yan looked up. Seeing that blue brick hit, it was in place, without any intention of moving. It was like being shocked by this scene. "Isn't it? The response is so bad." Seeing this, Professor X frowned slightly. Qin's heart even mentioned his throat instantly. Although I just promised that Professor X would not interfere. But at this moment, seeing that the one I love is facing such a crisis, I can't help but have the meaning of using my ability. But right now, her right hand has just been raised. I heard a tremor. Next to Liu Yan, several purple undulation rings appeared out of thin air. This trick is exactly the fruitful ability that Fujitora had previously performed with a smile, and gravity rebounded. Gravity rebound. Use ability to release the purple gravity circle. Objects and attacks close to the gravity circle will be given a great reverse force to achieve the rebound effect. At this moment, Liu Yan, although he has only 5% control over the fruits. However, it is enough to rebound these broken bricks. Thinking about this, his right hand clenched slightly. The series of gravity loops tightened just like a spring. Open suddenly. Immediately afterwards, I listened. Bang bang bang. A continuous sound of breaking through the sky sounded. A series of intensive attacks that had been thrown over by Beast Hank before. At this moment, it was intact, and he was all beaten back. I wipe. Can you even rebound the attack? See this scene. Chin and Professor X were naturally shocked. Beast Hank is even more astonished. But at this time, he didn't have time to surprise Roar. Watching the rubble that he hits out, it bounces back at a faster speed. Can only step forward and dodge in the field in a hurry. The attack that was bounced back, although not hit. But it did make him very embarrassed. After he landed on the ground, he turned his head and looked at the tiny holes punched out by the gravel behind him. Hank's expression became even more solemn for a while. In my heart, I couldn't help but sigh. I think this ability is really scary. Not only can it control gravity, but since it can also rebound damage. If this is used well, it is not much weaker than Magneto. He sighed inwardly, but his voice did not fall. In the ear, Professor X's voice suddenly sounded. Don't be distracted, Hank, otherwise you might really lose this time. Hank was also taken aback when he heard the news. Before I could think about it, I looked up again. Immediately horrified. Liu Yan, who was standing still, took the initiative to step forward and rushed towards him. Moreover, the speed was actually several times faster than when he was beast. Fast speed. Hank's pupils tightened. Following my heart, it is even more doubtful. How is this possible? Liu Yan is just an ordinary person, his speed, why is he faster than Beast himself? Looking at Hank with a suspicious expression on the opposite side. The corners of Liu Yan's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't explain. With heavy fruits, in addition to being able to exert gravity, it can naturally also lose weight. At this moment, under his control, his body weight is light to the extreme. So at this moment, it was Hank who was leaving, and he could only see an afterimage, passing in front of his eyes. When I get back to my mind again, Liu Yan's figure actually appeared in front of him. Familiar bright smiling face. And along with this smiling face appeared. It was a fist of a casserole file size, and hit him fiercely at the door. Little devil, if you have been using that anti-gravity attack, I might still ignore you. But close. Humph, you are not my opponent. When Hank saw this, he rejoiced without panic. She yelled, but didn't plan to avoid it. Instead, he was ready to take a punch with his body. Take another shot at Liu Yan. When he thought about it, even if Liu Yan had fruit ability, his attack power would be at most ordinary people's level. For Beast Hank, the damage can be said to be minimal. Therefore, it is no problem for him to take a hard punch, and it is not painful or itchy at all. The facts are the same as he thought. Liu Yan did not have much strength when he fell with this punch. But he hasn't waited for him to be happy. Beast Hank's face changed again. Gravity, damn gravity again. With Liu Yan's punch down. The terrifying gravity, like a tide, followed his right arm and penetrated into Hank's body. Double. Double. 10 times. 30 times. This sudden heavy pressure is like a big mountain, pressing on Hank's shoulders. The bones all over his body began to creak under pressure. Hank spoke again, originally wanting to say something. But at this time, there was only one pain in his mouth, roar. And with this painful cry, hearing a bang again, the blue bricks under his feet were crushed directly by the steps. Then under everyone's shocking gaze, this beast Hank actually looked like an invisible big hand, pressed directly into the soil from the surface. In the blink of an eye, there was only one head, and it remained outside. With just one punch, he almost buried Hank alive. Seeing the body shape is tightly trapped by the mud, Hank struggling in the ground, Professor X was also a little skeptical about life at this time. This is too strong. The mutant just now awakening, is it so strong? He is puzzled here. Ah, Lu Yan, UBD. Hank yelled. Rushed out of the ground like a cannonball. Shaking his fist, he was ready to continue to fight back. But at this time did not wait for the two to fight again. Professor X from the rear suddenly spoke and stopped Hank. Enough, stop it. This is the end of the competition. Hank, you lost. At this point, the 24 hours for the new book is over. A total of 8 chapters have been updated in 24 hours. Shamelessly ask for another wave of free support. Love you guys. Chapter 9. 9 Control, 10%. Professor, do you have a bad voice? 1/5, Seeking Collection, Flowers, Monthly Pass. 9 Control, 10%. Professor, do you have a bad voice? 1/5, Seeking Collection, Flowers, Monthly Pass. No, I haven't lost yet. It was just an accident. I was careless. Beast Hank spoke, his face full of irritation. Obviously, I feel very dissatisfied with the result of the battle just now. But Professor X did not listen to his explanation. Hearing the news, he just shook his head. If you lose, Hank, but there is no need to make excuses for yourself. Although I don't like you going out to fight, in the scene just now, if you really changed the battlefield, you would have been dead, and the other party would not give you any chance to resist. Professor X spoke calmly and stated the facts. Hank, who was originally angry, gradually calmed down. After a moment of silence, although I didn't want it in my heart. In the end, he bowed his head and recognized this fact. Definitely, I'm still not convinced by this. He hummed at Lu Yan, smelly boy, don't be too proud of you too early. Next time, if you pick me up again, you won't have such good luck. I also look forward to the next fight. Lu Yan said with a smile. There is no humility. Definitely, he didn't fall into the air because of this, and ignored all the X-Men. After all, he knew it well. Hank was originally not particularly good at fighting. His position in the X-Men is more like Professor X's assistant, and he prefers the feeling of science geek. It's a far cry from Wolverine's brainless man. Besides, Hank really underestimated the enemy this time. It can be seen from the initial tentative attack. He didn't regard Lu Yan as a level opponent at all. It is precisely because of this that the opportunity was missed and Lu Yan was frantically suppressed. If it is true, it will fight for life as soon as it comes up. Only Lu Yan, who has only heavy fruits 5% control, may not be able to eat the other party. Definitely, there is no such option in the world. And if he fights again, he will be worthy of Hank. Because now, with the end of his confrontation, the rewards of God-level selection were also issued again. Ding! The choice is successful, and the fruitful proficiency is plus 5%. A personal pop-up window that only he could see popped out in front of his eyes. Lu Yan watched, and the corners of his mouth immediately raised a nice arc. Heavy fruits proficiency is 10%. This is exactly what he needs. Now he really has the capital to protect himself in this troubled world. Thinking about it, he lowered his head again and let out a sullen breath. The look under his eyes is rarely exhausted. As soon as I took control, I used abilities so frequently. With his current ordinary human body. Obviously a little overwhelming. Fortunately, at this moment, he just bowed his head. There was already a warm little hand behind, reaching out. He supported his body. Liu Yan turned his head. Right on it was the little blushing face of Qin. Although she didn't say a word, her eyes blinked with deep concern. This silly girl doesn't hurt in vain. Liu Yan looked at it, and there was a hint of warmth in his heart. Reached out and rubbed the hair of the piano. Looking at her /yin/Tao's eyes, I have the urge to think /bite/take a bite again. But he hasn't waited for him to move. It was out of place next to him, and a clear cough sounded again. Professor, if you have a bad throat, you can drink some Chuanbei loquat ointment. The Huxia magic medicine can cure coughs. Liu Yan tilted his head and glared at the professor angrily. This damn light bulb. Not bald yet, it turned out to be so bright. Don't you just touch your head in front of you? Why do you keep coughing? Liu Yan looked upset. Professor X is naturally speechless. The heart said, this is who I provoke. Obviously you guy, regardless of occasion, must show affection in front of a single dog, okay? How to listen to your voice, on the contrary, blame us. The professor thought of Mora again. All feelings were mixed in an instant. But at this moment, he would not chat with Liu Yan on this topic anymore. After a light cough, he went straight to the topic and asked Liu Yan again about his next plan. What plans does Liu Yan have? He must stay at Xavier School next and continue to study. Liu Yan hasn't said anything yet. Next to Beast Hank, he said his thoughts without thinking. In his opinion, Liu Yan left Xavier School before, completely because of the panic about mutant and its ability. But now, Liu Yan suddenly awakening. Originally, it is an extremely powerful mutant. There are still problems with the previous concerns, and they will naturally be solved. Liu Yan has absolutely no reason not to stay at Xavier School. But the next moment, Liu Yan spoke again. The answer given shocked him. Leave. No, I still have my previous attitude, hoping to drop out of Xavier. What? Are you still leaving school? Ah, Liu Yan, are you going to drop out? With these words, Beast Hank and Qin both opened their mouths wide. I feel very incredible. There was only Professor X, as if he had guessed something. He lowered his head and sighed again. I feel a little sorry. No, Liu Yan, you stayed well with Xavier, why are you leaving suddenly? Qin returned to his senses and couldn't help asking. Next to Beast Hank, he was even more outspoken. He accepted the difference and said directly, yeah, didn't you say that you want to be with Qin all the time? How long has passed since? Why, you are going to throw it away. Leave the piano alone, leave it alone. Beast Hank asked. Seeing this, Liu Yan laughed again and said, I didn't say, this time I leave, I will leave alone. When I really want to leave, I will bring the piano girl with me. Hey? Not only do you have to go, but you also have to bring the piano. Why is this? Do you have any dissatisfaction with our Xavier School? Beast Hank was completely confused. Liu Yan heard the words, but didn't look at him. Instead, he cast his gaze to the rear, Professor X, who was always silent in the wheelchair. Although from beginning to end, he did not speak. But Liu Yan knew that the professor was obviously waiting for an answer. An answer that can convince him to let people go. Looking at his silent look, Liu Yan thought for a while, and finally decided to confess. Because Xavier is not safe. Nonsense, Xavier was founded by a professor, and it has been several years now. During this period, it has been safe and sound. How could it be unsafe? Hank retorted. Liu Yan did not explain, and continued, hope Xavier will become a paradise for mutant. This idea is naturally good. But Professor, you should also understand the current situation of mutant in the world. They are all being killed and persecuted anytime and anywhere. In the future, as the contradictions between the two sides continue to deepen, how long do you think your Pure Land can be maintained? Xavier, after all, I still have to walk in front of the world. At that time, there will be glory, and there will also be countless troubles. As for me, what I fear most is trouble. P.S. Thank you 158-37408, the end of the world is really lonely brothers monthly pass. Thank you Lock Brothers for their 100 VIP points, rewards and support. Thank you Shijun Mei GV Brothers for their 100 VIP points, rewards and support. Asterisk. Chapter 10. 10 Apocalypse wakes up. Xavier's crisis. 2. Seeking collection, flowers, monthly pass. How can it be so exaggerated? Xavier's school, before has been very stable. Beast Hank retorted. It's just that he seems a little guilty when he utters these words. Liu Yan glanced at him, then said, you just said that, it's all the same before. After that, will you continue to be stable like this? Why not? Hank asked back. When it came to this, Liu Yan simply pointed out the words directly. Then he said, what happened to the earthquake not long ago, was it so forgotten by you? Earthquake. On the other side of the earth, there was a sudden earthquake in Egypt and Qin's nightmare. Don't tell me, you have forgotten these things. I don't think that Qin's dream is just an ordinary nightmare. Liu Yan spoke, hitting the nail on the head. Hank was silent directly. But Professor X's eyes from the rear were getting brighter and brighter. Looking at Liu Yan, he was a little surprised. Liu Yan, what do you know about things in Egypt? It is naturally impossible for Liu Yan to admit that he knows the future in advance. Although it is mutant, this kind of ability is too unbelievable. So Liu Yan, when he heard the words, shook his head without hesitation. Sorry, I don't know what is going on behind this. But Professor, your eyes can't deceive anyone. If I guessed correctly, you probably already know the answer. The nightmare about Qin. Or do you think that Yukin's ability, which appeared before, was just a nightmare? Liu Yan's voice fell to the ground. Qin's curiosity was also aroused, and he asked the professor busy, really related to my nightmare? Professor, what happened in Egypt? Qin asked. The eyes of everyone present fell on Professor X. Seeing this, Professor X finally stopped hiding. He said in a leisurely tone, since mutant was discovered in 73 years, in addition to hostility among humans, there have also been enthusiastic fans of mutant. They took mutant's appearance as a sign of God's recovery. So they began to look for the God in their heart's grace Sabanur all over the world. The discovery of Egypt has something to do with him. God? What kind of God is this? Qin was a little confused. Regarding God, she only heard of God, Sakyamuni. Professor X glanced at her and added, the God of mutant, they believe in him, is the first mutant in the world. The world's first mutant? Mutant, didn't it start in 73 years? That's just our theory. In fact, many people think that mutant has existed for a long time, but they have been hiding before. Professor X continued to explain. As for the piano, he was deeply shocked. This, impossible, is it possible that the previous earthquake in Egypt and my nightmare are all related to Sabanur? However, this guy should be dead long ago. Could it be his ability, eternal life? Qin is still puzzled. Professor X continued to explain, it's not eternal life, but it's almost the same. I checked the information before. The ability of Sabanur is to transfer one's own consciousness into the body of others. Whenever he was dying, he would change his body. In order to achieve alternative immortality. Qin frowned, such a pervert? Does this conversion have no side effects? No, not only that, if the target being converted is mutant, he can still plunder the opponent's ability. If this is true, Then he has lived for tens of thousands of years and is almost omnipotent. Qin was shocked again. I didn't expect it at all. A previous earthquake in Egypt would involve such a character. Professor, in Egypt, that Sabanur has really recovered. After returning to his senses, Qin couldn't help but ask Professor X again. There is a possibility. Even if it's only possible, it's scary enough. Is it good or bad for such a guy to recover? He isn't necessarily a villain, right? Qin also took some flukes. Liu Yan smiled bitterly, and said next to him, "What a silly girl, you expect a monarch from the slavery era to be a law-abiding citizen in the new world after he is reborn, is it possible? Besides, Sabanur has another name, called Apocalypse." "Oh? Liu Yan, do you still know Apocalypse?" This time it was Professor X's turn to be surprised. He intended to find an ordinary person to come to Xavier, and experiment to see if he can better integrate into the big group of mutant. It now appears that the ordinary person he was looking for is becoming more and more mysterious. "Familiar with history, Professor?" "I went to listen to the history class you took in person before." Liu Yan lied without blushing and heartbeat. However, the previous history class taught by Professor X did talk about Egyptian history and Apocalypse. He can't fault it either. God. Apocalypse? The end of the world in the Bible. Qin shook his words a little. Only then did I understand why Liu Yan insisted on taking himself away. Such people, if they want to target Xavier, it is indeed a disaster for Xavier School. At this point, everyone fell into silence. After a while, Professor X still spoke here. But this time, he didn't persuade Liu Yan again. Instead, he agreed to his request to take Qin away. Do not misunderstand. He did this at the moment, naturally there is no idea of adult beauty. But considering the current violin, the state of power control is really unstable. He was also worried that if it was Apocalypse, they would really hit the door and make trouble for them. If the piano is stimulated, it may cause a series of adverse reactions. So in this case, it would be a good idea to ask Liu Yan to take the piano away from Xavier School. But at the moment his words have only just been spoken. Haven't waited for Liu Yan to agree. The Qin who was silent next to him suddenly spoke again. He firmly expressed his attitude and said, "No, I will not leave, even if I want to leave, I will not leave at this time. Xavier School, seeing a big crisis is coming, I am leaving at this time, don't I just flee?" Several professors heard the words, but did not answer. Seeing this, Qin hurriedly turned his head and begged to Liu Yan again. "I hope she can work with herself to help Xavier tide over the difficulties. After all, this place is like home to him." Liu Yan looked at Qin's reaction, only to feel a big head. "I was wondering whether to obey the will of this guy Qin. Stay in Xavier." Looking up again, I was surprised to find out. On the top of Qin's head, another option box came out. God-level choice from Qin. 1. Women is trouble, reject Qin's request, and leave alone, reward a single dog food. 2. Women, you should listen to men, reject Qin's request, and insist on taking her away from Xavier, a place of right and wrong. Reward heavy fruits proficiency plus 1%. 3. Being a man, be loyal to the sky, agree to Qin's request. Stay in Xavier for the time being, wait for the opportunity, and reward a chance for a lucky draw in the Marvel world. Asterisk. Chapter 11. 11 GH325 Medicine 3, 4 flowers, 4 collection. Well, there are a few cheating options again. Liu Yan glanced, the choice given here was immediately speechless. Item 1, needless to say, nothing, only dog food. If he chooses this, there will be a hole in his head. The second reward increases the proficiency of the fruit by 1%. This reward, for him, although not bad. It's just a pity that the way of doing things is really deceptive. If it is really forced to take the Qin away from here. Not to mention, will it affect Qin's feelings for himself? But it will definitely increase the contradiction between himself and the X-Men in Invisible. Although he didn't want to get involved in mutants' affairs. But again, he was unwilling to fall out with the X-Men. After all, what people say is also the protagonist of the current storyline. Against the protagonist, isn't that unhappy? System, this is forcing oneself to be neutral. Forget it, then follow the piano once. Liu Yan lowered his head and muttered. Having said that, I finally chose item 3 and decided to stay in Xavier for the time being. He spoke and said his decision. Hearing the words here, Qin was overjoyed. For this man, willing to make a change for himself. And feel very pleased. Standing on tiptoe and BG, he took the initiative to kiss Liu Yan on the face. The look in his eyes at this moment was not to mention gentle. In Invisible, 2 single dogs, Professor X and Hank, were stuffed with dog food. Hit a ton of crit. As for Liu Yan himself, it didn't feel much at this time. The main focus is on the lucky draw opportunity given by the reward. With his choice over, the familiar tone sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host, the choice is successful. The lottery module is starting. The familiar lottery interface appeared before his eyes again. Let's just start the lottery draw. Liu Yan clicked casually. Immediately following the huge amounts of lottery roulette in front of him, Kata Kata started to spin. Various treasures circulated in front of him. But this time, nothing else appeared in the world. Most of what Liu Yan saw were items from Marvel's own world. I don't know what exactly can be drawn out in this lottery. It would be great if the Super Warrior Serum can be exploded. With that thing, my strength can be improved to a higher level. Liu Yan thought to himself, but also looked forward to it. In the end, Guanghua landed. Accompanied by the prompt sound again, he was stunned again. Beep, congratulations to the host for a successful draw and get the Marvel World item GH325 potion. The drug developed by the Tahiti project is a resurrection drug developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. using the alien Kree. It was originally hoped to resurrect the dead Avengers, but it was not used on a large scale. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. found out that the drug had side effects after using it, the plan had to be terminated. GH325. Plan Tahiti. Liu Yan was taken aback when he saw the potion he had drawn out of the lottery. After that, I immediately thought of the American drama S.H.I.E.L.D. agent I watched in my last life. The dead agent Phil Coulson in the American TV series. It was brought back to life by Chief Nick Fury using the Tahiti project. To some extent, this potion can also be classified as an elixir that can give birth to dead men's flesh and bones. It's just that the side effects are a bit big. As mentioned in the introduction, Liu Yan remembers clearly that although Phil Coulson in the American drama agent was successfully resurrected, he still left huge amounts of hidden dangers in spirit. According to the film, if the memory is not replaced in the later period, it is estimated that it will directly become mentally ill. So in general, this thing is actually a double-edged sword. Liu Yan thought, in his own mind, he defined this GH325. Although he turned his head, he still stored it in the storage space of the system. After all, it is a life-saving potion that can resurrect. But to be honest, Liu Yan didn't want to use this thing all his life. This time there is a high probability that I will be the old immortal of Apocalypse. The danger is very high. If you are careless, you will sacrifice. It is really not good, but it can be given to others. Similar thoughts passed by. In almost an instant, Liu Yan also had a rough candidate in his heart. And when he returns to God, it was discovered that Professor X and Beast Hank had already left. In the field, it seems that there are only 2 people left with him and Qin. What's the matter with you, Liu Yan? How do I feel? today you are so easily distracted. The Qin in his arms was beside him at this moment, and asked with some worry. Liu Yan returned to his senses, laughed, and couldn't tell the secret of the system. I can only prevaricate that the physical energy was too much just now, so my spirit was a little trance. Hearing what he said, Qin didn't doubt it had it. Nodded, expressing belief. After helping Liu Yan up, he took the initiative to take him back to rest. Feel the soft/jade/warm/fragrance in your arms. Liu Yan naturally did not reject the other party's kindness. I thought that Qin was going to send him back to his dormitory. However, this road turns around. After he actually reached the destination, he was stunned. It was discovered that the two of them came out of Qin's room unexpectedly. Hey? Jin, do you want me to rest here? Liu Yan was stunned, then subconsciously asked. When he turned his head again, he found that Qin's cheeks were already flushed. He dared not look at Liu Yan's eyes when he lowered his head. Well, my place is a single-person accommodation, which is relatively quiet and not easy to disturb others. Single, not easy to disturb others. Are you suggesting something to me? Liu Yan laughed more happily when he heard the news. Deliberately approached Qin's side and asked her again. I don't know why, but he likes to see Qin's embarrassed and shy look. As for Qin, listening to his question, the blush on his face instantly climbed to the base of his ear. He also hurriedly spoke and explained, No. Don't get me wrong, Liu Yan, I'm underage. Underage? Liu Yan was also stunned. Look at the bumps of Qin. There is a stature, and he was surprised, are you still under adult? Well, so better not, don't be like that. The voice of Qin's words became smaller and smaller. In the end it sounded like a fly. Liu Yan, who is inspiring to be a scumbag, is a/flower/cluster/veteran. Although I saw Qin's attitude, I knew that if I persisted, the other party would agree with 80%, half push half and half. However, he still has feelings for Qin after all. The thought of doing that as a minor may affect the body. He also had no choice but to suppress the evil/fire/ in his heart. Damn it, is this girl on purpose, come over/FK. Liu Yan gritted his teeth, looking a little depressed. The most painful thing in the world is to be able to see but not to eat. But afterwards, his eyes lit up again after thinking of something. Turning his head towards the piano, he asked enthusiastically, Jin, do you know how to eat sticks/lollipops/candy/? 1. Stick/candy. Yes, how about I invite you/eat/sugar/? P.S. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, looking at the flowers of 999, it is uncomfortable, I made up 1,000 flowers for myself, it is no 12333*. Chapter 12. 12 What happened to Magneto? A reminder to Professor X4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. 12. The whole night passed by. Early the next morning, Liu Yan reached out and opened the curtains. The bedroom behind him seemed to have gone through a big battle. At first sight, it was already a mess. And the real owner of this room, Qin. At this moment, he was curled up in the corner of the bed, slightly curled up, with fiery red hair draped over his shoulders, and the whole figure looked like a lazy Persian cat. Liu Yan looked at the piano that was still asleep because of exhaustion at the moment. Think about everything last night again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh again. Last night, it was crazy enough. Although because the opponent did not have a true adult relationship, Liu Yan did not initiate the final charge. But as an old driver, there are many tricks. Last night, I also had a hard time tossing the piano. It can be said that this quiet girl who spends most of her time reading in school has gained a lot of knowledge in a real sense. Only then did I understand what happened between men and women. In addition to that, there are many ways to play. This night, both of them were very happy. Definitely, if you have to say, Liu Yan has any concerns. It is estimated that it is worrying. When this came up, the wrong skill tree was clicked. Will it cause later, Qin girl will go astray in this regard? Forget it, don't care, even if it goes astray, it's quite comfortable. Liu Yan thought happily. Turn your head, take a deep breath, and pack your spirits. But did not pull up the bed, still sleeping Qin, come to score twice. Instead, he went to the desk and sat down, turned on the computer, and prepared to search for global news. Although it was completely because of Qin's request, I stayed. But right now that we are ready to deal with apocalypse together. Then naturally he couldn't possibly, and he didn't have any strength at all. Turning on the computer at this time, I intended to search for relevant news on the Egyptian side of Luo. I want to see where the current apocalypse has recovered. The best thing is to get rid of this guy before he gathers the 4 apocalypse knights. But his teleportable ability is a bit perverted. It's not easy to ambush him. Liu Yan muttered in his heart. Click with the mouse and wait until the news website is actually opened. Looking at the news refreshed on the homepage banner, the whole person's brows instantly frowned. Breaking news. Someone reported to the Polish police, a small town in Poland, suspected to have found the whereabouts of the fugitive global wanted man Magneto. The relevant Polish police attach great importance to this, and the relevant case is still under investigation. Magneto was discovered in Poland. Liu Yan was stunned for a while. Soon I thought of the plot in the original book. The global earthquake caused by the recovery of Apocalypse caused an accident in Magneto's secluded steel plant. The red boiler accidentally fell, and construction workers were about to be killed. Seeing this, Magneto, who lived in seclusion, was eager to save people and displayed his own power. But after saving the other party, instead of getting the other party's thanks, they reported it to the local police. Magneto, determined to live in seclusion, has no intention of fighting against the local police. But in this conflict, it led to the accidental death of his daughter and his wife. At this point, he once again embarked on the path of Blacken. Thinking of this, Liu Yan couldn't help but feel a little sigh. I feel that Magneto is really being forced on an anti-human road by some stupid donkeys among humans. When he first watched the movie, he felt distressed for Magneto. Now, see this news again. Naturally want to help. But I clicked in and glanced at the news broadcast time. It's unavoidable to feel sorry again. Yesterday's news. According to the timeline, even if we rush to the rescue, it is already too late. Magneto, I'm sorry, it can't be saved, and I can't help it. Liu Yan sighed. But after that, something came to mind. Get up quickly, after a simple wash. I went out and walked towards Xavier's school, Professor X's office. This news is still very important. Before Mystique, I rushed to Xavier from abroad to find Professor X just for this. I want Professor X to help find Magneto's whereabouts. At this moment, Liu Yan told Professor X the news first, but he didn't want to steal the limelight from Mystique. On the contrary, I intend to try my best to persuade Professor X not to interfere with Magneto. But right now, after saying this in front of Professor X, sure enough, it caused the unanimous astonishment of everyone, including Professor X. Liu Yan, you made a special trip to tell me Magneto's current tragedy. Instead of asking me to help, you asked me not to interfere. Professor X's eyes widened. Looking at Liu Yan hurriedly coming from the door. The eyes are full of doubts. At this time, because his IQ is superb, he can't avoid some doubts. Didn't figure it out. Liu Yan, what kind of medicine is selling in this gourd this time? Hank looked at him and couldn't help but mutter again. He said to Liu Yan, aren't you using the radical method? I want the professor, right away. Do you think I'm so boring? Liu Yan rolled his eyes out of anger. Hank didn't speak anymore. Professor X tapped the table with his hands and said calmly, I need a reason. Magneto's relationship with him is both foe and friend, and it can be said that he is a true confidant. In this case, Liu Yan advised him not to look for Magneto, who was in trouble. You really need to give him a reason. And it is a reason not to refuse. Fortunately, Liu Yan thought of countermeasures before coming here. Hearing Magneto's inquiry, the name I talked about last night burst out without thinking about it. Because of Apocalypse. Apocalypse? That's a bonheur. Professor X, as well as Beast Hank and Shockwave, who were present, were all taken aback. I really didn't expect that Liu Yan would even mention this name at this moment. Yes, it is him. Now that you know the identity of Sabonner Apocalypse, you should also know that after each recovery, he will select the 4 strongest mutants in the world to become his 4 Apocalypse Knights, defending his rule. Var. Liu Yan asked rhetorically. There are smart people here. Beast Hank reacted instantly. Yes. Apocalypse does have such a tradition. And the strongest mutant in the world. Needless to say, there must be Magneto. As a global wanted man who used a stadium to surround the entire White House and almost killed the president. Said that he is globally recognized as the strongest mutant. No one will feel wrong. So Apocalypse, it's very possible, has already contacted Magneto a step ahead of us. If this is the case, then we have to take action. Otherwise, wouldn't Magneto be allowed to fall? Professor X worried. The matter involved his best friend, and he was a little lost. Seeing this, Liu Yan said helplessly, actually, compared to the situation on Magneto, I am more worried about you, Professor. P.S. I'm crying, the handicapped party, why do you want to pretend to be forced? Write today's 5 shifts. Now there is one more update, I didn't write it. 2333*. Chapter 13. 13 Professor, have you found a treasure? Liu Yan, who proposed military training, add more to 1,000 flowers. Who is worried about me? Sure enough, Liu Yan's words made Professor X stunned again. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, even Professor X felt that he couldn't keep up with Liu Yan's thinking. Looking at him, he asked curiously. Liu Yan, are you worried about an accident in the next rescue operation? We can't convince Magneto. Liu Yan shook his head. No, my worry at this time has nothing to do with Magneto. To be precise, I am worried that you will become Apocalypse's next target. Apocalypse, the next goal. Seeing everyone puzzled, Liu Yan continued, don't forget the ability on the Apocalypse side, he can take away the mutant ability in a way similar to possessing others' body. You have been thinking about how to face Apocalypse, fight with him, and rescue Magneto and others. Haven't you thought about what would happen if Apocalypse wanted to attack Professor X? Liu Yan continued. At this time, it can be regarded as revealing the storyline of Apocalypse in disguise, and the next plot. In the original book, Apocalypse was interested in Professor X's ability to connect with all human beings. Only then began the idea of robbing his body. It's just that all the people present didn't know it. Now everyone is following Liu Yan's words, falling into anticipation. I thought of the picture after the professor's ability was mastered by Apocalypse. Hiss. Even Beast Hank, who has always been self-sufficient, couldn't help taking a breath. That's horrible. Isn't Apocalypse really invincible by then? Let alone resist anyone. Even if I have a little bit in my mind, I want to deal with Apocalypse. I'm afraid it will be clear to Apocalypse in the first time. No. I can't let that guy's plan succeed. Beast Hank growled subconsciously. Returning to his mind, looking at Liu Yan's gaze in front of him, compared to before, he brought a little appreciation and gratitude. After all, the time for real contact between the two parties was only about 7 days. Although on Liu Yan's side, Awakening has a powerful ability, he can even compete with him. But Beast Hank was never a person who blindly praised power. He has always believed that wisdom is more precious than strength. It is precisely because of this that Liu Yan did not have a lot of favors before. But right now, it's different. Following Liu Yan's succession several times, he proposed ideas. He suddenly discovered that the boy in front of him named Liu Yan. It seems that it is not what he expected, there is a brave man. On the contrary, the other party's thoughts are rigorous and unconstrained, and they can always notice the flaws in their plans. This kid is a handsome man. A general is easy to find and hard to find. In fact, at this moment, it's not just Beast Hank. Even Professor X took another high look at Liu Yan. I feel that this Huxia student who I randomly selected from the street seems to be much better than it seems. Professor, I really found a treasure. Everyone has different thoughts. Liu Yan looked at their reaction at this moment, but was only happy. It wasn't because of anything else, but because I knew that this wave of notification in advance was not in vain. Not surprisingly. Even if Professor X received Mystique's request, he would not rush to contact Magneto. Without contacting Magneto, there is a high probability that it will not be discovered by Apocalypse. Xavier School should also be able to escape the end of being directly bombed. But it is just to avoid the school being bombed. Liu Yan knew clearly. I want Professor X, who are full of sense of justice, to give up the idea of continuing to be hostile to Apocalypse. That is completely impossible. Sure enough, after being persuaded by Liu Yan, Professor X and others gave up the idea of actively contacting Magneto. But after calming down, however, all his attention was focused on this resurrected Apocalypse. This guy is really a hidden danger. Professor, I think we haven't paid enough attention to him before. He is too dangerous and has impure motives. Let me say, let's do better first and arrest him. Several Hank people spoke up one after another. There is a meaning to move towards Apocalypse in advance. In the end, even Professor X participated in the discussion. And watching everyone's reaction, Liu Yan was speechless again. Suddenly I felt that the X-Men guys really don't know what tactical operations are. Well, in other words, they, whether they are Professor X or their members, are too immature. It is incomparable with the later. It's normal. Liu Yan thought so. The abnormal expression on his face has already been noticed by Professor X in the field. Liu Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you dissatisfied with the plan we have made here? Before the change, Beast Hank would never ask a freshman who had just entered school for 7 days, such a major strategic question. But right now, facing Liu Yan is different. After a series of things. On Hank's side, Liu Yan was placed on the same position as himself and invisible. Moreover, this was a questioning, and it did not cause the astonishment of Professor X and others. Instead, everyone thinks it is definitely. It's just a change in people's mentality. Liu Yan himself did not pay attention. When I heard Hank, I asked him a question. When he spoke subconsciously, he replied, "It's nothing, I just think it's a bit too risky for us to make a sudden shot like this. Let me say, instead of making a shot at this time, it's better to hurry up and conduct pre-war assault training for everyone. For Xavier students, do assault combat training. What's the difference between that and Magneto's previous proposal to me?" When Professor X heard the news, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Liu Yan followed but said again, "Sometimes, mastering force does not necessarily mean harming others, but to protect ourselves better, just like the current situation. Professor, don't you really think that a group of mutants who have not undergone any training and only have a preliminary grasp of their own abilities can compete with Apocalypse, the first mutant? Do you want to see them die on the battlefield for no reason?" War, but never affectionate. Liu Yan's voice was cold, and what he said made Professor X silent. After opening his mouth several times, there was no reason to refute. Before it was Magneto and Mystique, now it is Liu Yan. After repeated persuasion from everyone, even with Professor X at this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little shaken. I lowered my head and began to seriously think about whether my original intention to establish Xavier College was really wrong. Thinking about it this way, Professor X's thoughts were a little lost. At the moment, Liu Yan obviously didn't discuss the future of mutant with him. Seeing Professor X was a little shaken. Then he opened his mouth. Threw out the killer. Asterisk. Chapter 14. 14 legs that can be restored? Liu Yan, who are you? 1. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. 14 legs that can be restored? Liu Yan, who are you? 1. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. In fact, not only for Xavier's Academy, I want to say that even Professor you need to strengthen your own strength at this time. Enhancing strength. Professor X returned to his senses, listening to Liu Yan's words, immediately laughed. My ability has been developed to the limit, except through external forces, I can no longer. He spoke, trying to explain his situation. But at this moment, he was just halfway talking, but was interrupted by Liu Yan again, said. I'm talking about more than just the enhancement of ability. A person's combat effectiveness is composed of many aspects, isn't it? For example, to teach you the current state, I would take the liberty to ask if your legs are repaired. In the battlefield, can it exert greater combat power? The influencing elements of combat effectiveness are multifaceted. As for Professor X, the biggest obstacle to restricting his ability is not others. It is his legs. The legs that had been scrapped in the first battle turned him into an extremely crispy magician. Once closed by an outsider, it can be said that there is no resistance. This can be seen in the follow-up plot of the original storyline of Apocalypse. Professor X at the time. Professor X after being completely suppressed by Apocalypse in mental power. The combat effectiveness is simply not comparable to that of ordinary adults, and it is completely passive. And I still want to run, the kind that can't move. That's why Liu Yan wanted to help him restore his legs. As for the way to restore the legs, naturally nothing else, it was the GH325 potion obtained from the previous lottery. The potion that even dead man can resurrect, repairing the broken spine leg injury, is of course no problem. Although this thing has side effects, the impact of that kind of mental power should be minimal for Professor X. Liu Yan thought so, and then returned to his senses. There was already a series of shocked roar in the field. What are you talking about to make the professor recover his legs and stand up again? Liu Yan, are you kidding me? Everyone surprised roar one after another. Even with Professor X himself, a touch of excitement flashed across his eyes. Leg disease can be said to be one of his biggest heart problems. If it can really heal the legs. For Professor X, it is naturally a good thing to dream of. Only. This joy only lasted for a moment. Professor X calmed down again, but smiled bitterly again. He thought of the medicine he had injected during the depression period. Although that kind of medicine can make Professor X regain his combat power, but it suppressed the ability in his body. Makes him unable to use abilities. And then, there will be a confrontation with a powerful mutant like Apocalypse. If Professor X is unable to use his mental power, then he is truly abolished. Okay, Liu Yan, now is not the time to make jokes. Professor X spoke and interrupted Liu Yan, beckoning him not to continue. Liu Yan also looked up when he heard the news, watching Professor X's reaction, but vaguely guessed what he was thinking. Then, he laughed again. Who is joking with you, Professor? I'm serious. I do have a potion that can restore your leg injury. The kind of potion you mentioned. We have discovered it a long time ago. Although it can restore my walking ability, it will curb my ability. I don't plan to use it right now. Professor X is weak. Liu Yan shook his head when he heard the news. A serious way. It seems that you and I are not talking about the same thing, Professor. Don't be so pessimistic. I can assure you that the medicine given to you can recover your injury. But it will definitely not curb your ability. What? You still have this medicine in your hand. How can this be? Yet, how is this possible? Isn't this medicine without side effects? This is not just Professor X. Hank couldn't help asking aloud. Liu Yan didn't intend to hide anything, and confessed directly in front of everyone. Definitely has side effects. But the side effects should be minimal to the professor. After speaking, he followed up in GH325. I told Professor X about the spiritual impact. As predicted. This so-called side effect, after being told by him, Professor X didn't take it to heart at all. What kind of mental trauma can even be eliminated by replacing the memory, that is just for ordinary people? For Professor X, such a natural mental power is superb, and the metamorphosis to the extreme top mutant. This mental damage, it's really minimal. When he was a child, he couldn't really control his ability. But every day, he has to endure similar devastation. It is said that a long illness becomes a cure. Now, on the mental side of the brain, no one knows better than a professor. It is precisely because of this that I have finished listening to Liu Yan now. The professor, without even trying, can determine that this side effect has almost zero impact on himself. If what Liu Yan said is true, then there really is a potion made for me in this world. As soon as he thought of this, Professor X was naturally excited. But after a moment of excitement, then new doubts came to my heart. He raised his head again and turned to Liu Yan, and couldn't help asking again. Such a terrifying potion, Liu Yan, where did you get it? With his questioning, the crowds who were originally noisy in the field also quieted down. At this moment, he raised his head and his eyes were on Liu Yan, who was looking at him. There are some doubts in the eyes. Before Professor X said, they hadn't paid attention. Think about it now. Really? How could such a terrifying potion appear in Liu Yan's hands casually? Although he has awakening ability at this time, he is considered a top mutant. But a few days ago, he was still an ordinary Huxia civilian. Said that he had developed such a terrifying medicine in advance? That's impossible. Liu Yan didn't panic when he heard the professor's questioning. In fact, before he took out the medicine, he had already figured out the relevant rhetoric in his mind. Seeing everyone cast their eyes on him now. After that, my face is not red and my heart beats. Started nonsense. He didn't explain directly, but asked rhetorically. S.H.I.E.L.D. The professor should have heard of it. S.H.I.E.L.D. That organization CO founded by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. Professor X and the others were taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly mention this. However, he had obviously heard the name of SHIELD. You don't want to tell me that this medicine was developed by S.H.I.E.L.D, right? Asterisk. Chapter 15. 15 Liu Yan's Secret, Lesson Cyclops. 2. Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collection. It was originally. When Liu Yan heard the news, he nodded directly without any negative meaning. What? Then S.H.I.E.L.D medicine, how could it appear on your body? Is it possible that you are the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? Hank frowned, and then looked at Liu Yan's expression, but they all became vigilant. Although there is not much contradiction between them and SHIELD. However, no one likes 2 or 5 boys. So at this time, I raised my eyes again and looked at Liu Yan's gaze, which became weird. What do you think? I don't have that superb acting skills yet and can play the role of an agent. Liu Yan was still smiling. Everyone was afraid, and asked, then this potion? My parents used to be researchers in S.H.I.E.L.D. related projects. This medicine is the result of their research. Liu Yan said. Who can prove it? Hank asked several people. Liu Yan shrugged, no one can. The medicine is here anyway. If you don't worry, you can first test its safety. After speaking, Liu Yan directly threw the GH325 potion from his arms. Beast Hank hurriedly caught it with his hands. Still want to talk? Liu Yan had already reached the door of the office, waved his hand, and left. Hey! Let's go now, Liu Yan! Liu Yan! Several Hank shouted from behind. Seeing Liu Yan's side, he didn't look back. He couldn't help but bowed his head, and started thinking in pieces. This brat shouldn't be angry because of our cross-examination. Shockwave is aside, a little worried. Hank glanced at the potion in his hand, then raised his head. His gaze fell on Professor X next to him, with a questioning expression in his eyes. Professor X was silent when he saw this. After a while, he said, let's get the laboratory test first. If what Liu Yan said is true, then it doesn't matter where the medicine came from. Hank nodded solemnly. It's been a long time since he had seen Professor X look like this, looking full of expectation. On the other side, Liu Yan walked on the campus trail with arms folded. He looked indifferent. Regarding the lie that I told my parents in front of everyone just now from SHIELD. I didn't worry about it at all, I was exposed. After all, the main energy of the current X-Men is affected by apocalypse. In a short period of time, there should be no possibility of contact between the two parties. As for the follow-up, wait until Professor X is really cured of his leg injury. Proved that the medicine is harmless. So where does this thing come from? Is that important? It is estimated that no one will root out the problem and pursue it. After all, who doesn't have a secret this year? After doing all of this, Liu Yan felt a lot easier for the whole person inexplicably. For the help of the X-Men, Liu Yan feels that he has done everything he can do at this stage. And then, his main task is to improve his strength as much as possible. This is not just to deal with apocalypse. It is also to deal with the dangers that may arise in the next Marvel world. Thinking like this, he thought again. Looking at my personal panel, it shows that there is only 10% of the control degree of plenty of fruits. Then asked the system again. System, how can you improve this control degree? Can it only be through your random choices? If it is, then you should also use more similar control degrees. Ding! The option refresh of the system is completely random and uncontrollable. In addition, since it is a control degree, it is natural that the more you use it, the higher the proficiency, and the higher the control degree. Oh! It means to keep training. In addition to the above two methods, are there any additional ways to improve control? Liu Yan licked his mouth. Some asked impatiently. 10% control is really not enough. He is even stronger. And the reply from the system did not disappoint him. System, ding. The host can unlock rewards and increase control by completing special achievements. Special achievement? What special achievement? When Liu Yan heard the news, his spirits came instantly. Busy to ask. System, this requires the host to explore on its own, and the system cannot interfere. Ji, come here again, half talking, you are going to be beaten, you know, young man. Liu Yan was unhappy. However, I kept asking, seeing the system, there was no response. Helpless, I can only give up the idea of continuing to dig into the roots. He lowered his head again, and started thinking seriously in his own heart. I feel that since it is a special achievement, it should have something to do with the protagonist of the storyline. It's just that his interaction with the protagonist during this period of time is not too small. Why, the achievement system is not triggered? Is it possible to interact in other ways? Liu Yan walked on the campus, vaguely, feeling as if he had caught the point. I lower my head, thinking about who I should interact with. There was a sudden noise in my ears. Looking up again, I found myself walking to the lake without knowing it. Hank, who was still discussing with Professor X in his office. I don't know when I appeared here. Talking to a young man with his eyes covered with gauze. These glasses are specially made of red stone. They can refract the laser light emitted by your eyes and store them all in the vector field. Quickly, bring them and try them. Hank said, and handed a black spectacle to the young man. The young man took it and opened his eyes carefully. Seeing the world reappearing in front of my eyes, I was particularly excited. Although Liu Yan had never seen this guy before. But when he looked at his current look, he guessed it. This guy is not someone else, but in the original book, Qin's boyfriend, Cyclops. Definitely, the current Cyclops has just entered Xavier School and has not yet become the captain of the X-Men. Of course, let alone fall in love with Jin. This is the original storyline that hasn't happened yet. But now that Liu Yan has become Qin's boyfriend, he was also not prepared to let this story happen according to the original trajectory. I was still thinking about how to dispose this Cyclops. Looking up again, he found that no one in Cyclops was reading towards the piano under the big tree at this moment. After walking over, his face also changed immediately. Decisively abandoned the gentle policy that I just envisioned in my head. Clenched his fists. The Cyclops who intend to give this color/fascination/heart/aperture/have a good memory. Asterisk. Chapter 16. 16 for you, what can you do? 3. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. Definitely, Cyclops himself doesn't know anything about all this. His immediate attention was all on the piano sitting under the tree. At this time, watching Qin bow his head, flipping through the books. I just feel that this girl is so gentle. Looking at it, the whole person can't help but feel a little silly. Speaking subconsciously, he asked Hank next to him. Who is the girl under the tree? You mean her? Jean Grey. You've seen it before. Hank glanced and replied casually. Didn't think too much. I didn't notice the smile at the corner of Cyclops' mouth. Then he didn't wait for Hank to say anything. Cyclops has already taken the initiative. In the direction of Jean Grey, walked over. Looking at that posture, it was obvious that he wanted to make a move, roar. Leave a good impression on the other party first. This guy, isn't it interesting to Jean? Hank looked at Cyclops from behind and looked at something wrong. Think of Liu Yan again. This time I made a clear cough and spoke again, just about to remind Cyclops. But I don't want to. At this moment, Cyclops hasn't waited, but here is really close. There was a sudden tremor on the ground under his feet. Turning over like a dragon. Made Cyclops, a stagger, fell directly to the ground. Then I raised my head and looked forward. I was shocked to discover that the blue stone that I had just stepped on was just under my feet. It all fell apart. At this time, the pieces of blue stone accumulated together, floating and sinking in front of this Cyclops. It's like a natural wall between him and Jean. What is going on? Cyclops looked at this scene in a daze. Hank at the back, after being astonished, his expression immediately became serious. Turning his eyes, it was an instant to find the culprit. Towards under the big tree not far away, the smiling black-haired man snorted coldly. With helplessness deep in the eyes, said. Liu Yan, what are you doing? This is our new classmate who just enrolled. Don't target others. Yes, it's between Cyclops and Jean right now. Naturally, it is nothing else, it is the barrier that Liu Yan deliberately created by using the plenty of fruits ability. After knowing Hank's side, after discovering himself, Liu Yan looked up here and laughed again. Not because of this, it really meant to stop. On the contrary, he waved his hand, somewhat disapprovingly said. What is targeted and not targeted, beast, you are talking now, but it is getting harder and harder to hear. Who do you think of me, Liu Yan? Am I the kind of senior who can shoot at others casually? How can it be? This is purely my own strength, I haven't been in control yet, and it's caused by energy dissipation. You have to believe me. The situation at this time, it's really not my intention. Not what you meant. I believe you a ghost. Hank rolled his eyes. I didn't even intend to believe Liu Yan's nonsense. Because right now, with the time he speaks. Cyclops, who had fallen to the ground, was shocked again by roar. Gravity suppression. 5 times the gravity. Buzz. An invisible force field directly acts on Cyclops. Cyclops, who originally wanted to stand up from the ground, puffed and lay on the ground again. Enough, Liu Yan, stop it. Cyclops, I didn't know that Qin already has a boyfriend. Hank continued to persuade. As for Cyclops, it is not an idiot. After a brief period of depression. After listening to the conversation between the two, I also roughly guessed the identity of Liu Yan. Xiao worked with oneself to make a sister unsuccessful, but instead ran into the other's real boyfriend? Thinking about it, his first feeling was naturally embarrassing. But after embarrassment, following my heart, I can't help but feel a little irritated. I just wanted to make a move in the past. Roar, Liu Yan, are you too domineering to do this? With 5 times the pressure, he slowly got up. Cyclops gritted his teeth and asked Liu Yan. Overbearing. Liu Yan was taken aback. Looking down at Cyclops, he laughed again, disapprovingly. I am so domineering, but, what can you do with me? Liu Yan narrowed his mouth. With you, brat, you want to dig my corner. Is it reasonable? Liu Yan is not much to compare. The backhand directly moved towards the void and made another downward pressure. Gravity suppression. 10 times of gravity. Gravity doubles. Cyclops' body followed a stagger. But this time, he was prepared and didn't fall to the ground. Just the green veins on the forehead. One by one burst. Enough, Liu Yan is enough. Hank watched by and persuaded again. At this time, his figure is also slightly enlarged. Looking at that posture, I also intend to beast. The two who were about to forcibly hold back and clashed. But at this time, I haven't waited for Beast Hank to move again. Liu Yan's ears suddenly heard the sound of roar, which was full of anxiety. No, Liu Yan, go. When Hank heard the news, he also turned his head. Looking at the scene again, it is also terrifying. It turned out that at this moment, Cyclops in rage had actually taken off the special glasses he had just brought on. A scarlet laser spewed from his eyes. This time, it was like 2 sharp swords. Toward Liu Yan's location, go fiercely. Damn, this guy is also messing around. Before Hank, but with Professor X. When Cyclops entered school, he tested the power of his eye laser. It is precisely because of this. This time I feel terrified. I can't imagine how the laser would react if it really hit Liu Yan right now. All fooling around. Among the classmates, how can you play such a killer? Hank was indignant. Looking at Liu Yan's gaze again, there is a little more worry. After all, this attack is much stronger than his previous methods in terms of destructive power alone. He originally believed that with Liu Yan's current strength, he couldn't compete at all. Can only dodge in the vastness. But the next moment. However, he saw the familiar purple gravity ring, which appeared in front of Liu Yan again. His counterattack was much quicker than Hank expected. Gravity rebound. Controlling objects and hitting people. Kung Fu in the blink of an eye. Liu Yan mobilized the two skills of heavy fruits in an instant. At this time, he stormed forward. The attack from Cyclops just now was not only left intact, but all bounced back. The Shikways who were originally lying between the Qin and Cyclops. At this moment, they all came alive. It's like having spirituality. Also stormed towards Cyclops. Asterisk. Chapter 17. 17 Frighten Rivals and Unlock Achievements. 4. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Cyclops, as the captain of the X-Men in the future, naturally has extraordinary ability. But no matter how you say it. Right now, he has just entered school after all. It's really cute and new. Fighting skills can be said to be totally ignorant. In this case, suddenly faced with such a dense offensive, like raindrops. Naturally panicked. Can only passively use laser light to sweep towards all sides. Looks very embarrassed. But here Liu Yan didn't mean to let Cyclops go. While Cyclops was hit by stones on all sides, it was overwhelming. After that, he performed gravity suppression again. This time, it was directly pressed down by 30 times the force of gravity. 30 times the weight is undoubtedly the last straw to crush the camel. Cyclops, who could barely cope with it just now, grunted, and finally couldn't support it. The figure movement immediately slowed down. As his movements slowed down, the stones that were originally isolated from him, as well as the laser light that bounced back, hit him firmly. Said it was late, then it was fast. Everyone nearby felt that it was just a blink of an eye. Immediately I heard a bang. Look back again and take a closer look. Cyclops' whole person was actually blown out directly from the spot. A deep hole was smashed in the lawn. The whole person swayed and looked at Liu Yan. I haven't said a word yet, and he has fainted directly. Yet, is this over? Cyclops was defeated so quickly. With such a big movement and people coming and going in the school, there are naturally many onlookers. Although everyone had already anticipated the outcome of the battle when they first started. But to be honest, after really seeing this scene, still inevitably shocked. It's not that it shocked others, but Liu Yan's speed of winning. It's too fast. After all, Cyclops are not ordinary mutants. His younger brother Shockwave is now one of the top combat powers next to Professor X. As for himself, it was even when he first entered school. It has been defined by Professor X as a mutant with top-level abilities. Such a person, even if the initial awakening combat effectiveness is not as good as Liu Yan, it should not be much weaker. At least you can fight for 10 rounds. But who would have thought that they would really fight each other? Not even a minute passed. The other party was beaten on the ground? Don't talk about them, even Beast Hank, watching this scene inevitably opened his mouth. Suddenly, I felt that the ability level that the professor had judged Liu Yan before seemed to be improved by another level. Definitely, after a brief shock. Hank returned to his senses, and hurried forward to investigate Cyclops' injuries. After discovering that he was only fainting, his body was not severely damaged. This is a sigh of relief. But right now, he hasn't waited for him to speak anymore. Liu Yan has spoken in the back, quietly said. Don't worry, I control my strength. This is just a lesson, and it won't really hurt Cyclops. Lesson? You call this just a simple lesson? It's not that I said, Liu Yan, what you did was really too much. Hank looked indignant. Liu Yan still waved his hand indifferently, saying, how can it be so exaggerated as you said? He would be fine if he went back to sleep, at most he suffered some skin injuries. In fact, this is really for his good. Hank, think about mutant who just started enrolling, especially at the level of Cyclops, who is not arrogant and has eyes above the top. This was a lesson from my senior. Not only can they recognize reality more quickly, but they can also work harder and train hard since then. Isn't this a good thing? Liu Yan's clever tongue is like a spring, turning black and white upside down. When Hank heard the news, he felt that his nose was getting crooked. What does it mean to be good for them? What is called senior? If I remember correctly, you only enrolled a week earlier than Cyclops, right? This senior, are you embarrassed? Hank looked upset. Liu Yan was unmoved. What happened in a week? 1 hour earlier, that is also senior. Who is not convinced? Dissatisfied, hit him until he was convinced. Liu Yan thought, clenching his fists. Hank gritted his teeth again when he saw his movements, and said, "CO author, according to your wishes, you will come this way for every freshman in the future." Hank intended to mock Liu Yan. Who would have thought that when Liu Yan heard the news, he actually thought about this problem in an extraordinary way. After a while, he said seriously, "Don't tell me, I think this is a good idea, you can consider it." Consider? You fighting freak. Wait, I will tell Professor X all about you and let him punish you. Hank was also completely lost temper by Liu Yan's side. Xin said that when he first enrolled, how could he be blind, and did not see that under the gentle appearance of this Huxia boy, there was such a crazy heart hidden? Hank's face is cloudy. Liu Yan looked at it, but smiled even more happily. He is definitely not the violent maniac in Hank's mind. At this time, the lesson Cyclops was really just looking at this potential rival and wanted to cut off his thoughts about the piano in advance. As for the final request, I want to challenge the freshmen of Xavier School. This is even simpler. Because after he just knocked down the Cyclops, a special achievement that has been miserable before, it actually unlocked one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the special achievement, Stun the Future Rivals, and the control of plenty of fruits increased to 11.7%. Activate ability Gravity Light. Yes, his fruitful control has really improved. Although only 1.7%. But this is enough to make Liu Yan feel excited. What's more, right now, in addition to the increase in his control, it even activated the fruit's new ability. Light of Gravity, use ability to release a purple gravity wave. The object hit by the gravity wave will instantly strengthen the gravity, and it can also pull the hit object instantly. P.S. Fourth more. This chapter was written, but it was already June 7th before I knew it. Here, the author wishes everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival in advance. The 5-person bonus has been met. But because of the Dragon Boat Festival, the author also has to help at home. May only keep the basic 4 chapters updated. Wait until after the Dragon Boat Festival. Again, let me say something in advance, please forgive me. In addition, ask for a free collection of monthly tickets. Mem. Love you *. Chapter 18. 18 Mystique returns, Liu Yan 1, please ask for flowers, collect. It turned out to be the light of gravity. It's really interesting. Liu Yan is eager to try. At this time, I felt the new knowledge about the fruits of gravity that came out of my mind at this time. He couldn't wait to reach out and try it now, but before he could move, he was interrupted again by the roar next to him. I'm talking to you, Liu Yan, do you guys take our Xavier School rules into consideration? Then again, believe me or not. Hank talked endlessly. Liu Yan raised his head when he heard the news, looked at him a little impatiently, but didn't show him any face. Follow along. Again. If this happens again, what about expelling me? This is indeed a good way for students. But Assistant Professor Hank, you seem to have forgotten. I am no longer a student at Xavier School. When Hank heard the news, the whole person was in a daze. Then I remembered that the guy in front of him seemed to have dropped out of Xavier on his own initiative. And he had already planned to leave yesterday, this place he was talking about right and wrong. The reason for staying seems to be the result of the painstaking persuasion of myself and Professor X last night. Just thought of this. Hank is big again. I naturally regretted my previous actions. But now, what else can he do? Change your mind, do you really drive away Liu Yan? That can't be done. After all, GH325, the potion that can successfully stand up against each other, is provided by the opponent. If it is really useful, I will have to ask for Liu Yan in the future. Thinking about this, his expression was also fluctuating. Liu Yan looked at his tangled appearance, but laughed again. Reaching out and patted him on the shoulder, he said indifferently. Okay, Hank, don't worry about it. Didn't I tell you everything? A piece of cake. It's just for his girlfriend. You have this time, aiming at me here, entangled with this. Might as well go to the school classroom and see your dream girl. Look at who, the lover of your dream. Hank didn't react a little, Liu Yan meant. Seeing this, Liu Yan's smile became more and more interesting. After a while, faintly uttered 3 words. Mystique. These 3 words are one export. Hank, who was originally calm, exploded in an instant. Mystique, you said Mystique returned to Xavier. Don't get excited, it's back. I saw her on the way just now, our beloved mutant hero. Liu Yan smiled. Saying this at this time was purely to divert Hank's attention. Very awesome skills. But it did succeed. No way, Mystique is Hank's weakness. Hearing Liu Yan say this, Hank's side was very ethical and left the unconscious Cyclops in place. Turning his head alone, he hurriedly ran in the direction of Xavier's classroom. If you guys lie to me, I will never end with you. Before leaving, Hank called to Liu Yan. Liu Yan looked at the back of Hank leaving. Thinking about the entanglement between this guy and Mystique, he couldn't help but shook his head again. I knew that the hope in Hang Kao might be lost once again. Mystique is back with this. Not for him. 3 minutes of silence for the poor single dog. After that, Liu Yan finally looked to the rear, Qin who had not spoken. She always smiled and looked behind her when she published the Constitution. Can not help but smile, stretched out her hand and scraped off her Kyung nose. Asked actively again and said, why, when you see your man fighting with others, don't you stand up and stop it? Hehe, why stop it? Liu Yan is so handsome when he teaches people. Qin smiled and said. With a sweet face at this time, Liu Yan was a little surprised when he saw it. Why, am I wrong? No, it's just that you originally thought you would teach me like Hank. I thought I was a violent maniac or something, but now seeing your reaction, I was a little surprised. Liu Yan explained. Qin pursed his mouth when he heard the words. Said, how is it possible, Liu Yan can be jealous for me, I am too happy to be too late. The Cyclops. You mean him? This guy is slick, he is not a good person at first sight, I don't like it. Liu Yan, even if you didn't speak just now, I won't pay him any attention. Obviously you made a mistake, and you almost got punished. Humph, this guy, let me run into it next time, I want to beat him too. As Qin said, there was an expression of disgust on his face. He shook his own little fan fist. Liu Yan looked at her with a sincere expression on her face, which didn't seem to be fake. The whole person was taken aback again. Xin said how the storyline of this plot is different from the original development. But when you turn your head and think about it, it's clear. The piano in the original book has a good impression of Cyclops as soon as they meet. That's because the entire Xavier school, except Cyclops, other students of the same age fear her and treat her as a monster. To put it bluntly, Cyclops took advantage of the void. But now the situation is different. Because of the early blending of Liu Yan, the Qin at the moment almost feels that she is the happiest woman in the world. Where can I feel lonely? In this case, looking at Cyclops again is just looking at each other with ordinary eyes. And if you look at it with normal eyes, the Cyclops, which are flowing in the air, obviously do not meet the mate selection criteria of a quiet piano since childhood. In addition, the other party just spoke rudely towards Liu Yan, ready to plot against him. For Cyclops, where does Qin still have a good impression? Even disgust is extreme. This sudden psychological change was completely unexpected by Liu Yan. But at this time, when he returned to his senses, he was also happy to see the result. Then he played the piano and sat down by the tree. It is also a rare easy time to enjoy together. Time flies, and it's almost night. But the sweetness of the two-person world didn't last long. Here at Shockwave, I found it. Although he, because of the conflict between his brother Cyclops and Liu Yan, was somewhat unhappy in his heart. But he is much more stable than Cyclops. When I came here, I just talked about business. Towards Liu Yan, he said solemnly, Liu Yan, Professor X, call you to come over. Got it, I'm going now. Liu Yan nodded, not only did not panic about the hostility here in Shockwave. On the contrary, a little eager to try. In fact, he really wants to try it and continue to beat Shockwave. Will it also be able to unlock special achievement rewards? Definitely. He also knows that he can't act too aggressively at this time. Therefore, it was the first time he got up and went back to Professor X's office. But when I entered at this time, I didn't see Professor X first. On the contrary, he first saw a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Who was looking at himself at this time? There was curiosity in his eyes. This woman is so famous. Liu Yan also recognized the woman's identity at a glance. No one else, it is Mystique Raven. Asterisk. Chapter 19. 19 Mystique's Combat Training Camp. 2. Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collections. You are the Liu Yan. At this moment, the two met, before Liu Yan could speak. Mystique was very interested and asked first. For Mystique, who is now the hero of Mutant, Liu Yan naturally also respects. Although respectful, but not as exaggerated as other mutant. Hearing her question, he just nodded. It's me, Mystique Raven, I've been admired for a long time. Oh? Have you heard my name? Mystique asked rhetorically. Liu Yan shrugged and said, the White House incident is well known. If I say that I don't know you at this time, it would be strange, right? If you guessed correctly, it's not Professor X who is looking for me at this time, but you. Liu Yan was very carefree, and didn't hide his thoughts. When the Mystique in front of him heard the news, he raised his head and laughed again. Nor did it deny it. On the contrary, he nodded very calmly. Yes, it is indeed me. I just heard Charles, Professor X, and I was curious when he mentioned something about you, so I called you to come over and take a look. At first glance, it is indeed well deserved. You guys are indeed different from those students in Xavier High School. To be honest, compared to those ignorant students, and Charles, you are more like another person. Who? Old Horse Eisenhart. Magneto. Liu Yan was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, sorry, I am myself, unlike anyone else. His words are somewhat resolute. An export at the moment. In front of Mystique, he didn't feel angry. He raised his head instead, and laughed again. Blinking at Liu Yan, he said again. Like, you guys are just like Magneto when he was young, you are so rebellious and arrogant. Liu Yan rolled his eyes and didn't repeat what he said just now. I feel a little depressed in my heart. And looking at him silently. Mystique finally stopped. Following the sorrow, he sighed again. In fact, this time, besides being curious, I also want to thank you in person. although you are the same as Magneto. But you are better than him. He was able to persuade Charles to be a dead brain. Let him change. For the cultivation method of mutant. From this point of view, you and Magneto are different again. You have done what he thought, but has not succeeded. Charles is too naive, and simply wants to make all this a pure land. Little does it know that the flowers that grow in the greenhouse can't stand the ravages of wind and rain at all. If the students have not been allowed to contact the outside world, go to fight. Sooner or later, they will suffer a big loss. Mystique sighed, talking about this. It seems to be unfounded worry. But when Liu Yan heard the news, he nodded in agreement. He is familiar with the original storyline, and naturally knows that Xavier will indeed suffer a big loss. In fact, if it hadn't been for him to change the timeline before, persuading Professor X not to look for Apocalypse in the first place. The Xavier, it is estimated that it has been blown to ruins. It's definitely, he can't explain these words clearly, he can only use his eyes to show his support for Mystique. While looking at the two people, the conversation was happily. Professor X, who has not been watching. I couldn't help but coughed again. Laughed and teased. Enough, you guys, haven't I agreed to everything? No need to mention it repeatedly. Come and whip the corpse, right? Are you embarrassed to say? If it were your thoughts, you could change it sooner. Maybe Magneto won't be so stiff with you. Mystique snorted and said this. Obviously, I still feel sorry for the separation between Magneto and Professor X. As for Liu Yan at this time, he coughed, and finally couldn't help but interrupt, and interrupted the conversation between the two. Asked out his doubts. I want to know what they are doing this time, calling themselves over. Impossible, just to satisfy the curiosity of Mystique? If so, it would be too cheating. Liu Yuan must carefully consider any summons of Professor X in the future. After all, he is in school at the moment, not as a student. It exists as a collaborator on the X-Men side. He has no need, let alone an obligation, he has to follow Professor X's instructions in everything. And seeing his face at this time, he was somewhat impatient. Professor X and Mystique laughed, and finally did not conceal any more, and they said the biggest purpose for inviting him over on this trip. Nothing else, but want to invite Liu Yan to join the combat training. Yes, this time Mystique and the professor discussed the way forward. In order to better rescue Magneto controlled by Apocalypse. The professor finally agreed to organize his own armed forces in the school. At this time, finally, the change throws an olive branch towards Liu Yan. When Liu Yan asked himself, he naturally became excited too. Originally, I was still worrying about my control of fruitful fruits and where to get special achievements. Seeing the most people's reaction right now, I have thoughts again in my mind. I think this is a rare good opportunity. Definitely, he thought it over before speaking, but he didn't accept the request from the other party to join the organization. It's just that he is willing to participate in the training camp. This is not to prejudice the X-Men or Professor X. And it's purely his personal creed, that's it. I am used to living a lone ranger or semi-reclusive life. He didn't hide these things. When he refused, he told a lot of friends. This is foreseeable, and it will cause a sensation in Xavier School. However, fortunately, Professor X and Mystique are not overbearing people either. Liu Yan here is regarded as a non-staff personnel, successfully mixed into the training camp of the future X-Men squad. The battle that night. Liu Yan was arranged by Mystique and had another duel with Cyclops. Needless to say this time, Liu Yan, who had regained his control, won the game more easily. With this victory, his fruitful control has increased by 0.7% in Invisible. With this wave of improvement, Liu Yan suddenly became less disgusted with Cyclops. I think this buddy can become his own mobile experience package. Beat him twice if nothing happens. Rising experience is also a good thing. Definitely all this. Cyclops may not be clear. Otherwise, I was afraid that I would really vomit blood for 3 liters this time, and was fainted by Lu Yan. Too bully. Don't worry about beating someone, and then treat it as a sandbag for decompression. Is it okay to play twice? Listen, this TM is still human? P.S. There is a small shop at home. During the holidays, things are really troublesome. Only now has the Chapter 2 update been written. But rest assured, as I said in the comment section before, although there will not be many updates today, there will still be no less than 4 guaranteed updates every day. In addition, thank you loves Hizzy and I play with you monkey. Love your Destiny Brothers monthly pass. Thank you loves Hizzy Brothers for your 588 VIP reward support. Thank you love your Destiny Brothers for your 1000 VIP rewards and support. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your flowers. Oh, the author continues to cheer. Asterisk. Chapter 20. 20 Gravity Knife Big Tiger. Strength Soaring 3, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collections. Lu Yan is in this special training camp at the moment. Naturally it is impossible to fight against Cyclops alone. Rather, they have had discussions with all the members of the X-Men. Except for Mystique. Most of the other people were easily suppressed by Lu Yan. As for Mystique, although this guy's ability is not offensive, but Lu Yan also had to admit, this woman who has been promoted as a hero by mutant all over the world does have her own strength. On the first day of the match, Lu Yan, who was suppressed by his own rich combat experience alone, was unable to fight back. Definitely. This suppression was only on the first day. With the second day and the third day, Lu Yan and other X-Men fought more and more times. The control of fruit ability is getting higher and higher. Mystique's suppression of him is naturally getting smaller and smaller. 10 will be reduced in one effort. In the end, the other party didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Lu Yan's firepower has been fully fired, using 100 times the force of gravity to directly press down on the ground, unable to move. Definitely, this kind of attack. Lu Yan only performed it once. Next, the battle between Lu Yan and Mystique. Still chose the fight to the flesh strategy. In the later stage, Lu Yan even took the initiative to suppress his own fruit ability. The reason for this? It's not that he looked at Mystique's beautiful appearance and felt pity. Instead, I intend to learn some fighting knowledge with Mystique in this way. After all, in the development of ability, Lu Yan does not need to work hard because of the help of the system. On the contrary, there are relevant experience and means of fighting against others. It is what he needs urgently when he crosses the party. And for this knowledge, from the current Xavier school, Mystique is undoubtedly the most experienced. There is such a good teacher in front of me. Lu Yan is really stupid if he doesn't follow along. So the training camp for the next few days. Lu Yan is already the absolute number 1 in the team. Instead of being lazy, he has become the hardest one in the whole team. Almost all day, soaking in the training room day and night, fighting against Mystique. That crazy training attitude. The people at Xavier School who were originally only afraid of Lu Yan can't help but admire a little more. As a result, Lu Yan, who was previously known as a fighting maniac. Unintentionally, the nickname has changed again. And this time it became better. Become Wu Qi. As soon as time passed, 7 days passed. 1 week later. In the special training room of Xavier School. A tall, black-haired young man with a tang sword at his waist stood silently. Next to him, there are a total of 8 original sentinels. At this moment, he stepped forward and rushed towards the former youth. 8 robots are not too slow. In the fundus of the eyes, red light flickered. The icy airframe even revealed a penetrating sense of oppression. If it is an average person, let alone 8. There was only one, attacking him at this level. I'm afraid the other party will also change color. I was scared and peed my pants. But the boy right now stood in the middle of the 8 first-generation sentinels. Feel the menacing deterrence sweeping from all sides. The young man's complexion remained unchanged. The whole person is like an old monk entering Dharma. He didn't even move his fingers. 500 steps. 300 steps. 100 steps. 50 steps. Sentinel's speed is getting faster and faster. At this time, it was accompanied by a silent voice. One by one, file-size steel fists, like buckets, were raised aloft. Pointed at the black-haired boy on the ground. Smashed down hard. Hum. The dull wind howl, blowing the broken hair on the young man's forehead, dancing with the wind. It's also time to wait. Only then did the boy's right hand grip the handle of Tang Dao tightly. Then raise your hand. Outrageously shoot. Gravity knife big tiger. The man swept forward with a knife. In an instant, just listening to the buzzing, the entire void seemed to tremble crazily with the man's cut. And with this tremor, invisible looked like countless scourges, attacking in all directions. And the 8 first-generation sentinels who had just culled at him. At this time, the figure is all standing in place. Time seems to have fallen into a static state. Then in the rear, under the shocking gaze of the spectators, 8 sentinels with steel bodies weighing several tons. This time it was fragile as paper. As the young man's sword fell, he was cut all upside down and flew out. They are all embedded in the wall of the training room next to them. The machine was completely shattered, and it was crushed into a discus by the twisted gravity. Turned into parts, crashing, scattered all over the floor. The training room, all made of alloy, is a mess at the moment. At the moment, no one is paying attention to this anymore. Everyone raised their heads at this time, but their eyes still fell on the black-haired man holding the Tang sword. In my heart, there is only shock. This was really displayed by him. The use of this ability is terrifying. Who said no? He has only been in school for a few days. I think he is really going to be the strongest mutant in our school. Xavier's students talked a lot. Standing on the subjective platform, Mystique and Professor X looked at each other. I also dared to see the surprise and exclamation in the other side's eyes. Yeah, it's really too strong. Such attack methods have long surpassed their peers. Don't talk about them. Even Professor X can't guarantee that if he was careless, he would be cut to death on the spot by this trick. What kind of monster is this brat? Mystique sighed. She traveled the world and saw a lot of great mutants. But a pervert like Liu Yan, to be honest, is indeed extremely rare. Yes, it is Liu Yan who is being discussed so much by everyone at the moment. Only Liu Yan has this qualification. As he slowly retracted the knife, there was another system prompt in Liu Yan's head. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Sentinel, completing the achievement, and increasing the fruit control to 51.7%. The familiar tone sounded again. Turning his head again, he looked at the group of 8 first-generation sentinels who had been completely smashed by him. Liu Yan's eyes were also filled with relief and excitement. In fact, don't talk about them, he didn't even expect to take him with him. In the past 7 days, his strength has soared to such an extent. P.S. I can't stand it anymore, take a nap and get up to make up. Staying up late is too inefficient. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Fearful Cyclops, Apocalypse has moved. Seeking collection, seeking flowers. Then turn your head and walk outside the training ground. Just went out this time. Mystique and Professor X have not spoken yet. The Blue Nightcrawler who came here with Mystique Raven before, spoke first. With the admiration of a fan on his face. Excitedly, he said again towards Liu Yan. This is really amazing. Liu Yan, how did you do it? The cut just now. If it were me, I would definitely be dead. Liu Yan laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Modestly said, "Don't be presumptuous, your teleportation ability is still very powerful, I may not hurt you at all. That's an escape situation. If you really fight, I will definitely be suppressed by you, and there is no chance of resistance." Nightcrawler looked solemn. In fact, what he said is also the truth. During this period of time, as Liu Yan's control over plenty of fruits became higher and higher, he can already do it, and with a move of his mind, he will instantly activate the gravity situation. You can even create a gravitational chaotic gravity field within a few meters of your side. Is thinking, if someone wants to sneak attack, or plan to face Liu Yan directly, the first thing to face is this chaotic gravity field. Under the guidance of this gravitational field, no one dares to say that it will not be affected at all. Maybe even Magneto will be caught off guard, let alone Nightcrawler. His power lies only in teleportation. If it is really pulled by the gravity field, unable to move, it is estimated that you can only wait passively for death. These, not only Nightcrawler, but everyone present knew it very well. Especially Cyclops, standing in the back at this time. Looking at Liu Yan's gaze, it became extremely complicated. Before that, because of Qin, Liu Yan's unfair treatment of him, it made Cyclops feel a little uncomfortable. To be honest, I really have the idea of settling accounts after autumn. Thinking about it, when he becomes stronger in the future, he will teach Liu Yan a lesson. But after these few days of training, Cyclops' thinking has changed again. Now that he saw Liu Yan again, he didn't want to take revenge directly. Right now, there is only one thought in my heart. That is to run. Stay away from this lunatic. I beg him, don't make any excuses to beat yourself up and it will be over. No idea. Liu Yan is too strong now. It is true that Cyclops needs to look up at this moment. Say something discouraging. Cyclops even felt that for the rest of my life, I might need to live in the shadow of Liu Yan. Thinking, Cyclops lowered his head and sighed again. Turning his head this time, he walked out of the court somewhat desperately. Originally intended to go out alone to relax. Unexpectedly, just walked to the door of the training room at this time. There was another figure rushing in a hurry outside the door. Boom boom boom. It was like iron strike, dull footsteps. It was an instant that attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, Liu Yan raised his brows. Because at this time, they are not others. It is Hank who is beast. Hank, you are in a hurry, what are you doing, burning your A? Looking at Hank's anxious look, Mystique teased. However, he did not receive the expected response. Hank's expression here is actually more serious this time than before, said. Apocalypse. It's Apocalypse and Magneto. They have news. What, Apocalypse news from their side? I heard Hank say that. The expressions of everyone present also became serious in an instant. Especially Mystique rushed in front of him at this time. In a hurry. On Magneto, what's going on? What happened? TV, you know it when you watch TV. Hank gasped. Television? When several people heard this, their expressions were a bit solemn. There are some bad premonitions. As for Liu Yan, when he heard the news, his heart moved even more. Vaguely, it seemed that he had guessed something. Then everyone walked together and hurried out of the training hall. This has just reached the ground of Xavier. Haven't been to Professor X's office yet. It turned out that all the TVs in the Xavier school. No, to be precise, it is the TV of global TV stations. At this time, the same scene is being broadcast live. A picture related to Apocalypse. The same as Liu Yan had expected before. Although because of the appearance of Liu Yan, Apocalypse did not notice Professor X in advance. and use the mastermind to destroy all human nuclear weapons. However, Apocalypse still did not give up the idea of enslaving all mankind. At this time in the picture, Apocalypse took his 4 horsemen and stood in the former Nazi concentration camp. Let Magneto use its own ability. Thoroughly smash this place. After becoming a ruin, Apocalypse's figure slowly vacated. It is in front of a global audience. Finally speak, it is regarded as a global declaration of war. Humble humans. Your king is back. I am Sabanur. Apocalypse in the Bible. The creator of everything. The original mutant. Mutant, my mortal descendants. Come on, all gather around me. Smash the ridiculous weapon of these guys. Spears, battleships, ridiculous guns. I will suspend all wars and let this world return to normal. Back to the rule of God. Sabanur's voice grew louder. As the voice fell to the ground, there were countless dusts flying up. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people's shocking eyes, I saw a simple grey pyramids suddenly rise from the ground. Like a hill. Towering, directly obscured most of the sky. On the huge amounts of pyramids, Apocalypse Sabanur stood in the air at this time. Sunlight poured down his shoulders. It was as if he had been inlaid with a layer of gold on his entire body. Like a god, like a devil. Inviolable. And as he showed such a skill, the gang came from Cairo, the fanatical human believers who had been following him before. At this moment, he really knelt down and began to kowtow. As for the Xavier School, everyone felt cold all over this time. Look at Apocalypse on the computer screen one by one. His complexion was extremely solemn. Asterisk. Chapter 22. 22 Apocalypse's plan, go to CIA, seeking collection, 2/5. 22 Apocalypse's plan, go to CIA, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Apocalypse. This guy is Apocalypse. It's crazy. It's too strong. It's really strong, can we defeat such a character? There was a lot of discussion in Xavier School. To be honest, at this moment, I am also somewhat worried. For such a powerful opponent, although they have no intention to retreat, they are still somewhat apprehensive. Compared with everyone's anxiety at this time, Zhang Huang was at a loss. Mystique and the others reacted immediately. Ran towards Professor X's office again. When they arrive, Professor X is playing with his computer in the office. The above is also news about Apocalypse. Liu Yan glanced. It is found that what is shown above is more of the reactions of various governments to this. The same as Liu Yan they had previously guessed. At the moment, as Apocalypse publicizes its existence on the whole network, and publishes a united front declaration similar to the whole network. Naturally, it caused widespread panic on a global scale. With this panic, governments of various countries have also released news and started to appease the work. A battle between all mankind and Apocalypse kicked off. To be honest, I never thought that Apocalypse would act so boldly and challenge all mankind. Don't they know the reason why too many ants will kill an elephant? When Qin and others heard the news, they also ran in. After entering, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion when I saw the message on Charles's computer. Professor X in a wheelchair smiled bitterly when he heard the news, and said again, Jin, what you think is too simple. This is not the hostile apocalypse of all mankind, but the war between all mankind and mutant. What, mutant? No, isn't it Apocalypse that declared war? How come it is all mutant? Jean Grey behaved a little confused about this. Liu Yan was next to him, took this stubbornly, and said again. Silly girl, things are not as simple as you think. Didn't you watch Apocalypse, the remarks in the video just now? He calls all mutants his descendants, but he wants to wrap all mutants by his side. But that's just his wishful thinking. It's not that they will join them when they become people. At least on Xavier's side, I can guarantee that no mutant will actively join Apocalypse. Jean asked back. When Professor X heard the news next to him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head again. It's useless. Human nature is suspicious. In this case, even if you know that not all mutants will agree with Apocalypse, respond to the call from the other side. But at this moment, humans will definitely not believe in mutant, but will be vigilant. That is for sure. That's right, this is what Apocalypse wants to achieve. In this way, mutant and him are really tied together. It is estimated that during this period of time, he still wished that mutant's experience would be a little bit more painful. In that way, mutant can be completely forced to the opposite of human beings. Professor X continued to add. And hearing him say so, everyone in the field immediately paled again. The Shockwave people were even more panicked. Professor X asked again. Professor, what should we do now? Can't let his plan be implemented. Yet, we have done so much. And finally let mutant and humans enter the elementary level of mutual understanding. Being so disturbed by Apocalypse, isn't it that our previous hard work will be totally in vain? Hostile to humans and mutant? These guys are a venomous conspiracy. The pan in Professor X's office was instantly fried. Everyone talked a lot. Seeing this, Professor X waved his hand to silence everyone. Okay, now is not the time to say this. Now that we have known the plan, it is better to act as soon as possible than to sigh. Oh, Professor, do you already have a countermeasure here? Several people happily asked and hurriedly asked aloud. Professor X said. For today's plan, we can only eliminate Apocalypse before humans and mutant are completely hostile. Does this have to be done? When the trainees who had participated in the special training heard the news, their expressions were all tense. Liu Yan stood by, originally intending to be a transparent person. Seeing that they were here, they couldn't help but speak again, reminding Professor X next to them. Professor, if you really intend to do it, you should take the GH medicine first. GH potion. When everyone heard the news, most of them were at a loss. But they didn't understand. Professor X and Hank naturally understood what he meant. Turning his head and looking again, Liu Yan, who was standing next to the classroom with an indifferent attitude, laughed again. A touch of closeness flashed through the eyes. Don't worry, you don't need to say about this, we will do it too. Yes, even if you do it, you won't be in a hurry for this or 2 days. We will take that medicine first. Oh, take it directly? You don't worry about this medicine. Hank has checked it, and there is no problem with your potion. Thank you, Liu Yan. Professor X said. Liu Yan shrugged indifferently. Just check it out, don't blame me when something really goes wrong. I tell you, I won't be responsible when the time comes. He said something frivolous. When Qin heard the news next to him, he was a little anxious, and hurriedly stretched out the corner of his clothes. Tell him not to talk to the professor like this. But Professor X himself didn't think there was anything wrong. Turning his eyes, he looked at Hank next to him and said again. Get ready. We will take the medicine tonight. Take the medicine tonight? It's so urgent, but Professor, our medical conditions may not meet the requirements. Hang Kao was stunned when he heard the news, then frowned, and said the problem at hand. Professor X obviously had plans for this, and he was not in a hurry to hear the news. He opened his mouth again. Not at our school, we can go to the CIA. CIA. When this word came out, everyone was at a loss. Liu Yan was taken aback, then returned to his senses, only then did he remember. Professor X has long been in touch with the CIA. Mora, his current old lover, seems to be still an executive in the CIA. This guy, he's all on his bones this time, he still hasn't forgotten the resurgence of old feelings? Liu Yan laughed. P.S. There are 3 more today *. Chapter 23. 23. The Cured Professor. Something went wrong in Xavier High School. 3/5. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. It's definitely, although I was teasing in my heart at this time. Liu Yan hasn't really said this. Most of the people present didn't know the inside story, so naturally they didn't think much about it. After knowing that this time the professor, accompanied by Hank, will go to CIA to treat the hidden disease. Apart from joy, they naturally expressed their support and blessings. Liu Yan was by the side, watching these people chattering non-stop. It feels a bit boring. Then he yawned. I wanted to sneak away quietly, so I went back to sleep for a while. Unexpectedly, the action here was caught upright by Professor X. Professor X only called his name in public. I definitely called him at this time, and I didn't want to embarrass Liu Yan in public. Instead, he wanted him to accompany him and take a trip to CIA. Although, when the medicine was handed over to Professor X, Liu Yan said that he didn't know much about the specific ingredients of the medicine and how to use it. All this requires them to explore on their own. But anyway, this medicine was given by Liu Yan. Taking him with him is also a reassurance for everyone. Everyone can feel at ease. Liu Yan naturally understands what everyone's concerns are at this time. So at this time, everyone put forward this request. He also did not refuse. However, he also put forward his own views afterwards. That is, he can accompany him this time, but he also needs to bring a piano and follow along with him. Go to CIA, but also bring the piano. When he said this, it was not just Professor X who froze. He was a little dumbfounded even with the Qin, who was standing beside him, who hadn't spoken all the time. Turning his head, he took the initiative to speak, and talked to Liu Yan. I also feel that at this time, I have no reason to rush to CIA. It's just that, in the face of everyone's persuasion at this time, Liu Yan still shook his head, without any intention of changing his mind. Everyone saw this helpless. But after finally discussing it, he agreed to his request. After all, the number of people going to CIA this time was not small. It doesn't matter if you have more pianos. As for Liu Yan, he insisted on letting Qin go with him at this time. Naturally, he also had his own reasons. That's why he always feels that Apocalypse will take the initiative to Professor X and Xavier School after all. After all, now look at the world. The mutant organization that really had a fundamental conflict with him in conception was the only group led by Professor X. Professor X, they thought, organize the combat force as soon as possible and start with Apocalypse. Who can guarantee that Apocalypse also has the same idea, and is ready to attack Professor X and others first? Other people, Liu Yan can't control, and don't want to control. But Qin, he couldn't ignore it. Therefore, this is why he insisted on keeping Qin by his side this time. It's definitely, for this reason, it's not easy for him to explain too much to everyone. Fortunately, everyone did not ask much about this. That night, everyone set off together and went to the location of CIA. Among them, his colleagues include him, Qin, Hank, Professor X and Mystique. The rest of the people, by Professor X's side, continued to stay at the school, staying at the headquarters. This time, he left for nearly 3 days. Liu Yan originally thought that something would happen if he waited as a group and went to CIA with him this time. However, the end result of the matter surprised him. The whole thing went smoothly from beginning to end. The GH325 potion, just as he predicted before. It is simply the product of a match made in heaven with Professor X. The so-called side effects, for Professor X, can be said to be minimal. Therefore, on the third night, wait until the door of the operating room is opened again. Professor X stepped out on his own. Everyone is naturally happy about this. Especially Mystique Raven, who grew up with Professor X. Looking at my old friend this time, he finally got out of the wheelchair. Ability to walk is restored. I have mixed feelings in my heart. Stepping forward, he took the initiative to give Professor X a hug. Everyone is like this. Professor X himself, let alone naturally. At this time, my heart is also mixed. To be honest, from the end of the operation to now, the excitement in his heart has never subsided. At this time, after embracing everyone, this barely calmed down. Then he turned his head, his eyes finally fell on Liu Yan. Stepping forward, obviously wanting to thank you sincerely. But at this time, he hadn't waited for any action. Liu Yan waved his hand and stopped it again. I said, okay, thank you for coming over and thanking you for the previous one. I don't have to make it here. I really want to thank me. When playing Apocalypse, let me do a little bit less effort. Liu Yan waved his hand lazily. Attitude is particularly lax. But after so many days of getting along, everyone in the field already knew what his qualities were. Under these circumstances, it's not surprising that he reacted this way. Professor X, who was originally going to thank him, smiled when he saw this. Then everyone set off and planned to go back to school. As for the wheelchair that Professor X was in before, Mystique joked that he wanted to be the treasure of the town and school and put it in the museum of Xavier High School for preservation. Several people talked and laughed all the way. Driven by Hank, take them back together. On the way back, several people are still talking and laughing. But when I really go back to school, I will see the situation on the school side. The smiles on the faces of several people solidified in an instant. Don't talk about them. Originally on the back seat of the car, lying on Chin's beautiful legs, Liu Yan was sleepy. After seeing the current situation of Xavier School this time, the whole person couldn't help but subconsciously widened his eyes. After making a jump, he straightened up from his seat. Before, the picturesque Xavier High School was originally lined with trees. At this moment, it was a mess. It's not just the high school that was originally like a castle, but most of it collapsed. Behind the campus, there was a billowing smoke. What is going on? What happened to Xavier High School in the past few days when we left? After a moment of sluggishness, all Hank were shocked roar. All hurriedly jumped off the car. Liu Yan also came to the spirit. Get off the same. Although I don't know what Xavier High School experienced at this time. However, judging from the current encounter, 9 out of 10, it has nothing to do with Apocalypse. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Cyclops was caught, Liu Yan of hesitation 4/5, seeking collection, seeking flowers. He thought, accompany everyone to the school again. What I saw were a lot of students who were injured and fell to the ground. At this time, they were all rolling on the ground, wailing non-stop. Mystique organized Nightcrawler and Piano, and began the rescue work. As for herself, she ran towards the back where there was gun smoke gushing out. Seeing this, Liu Yan naturally followed closely. That is the direction of the artificial lake on the campus. When I approached, I saw a mess on all sides of the artificial lake. Most of the lake water is directly steamed dry. Near the lakeside, nearly half of the originally lush banyan trees crumbled and turned into charred wood. Quite a few sparks are still burning on it. At this moment, Shockwave's body was stained with blood, and he was kneeling beside the artificial lake. Mystique watched this scene, their hearts tightened. Naturally rushed over in a hurry. After holding him up the first time, I wanted to send him to the infirmary to stop bleeding and treat his injuries. What happened? We have only been away for a few days now. How come the school is like this? Hank was worried. These words are exported. Shockwave was supported by him, but he spoke. Out of breath, he said, It's Apocalypse. He said this although everyone had previously expected it in their hearts. But this time, I can't help but frown again. Damn it! It turned out to be the speedy. What the professor said before is really right, this guy is really a scourge. The crowd was aggrieved. When Liu Yan heard the news, his expression moved slightly. Suddenly felt a little curious. Looking at the fallen shockwave again, he couldn't bear it after all, and he asked again. What did Apocalypse do this time? Could it be true that he came for Professor X, and finally found that Professor X was not found, so rage turned to kill? When Shockwave heard his question, he replied feebly, it was indeed for Professor X, but this time the killing at our Xavier school was not because of this. Oh? What is that? Cyclops. Shockwave spoke slowly and spit out a name he hadn't expected at all. Cyclops? This matter has something to do with Cyclops. Liu Yan was confused. After hearing the news, the indignant people next to each other woke up like a dream, and thought of something. Cyclops? Yes, what about Cyclops others? Why didn't I see him when I came back this time? Cyclops he. Taken away by Apocalypse. Shockwave mentioned his brother, and another painful look passed over his face. And what he said was to shock everyone again. The central god that shocked the most was not Hank and the others, but Liu Yan. Others don't know the plot of the original, but he knows it all. It is clear that Apocalypse came to Xavier School at this moment, not for anything else. Just to find his new reincarnation in reality. His original body, after sleeping for thousands of years, was too old and old. It is simply impossible to maintain the long-term rule in this world. And it also greatly restricted his personal strength. So in this case, look for a new body again and possessing others' body. It is the first thing he needs to do after he wakes up. That's why, after he recovered, he was impatiently looking for the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. The purpose is to strengthen one's defensive power at the time of reincarnation. At that time, in the original work, he chose Professor X's ability, so he chose him as the reincarnation. Liu Yan originally thought that he affected the plot and took Professor X away. The other party's reincarnation behavior will stop there. It seems he was wrong now. Although I don't know what the other party thinks. But they ended up at Xavier School. But after not finding Professor X, he didn't even leave. Instead, he took away Cyclops. What is this? Could it be, he intends to use Cyclops as his reincarnation? Liu Yan's first reaction was naturally stunned. But then I think about it carefully, but I feel that the feasibility of this operation is really not low. After all, when Sabanur came here, he had already summoned his 4 Apocalypse Knights. In this case, Cyclops naturally cannot become the 5th Apocalypse Knight. And from the quality of originally, Cyclops' personal physical fitness is not low. It is in line with the other party's requirements for reincarnation. Regardless of the recent period, in school, Cyclops has been held down by Liu Yan. But seriously, Cyclops is really strong. Worthy of the previous Professor X, and praise for his expectations. Both the ability and the speed of personal progress are at the top level. If not, he would not be the captain of the entire X-Men. If it hadn't been for a perverted protagonist like Liu Yan, it would have suppressed his development space. After this training camp, Cyclops, a newly enrolled, sluggish kid, is likely to soar into the sky in Xavier School and get everyone's unanimous approval. It's just that all these cars have changed because of the appearance of Liu Yan. The plot in the original book does not appear. Professor X, although he was not taken away, Cyclops turned out to be his scapegoat. The chain reaction of this series can be said to be too explosive. It was Liu Yan, who digested the news after a long while. When he lowered his head again, he fell into silence again. Originally, he agreed with Chin to help Professor X deal with Apocalypse. But now, he is a little hesitation. It was Cyclops who was caught. That potential rival in love. Under these circumstances, do you want to stop Apocalypse's actions? Wouldn't it be better to let him just GG the boat? P.S. Thank you 15830-230 brothers for your support. There is also 100 VIP point reward support. As the title, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 25. 25 can't save you when you die? Draw again. 5/5. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. This idea is a bit evil. But I have to say, it's really tempting. And it was on Liu Yan's side, when he felt eager for it. At the critical moment, another familiar pop-up popped out in front of him. God-level selection system, unexpectedly appeared again. Selection from Shockwave. 1. After I die, what cares the flood? Refuses to rescue Cyclops, and does not fight Apocalypse. Reward heavy fruit proficiency plus 5%. 2. After all, it's a rival in love, continue to target Apocalypse, but when Cyclops is alive or dead. Reward 1 chance to draw random items from the heavens. 3. After all, this is a life to help rescue Cyclops and ensure his safety. Reward Our Lady title, Passers-by plus 10. Wipe, is the selection system finally activated? Liu Yan grinned, he was naturally delighted that the selection system could be activated at this moment. This selection system has brought him too many benefits. Not to mention anything else, his biggest reliance at the moment, heavy fruits, is extracted through this selection system. After the extraction, Liu Yan also tried to actively activate the selection system. But in the end it was reluctant to find that the activation of this selection system seemed to be completely random. No human control at all. So in the end, we can only give up. The main energy has been transferred to the development of ability which is full of fruits. It was so silent for several days. He almost forgot, his first awakening was a selection system. But after being delighted, I then looked at the series of options that popped up at the top of the selection system. Liu Yan frowned again. The first item, heavy fruits add 5% to the control degree, which is also a good reward. But Liu Yan himself would not choose. After all, it was promised to Qin before, but he didn't regret it halfway. As for item 2, item 3. Well, it made him a little tangled. In terms of rewards alone, they are all good options. However, the third item, the title of the Virgin, is too speechless. The first title reward given by the system is too straightforward. But think about it, Cyclops is his love rival, it is a good thing not to kill him, and he has to sacrifice his life to save him. Isn't this the Virgin? No, not only to save him, but also to keep trying to rescue him. Well, it's the ultimate Virgin. This kind of thing is similar to finding unpleasant things for yourself. Liu Yan can't do it. So just a moment of hesitation. He immediately chose the second item. Decided to ignore Cyclops' life or death, this time he passed the injection of Apocalypse. As for whether Cyclops can survive this time, it is all his luck. Liu Yan thought. Mind is like a finger, already clicked on the second option. And as he chooses to end. In my ears, the sound of questioning from Mystique sounded. They didn't think so much like Liu Yan. Right now, it was purely Shockwave's words and Apocalypse's actions, which provoked anger. Raising his eyes this time, he asked Liu Yan again. Well, Liu Yan, we are going to find the BD Apocalypse to settle the settlement tomorrow. Would you like to go with us? Liu Yan raised his head when he heard the news, and looked at Shockwave and others with expectant expressions. He didn't conceal it, and directly expressed his opinion. Go, I will go naturally, but I'm ugly ahead. In the past, I only targeted Apocalypse. As for the rescue, I will not care. He said simply. Everyone was taken aback. But after the astonishment, everyone was not surprised. After all, the relationship between Liu Yan and Cyclops was not very good. It is already a great kindness to be willing to take action this time and go to resist Apocalypse. If you really wanted to say it, maybe it was Cyclops' younger brother, Shockwave, who was a little bit unhappy at this time. But this kind of discomfort, he only dared to bury it in his heart. Dare to say it? No way. After all, Liu Yan's strength at the moment is already considered the strongest in the same period. If you really say it, it will offend the other party. Liu Yan didn't make a move directly, and the loss was even greater. The hope of rescuing Cyclops is even thinner. From this angle, he even has to thank Liu Yan well. Hey, maybe after this incident, I should really talk to my brother. Why do you just fight against this kind of person? Isn't it just for yourself to be unhappy? Shockwave muttered in his own mind. Liu Yan didn't know and didn't care about his current thoughts. After speaking with everyone this time, his mind entered the system space again. And at this moment, as he said this to everyone, in my mind, the choice that popped up before is naturally over. Familiar with the prompt's sound, it sounded in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful selection, and reward the heavens with a chance to draw a lottery. Use it immediately. Whether? Then it needs to be said? This is going to be Apocalypse, definitely use it immediately. Liu Yan laughed, reaching out and clicking on the yes button. Soon, the familiar lottery page popped up again. Accompanied by the sound of karaoke, the huge roulette slowly turned. One after another, the coveted treasures flashed in front of him again. Liu Yan looked at it, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. Last time, he used a similar method and got a lot of fruits. This powerful devil fruit ability from the pirate world allowed him to get rid of his identity as an ordinary person in one fell swoop and became the real frontline force in X-Men right now. It can be said that it has benefited a lot. I don't know this time, through this lottery scroll. What good things can he extract? If you can extract a DC, similar to Aquaman or Wonder Woman's ability, then it will be great. When the time comes, the double ability will be in hand. When you are with Apocalypse Hard Steel, you will also have confidence. Liu Yan thought so and looked forward to it. But when the pointer finally settled slowly, it was discovered that it crossed the DC area, but fell into the game sector. Game sector? This time we are going to draw game items? Liu Yan didn't have time to be disappointed, and was followed by the lottery panel, which once again mobilized his emotions. The pointer falls. Immediately, a bright golden light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes. Ding! Lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host, successfully extracting game items from LOL Resurrection A**. Chapter 26. 26 Equipment, Resurrection Armor. Liu Yan's whole card? 1/4, for collection, ask for flowers. What? Resurrection A. The draw is over. Liu Yan stared at the awards coming out of him, and he was taken aback. The first reaction is naturally unbelievable. Hurry back to mind, and then open the system panel to view it. Resurrection A. Real name, Guardian Angel, only passive. When your hero receives fatal damage, it will resurrect in situ after 0.4 seconds, restoring 50% health and 30% of maximum mana. Because it is a game item brought to the real world, the cooling time has been increased and changed to 300 hours. Looking at the equipment Guardian Angel lying in his inventory, after a brief period of astonishment and can't believe it, Liu Yan returned to his senses again, but his heart was plunged into ecstasy for an instant. Make a lot of money, make a lot of money. This time, although no devil fruit or other hero ability was drawn. But this Resurrection A is too powerful. Although there is a cooling time of 300 hours. But as long as he stays steady, it is equivalent to saying that he is in the Marvel world and has one more life in disguise. Who can stand this? The system is forcing me to go out. Liu Yan thought in his heart, and then he put the guardian angel on his body for the first time. Because of the system, this guardian angel is completely invisible when worn on the body. On Liu Yan's side, I'm not afraid of others' attention. After finishing the dressing, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. And everyone around, although they don't know what Liu Yan has experienced in this short period of time. But seeing him look so relaxed right now, uncharacteristically, still aroused the curiosity of others. Mystique spoke from the side and asked again. What's wrong, Liu Yan? Depending on your style, is it possible that you already have a countermeasure for the next thing? Liu Yan was also taken aback when he heard the news. I didn't expect Mystique's side to observe so sharply. Looking up again, they found that after Mystique's questioning, everyone's eyes focused on him. He grinned and laughed again. Originally intended to deny. But suddenly he thought of something again, and nodded in a meaningful way, said. There is indeed an immature idea that can be tested. If it succeeds, I believe that for apocalypse, both physically and mentally, it will cause huge amounts of blows. Oh, what plan, so great! Listen to what Liu Yan said. Everyone was naturally interested. But at this moment, Liu Yan didn't confess directly. Instead, he shook his head and said. This has to be sold off, now that it may not be useful then. And the key to the success of this thing is not me, but this guy. Liu Yan said, suddenly stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of the blue devil next to Nightcrawler. Ah, who? The key to success is me. The little fan, the blue devil, was suddenly taken so seriously by Liu Yan. The whole person also felt a little flattered. Liu Yan doesn't explain too much about this. Smiled faintly. After picking up the pug who loves pizza from the ground, he also took everyone along and walked in the direction of the plane. Because the plot line was changed by Liu Yan, the X-Men's plane was not exploded by shockwave. At this time, it can also be used normally. At this moment, everyone just got on the plane and took their seats. Qin suddenly ran over from behind. Request to join the team. Participate in the next rescue operation. Liu Yan shook his head here. Originally he wanted to refuse. But I can't stand the other side's repeated pleading. In addition, this time, she also had Resurrection A as a backing, so after many considerations, she still agreed with her idea. So, a group of 7 or 8 people, together with Professor X. Everyone rushed towards the Pyramids country where Apocalypse is located. The flight speed of the special fighter is not slow. It didn't take long from Xavier School to the Pyramids country where Apocalypse was located. Add up to about 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Liu Yan collapsed in Qin's arms unconsciously, and started again. Roar fell asleep. As for Professor X, they didn't stay idle for this reason, discussing tactics at the same time. Then I probed into the current global situation. At the moment, it has been more than a week since Apocalypse issued the United Front Declaration in front of the world. More than a week now. Governments of various countries, except for the stability maintenance work at the beginning, are naturally impossible to do nothing else. Through the United Nations and other agencies. During this time, they also gathered a large number of troops and started a confrontation with Apocalypse. Although the battle between the two sides did not fully break out. But the small-scale friction has never stopped. The capital of the entire Pyramids country, now because of this, is about to become a large powder keg. Fry it at one point. All sides of the sea, land, and air were blocked by the armed forces of various countries. If not because of the special ability taught by X. At this moment, they really can't pass everyone's sight unconsciously and enter the capital realm. And at this moment, after everyone entered, looking at the current landscape of the Pyramids capital, it was even more heart palpitating. The originally rich Pyramid state capital was completely scorched. A giant pyramids that was many times taller than the Khufu pyramids, at this time even rose from the ground, occupying most of the entire capital/capital boundary. Above the sky, there are overcast clouds. In the air on all sides, there is a magnetic net interwoven with countless iron filings, constantly surging. The plane will make an emergency landing, don't go ahead. Be careful, everyone. Those magneto can be regarded as Magneto's ability. The plane is close and it is easy to be spotted by the other party. Professor X, and good friend Magneto, fell in love and killed each other, naturally familiar with each other's methods. Because of this, I just saw the magnetic net at this time. So he opened his mouth and reminded a few people next to him. When everyone heard the news, they were all nodding their heads. A cautious look. But at this time, they haven't waited for them to say anything. Snoring came from behind. Everyone looked back and looked at Liu Yan, who was still sleeping on King Xiang's shoulder. For a while, he couldn't help but feel a little weird. What kind of occasion is this? This guy can still fall asleep. It would be too big-hearted. Asterisk. Chapter 27. 27 Enter Pyramids, Liu Yan is the devil. 2/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Everyone looks weird. Qin was also made a big red face. However, the person involved, Liu Yan himself, didn't take it seriously. After waking up from his sleep, he stretched. What do you do when you look at me like this? The more you are at this time, the more you have to nurture your energy. Otherwise, when you really go up to fight, you suddenly doze off. Isn't that bad? Blue Devil, you said I was right? Liu Yan didn't care. As he said, he suddenly asked the Blue Devil next to him. This time, it was obvious that he planned to find the Blue Devil to endorse him. Seeing this, the little fan brother Blue Devil was taken aback. He was dizzy and obviously didn't react to what happened. But right now, when he heard Liu Yan's question, he nodded subconsciously and said yes. Seeing the reaction of the two, Mystique was speechless. Even with Professor X, he couldn't help but smile, and shook his head again with a grin. Okay, this has reached the capital/capital boundary, let's stop making trouble, it's still important to get things right. Liu Yan, the trump card you kept talking about before getting on the plane, should it be easy to say now, right? Yet, we are all curious about what it is. Isn't it a medicine similar to the GH325 potion you took out before, which can increase the combat power of a person several times in an instant, right? Hank spoke, and asked excitedly beside him. Liu Yan rolled his eyes when he heard the news. Thinking too much, and instantly increasing combat effectiveness, do you think I came to sell Brother Wei? Then what you said before? It's this guy. Liu Yan laughed. Suddenly he lifted the pug that he had been carrying with him and was still eating pizza. Shook towards everyone. Hey, it. You mean, the key to our victory over Apocalypse in this trip, is it? Everyone was shocked when he said this. Looking back, Mystique frowned immediately. At Liu Yan, he said with some seriousness, are you kidding, Liu Yan? To be honest, your joke is really not funny at all. Looking at her expression, Liu Yan naturally became serious, and said, who is okay, I'm joking with you about this, what I said is true. Really? But it's nothing, Apocalypse will be handed over to me to deal with, let the Blue Devil go with me, that's it. As for the rest, the trash fish that is active near this Apocalypse pyramids, I will leave it to you to solve. It's really hard for Liu Yan to explain to everyone, what exactly is in his heart this time. There are too many loopholes. So I simply didn't say anything. The atmosphere is a throwaway. Then he took the Blue Devil and got off the plane first. But Liu Yan. Mystique watched from behind, wanting to say something more. But this time, it was stopped by Professor X next to him. Okay, Raven, let the young people do it. I always feel that this kid will give us a big surprise. Professor X laughed. This time with the recovery of his leg injury. In his personal feeling, his spirit had metamorphosis compared to before. Doing things at this time is far more relaxed than before. Really began to have the later period of the original work, the feeling that Shizu was in his hands, and it was considered exhaustive. Mystique couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he saw it next to him. After returning to his senses, it was surprising that he didn't refute anything. Instead, he obeyed the arrangements made by Liu Yan and Professor X. Decided to cover Liu Yan's side. Let Beast take Shockwave and others and rush out first. With a bang, it directly exploded a tall tower. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Smoke and dust rolled up. Those mutant who defected to Apocalypse during this time. Sure enough, Shockwave's actions here attracted attention. For a time, a large number of people galloped towards where they were. What they didn't notice was, with that, everyone was restrained by the firepower of Shockwave and others. On Liu Yan's side, they brought Nightcrawler and Qin together, and they walked towards the Apocalypse pyramids in the center of the capital. Nightcrawler's ability can complete space teleportation. The psychokinesis on the piano can create illusions and blind the eyes of most people. It is precisely because of these several abilities that they add up to each other. So at this moment, even if the pyramids are heavily guarded and guarded by heavy soldiers, the impact on them is not great. However, everyone did not take it lightly. The closer this time, the more people became more cautious. Wait after the edge of pyramids. Find a safe place and let Jin wait a while. As for himself, he brought the blue demon and teleported towards the inside of the pyramids. The two walked towards the inside of the pyramids. Fortunately, although the pyramids are large, the internal facilities are not complicated. Liu Yan took the lead and went deep, and after a while, he was at the center. At this time, I saw two huge amounts of stone slabs placed in the middle of the entire pyramids. Two people above each lie down and sleep deeply. One of them is Apocalypse, and the other is Cyclops, which was kidnapped by Apocalypse. Wipe, I guessed right. Liu Yan looked at it, somewhat surprised. Mr. Liu, what the Apocalypse is doing. The blue devil next to him was even more at a loss. Possessing others' body. Apocalypse is going to seek Cyclops' body in this way. Liu Yan spoke without hiding. Hearing the news, the blue devil with a blank face next to him was immediately horrified. What? This guy wants to take Cyclops' body. Then what are you waiting for, Mr. Liu? Let's go save him. The blue devil was shocked. What else do you want to say? But this time, Liu Yan directly covered his mouth. Staring at him, I'm going to die, so all this fuss, want to draw the enemy. But sir, what are we waiting for? It's nothing, but wait, this ceremony has just begun. As for what to wait? Hey. You said that it will be a critical moment in a while. We change the object that Apocalypse consciousness wants to enter from Cyclops to this guy, what will happen? Liu Yan smiled and raised the pug in his hand. The blue devil stayed for a while. Looked at the pug. Look at Liu Yan's bright smile again. I instantly understood what Liu Yan said about the whole cards before. Is the CO authoring plan to transfer Apocalypse to the dog's body? This operation is too irritating. At this moment, Nightcrawler really felt that he shouldn't be called the Blue Devil. Liu Yan should carry the name of the devil on his back. Chapter 28. 28 Replace the body, fight Psylocke 3/4, seeking flowers, seeking collection. 28. The Blue Devil looked at Liu Yan in front of him. The shock of my heart is beyond words. But after returning to his senses, he asked Liu Yan again. Anxiously, no, Mr. Liu, can we really succeed if we do this? After all, this is a pug whose body structure is different from that of humans. The Blue Devil looked puzzled. Liu Yan narrowed his mouth unconsciously, and said, "What's different? Don't worry, just try it, it really doesn't work, we won't suffer." "That's true." The Blue Devil thought, and nodded. Then he followed Liu Yan and waited quietly. Time passed bit by bit. It's been more than 20 minutes. The sunlight is like a sharp sword, piercing through the clouds, and finally hit the tip of the entire pyramids. In an instant, the golden cube pattern on the tip immediately lit up. The inexplicable energy fluctuations immediately began to agitate within the entire pyramids. And accompanied by this agitation, golden energy, like mercury, surging out from the inside of the golden cube. It flows down slowly along the recesses on the four walls. In the end, they gathered on two slates. Buzz! The slate trembles and floats in the air. A stream of golden liquid, like tentacles, began to cling to the two people on the slate. In that weird scene, watching the Blue Devil's eyes widened. At this time, Liu Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Although this scene, he had seen it more than once in the movie before. But right now, after witnessing it for real, I still felt an unspeakable shock. In this way, you can actually complete the work of possessing others' body for others. Then what is this golden liquid? Similar doubts suddenly passed through Liu Yan's heart. It's too late to think about it again. He raised his hand and patted the shoulder of the Blue Devil next to him. Immediately signaled to him that he was about to start acting. The Blue Devil was slapped on the shoulder by him. The whole person is naturally aware. Reached out and picked up the pug on the ground, a momentary moment. Boom! The blue light flashes. The whole person disappeared directly from Liu Yan and appeared beside the stone slab. Cyclops, who fell to the ground in a coma, hugged the slate. Then he put the pug on it. The originally well-behaved pug fell on the stone slab and immediately panicked. Began to bark. But fortunately, this possessing others' body ceremony did not end there. Instead, it continues. Interesting, it seems that this transformation of the dog's body is really hopeful. Liu Yan looked excited. Eager to try. But at this time, he hadn't waited for him to continue watching from the sidelines and watch the play with peace of mind. Next to him, there was a clear cold snort suddenly. Stop! Although the voice is not loud, it is extremely cold. When Liu Yan and the Blue Devil heard the news, they both turned their heads. Follow the prestige. I saw a black-haired shawl, holding katana, a ninja serving, a proud girl. At this moment, he walked quickly and rushed in from outside. Although I haven't seen the other party show off his abilities. But right now, looking at the other person's outfit at this time. In Liu Yan's heart, her identity was already confirmed. No one else, but Psylocke, one of the 4 knights under Apocalypse. This is Psylocke, it's really beautiful. Although it is an opponent. Liu Yan watched Psylocke approach, and couldn't help but exclaimed. On the other side, Psylocke was obviously not so complicated. When Apocalypse recruited the 4 knights to help them increase their strength. In fact, it is also affecting their minds in a disguised form. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relieved and reincarnate here. So at this time Psylocke, after seeing Liu Yan, who planned to destroy Apocalypse's reincarnation ceremony, the whole person was furious. One raises his hand. Just pull out katana from the waist. Ability to operate. In an instant, a sharp purple blade rushed directly out of the blade. Turn over and cut. Hey! The blade is as fast as lightning. Go straight to the Blue Devil and kill it. The speed of the knife was too fast. Although the Blue Devil, after seeing the opponent's knife, had already run the ability for the first time, teleporting to leave. But at this time, when he waited for his figure to appear next to Liu Yan again, his face was still a little pale. The t-shirt on the chest was cut with a gap of half a meter in depth. This knife almost hurt the skin. What a quick knife, Mr. Lu, let's be careful. The blue demon frowned. At this moment, a retreat has emerged in my heart. However, Lu Yan obviously did not intend to be at the critical moment when this plan is about to succeed. Leave pyramids. After waving his hand to the blue devil to go first. After that, he stood up, holding the knife directly in front of Psylocke. Roll. FK. Haha, beauty, you are very rude. Lu Yan spoke lazily. At this time, he took the tang knife out of his waist. It didn't mean to regress at all. Psylocke had planned to continue chasing and killing the blue demon. Suddenly encountered Lu Yan blocking the road. Naturally furious. Since you don't roll, then you will replace him and die first. Psylocke growled. After saying this, Katana raised her hand again. The purple blade cut across the sky and slashed forward. Seeing this, Lu Yan also issued a knife. Although he has only experienced 7 days of special training, he has only initially mastered the skills of using the sword technique. But at this time, imitating Fujitora in The Pirate smiled and used it as a medium to manipulate gravity, but it was more than enough. And it was Psylocke, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. So even on Lu Yan's side, he didn't dare to neglect the slightest. Gravity knife landslide. At this time, the knife was shot. Lu Yan is also fully focused. The knife slashed down. The ground in front of him shattered directly. Countless rubble, this time like an arrow from the string, went straight to the opposite Psylocke to slaughter. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The explosion sound is endless. The gravel shot by Lu Yan was cut open by Psylocke. However, the opponent's terrorist offensive was easily blocked. Moreover, with Lu Yan's sword posture, 10 times the gravity that escaped. It also caused Psylocke's actions to stagnate. After returning to his senses after a moment, Psylocke's eyes could not help but flash in astonishment. Obviously, it was really unexpected at the moment. The young man in front of him seemed to be gentle and gentle, like a scholar. When shot, there will be such a terrifying power. She suffered a big loss as soon as she met her face to face. Asterisk. Chapter 29. 29 Apocalypse Rage. Dog Apocalypse, it's done? 4/4, 4 flowers, 4 collection. It feels, stress. No, it's not right, it's gravity. This guy can control gravity. Psylocke is not an idiot either. On the contrary, she who used Caliban as a thug before. Whether it is fighting ability or vision, it is far beyond ordinary people's comparison. So it's just a fight at the moment. She had already guessed Lu Yan ability. But at this time, it was too late to guess Lu Yan's ability. The master moves, the victory or defeat is often between minutes and seconds. She was also on her side, shocked and surprised at the same time. Lu Yan steps now. The figure was as fast as lightning, and it was already close to Psylocke 3 feet away. The body hibernates like a tiger. Press the handle with your right hand. Although he has not yet released the knife. But the pupils of Psylocke on the opposite side shrank suddenly. The instinct cultivated by fighting between life and death for a long time. Let her hair all over her body explode instantly. Danger. At this moment, she only felt extremely dangerous, and approached her side. Psylocke crossed the sword in front of him, trying to resist. But at this moment, she reacted again, it was too late. Lu Yan finally draws his sword. The strongest ultimate move in the stage of heavy fruit realization gravity knife big tiger cast. Cut it down. Void trembles. In the invisible, it seemed that there was a terrifying roar of tigers. The terrifying gravity, like a mountain torrent, raged toward Psylocke. Follow again. Psylocke hadn't realized what was going on. I heard a muffled sound. The whole person is like a derailed train, hit directly from the front. Under the snort. The whole person just flew upside down directly. Then Liu Yan raised his hand. Picked Tang Dao in his hand. Gravity knife prison use it. In an instant, an invisible gravity, like a huge shackle in a hill, fell directly on Psylocke. 60 times the gravity directly falls to make up the knife. Under repeated blows. Even Psylocke couldn't bear it. The whole person passed out directly. All this is too late. In fact, it's all done in the midst of lightning and stone fire. Fortunately, this kind of battle is carried out within pyramids. If it was outside, it was seen by the X-Men or others. I was afraid that I would be so scared that my eyes fell out. This is Psylocke, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. Recognized by Apocalypse, one of the strongest mutants in the world. At this moment, he was defeated in less than 3 strokes. Although, this is also due to Psylocke's carelessness. However, the strength of Liu Yan's side is also beyond doubt. All this is brought about by many fruits. And now, as he successfully defeated Psylocke. In Liu Yan's mind, a familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! Successfully defeated the one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, unlocked the achievement, and increased the control of plenty of fruits to 61.2%. Ding! Heavy fruits control has reached a critical point, Awakening's new skill Hell Journey. Hell Brigade, strengthen the gravity of the surrounding ground to the limit, which can press people on the ground and cannot move them. When the scabbard is closed, a large hole is formed on the ground. Press the people into the pit and bury them alive. Pretty, another skill that is extremely domineering. Liu Yan did not expect that this time he defeated Psylocke, he would still get such benefits. But at this time, he also understood. This is not a good opportunity for him to test his ability right now. And turned his head again, and looked down at the back, on the altar slab, the transfer of Apocalypse was nearing completion. In fact, there is also the idea of working directly towards Apocalypse. But after a while, the idea was rejected. Do it in advance, personal Apocalypse, it's too difficult to fight. Let him transfer to the Poog's body. The weakening of his strength is no less weaker than the severely hurting him at this time. But before leaving at this time, Liu Yan leaned over and hugged Psylocke again. Take her and leave pyramids. Don't ask why, without Cyclops, but with Psylocke. Beautiful women are meant to be treated specially. This is just out of pyramids. Liu Yan used ability. Hit the gravitational purple light. It broke the entire pyramids directly. But it's a pity. Although this attack method caused a lot of movement. But the damage to Apocalypse is minimal. Apocalypse has not known how many times it has transferred the body for thousands of years. Naturally, I am more aware of my weakness at this time than others. So before the real transfer, he also deliberately placed a multi-layer defensive energy shield next to him. These energy barriers add up to everything. Not to mention Liu Yan, even if the Apocalypse 4 Knights join forces, it is difficult to break in a short period of time. It is precisely because of this. Liu Yan's attack really didn't hurt Apocalypse at all. A moment later. Wait until Apocalypse is here, then wake up from the coma. Seeing his current situation, not only did he not panic. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but a sneer was raised. I haven't waited for how long he is happy here. After he felt his body again. The smile on his face instantly froze. Hey? What's the matter, why is this body so weak? This doesn't seem to be the body of that young man named Cyclops. Apocalypse wondered. Then I lowered my head and looked at myself, the hands that had become furry claws. There is also a body that has suddenly shrunk by almost 10 times. Finally realized that something was wrong. Opened his mouth, Roar couldn't help but let out a surprise. And with this shock Roar exited. More terrifying things have appeared. His voice turned out to be a huge amounts of dog barking. What's going on? Who did it? The great Sabanur, the god of all things, turned around to a dog. Whoever you are, I, Apocalypse, will never die with you. Angry. At this moment, Sabanur's heart was really angry to the extreme. Angry to madness. The horrible ability was unreservedly displayed by him. At this moment, the sand, earth, and stones that were originally pressing on him all trembled and trembled. The whole earth, like an earth dragon turning over, began to vibrate non-stop. This sense of vibration is not only in the first capital. It's not just Liu Yan and the X-Men, they feel it. Right now, the entire Pyramids country is affected by this source. What the hell is it? Yet, why did an earthquake suddenly occur? What happened in the capital where Apocalypse is located? The military personnel of the governments of various countries started to startle roar. And Liu Yan, who was not far from here, listened to the dog barking from the depths of the pyramids. I also feel the waves on the ground, like waves. But didn't panic. On the contrary, a bright smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Although I don't know what is going on inside. But he knows that his strategy is finished. Apocalypse, really a dog? P.S. After staying up late to update, why doesn't it show? The app seems to have a problem again, wipe it. Crying asterisk. Chapter 30. 30 Apocalypse, this person, can't make fun of 1/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. This time, there is really a good show. Liu Yan lowered his head and murmured subconsciously. Having said this, turning around again, the whole person rushed towards the outer circle of pyramids. Although he used the fruitful ability before, he destroyed the main body of the pyramids. However, most of these pyramids are obviously hidden underground. Coupled with the pyramids country, it can be said to be the absolute home of Apocalypse. So Liu Yan didn't plan to fight against each other in a state of anger. That's stupid. So after meeting with Phoenix, he didn't even have time to explain to Heckin why Psylocke was in his arms. Pulling her, he hurriedly walked out again. Together, the three of them stepped on the blue stone slab, using anti-gravity, and galloping away. After he really rushed to the X-Men's side, he bowed his head again, and he was relieved. Liu Yan, you can be regarded as coming out. Have you just entered the inside of this pyramids? When the X-Men were present, seeing Liu Yan suddenly appear, they were overjoyed for a while. But at this time, they haven't waited for them to ask any more questions. The earth trembled again behind him. The broken bricks of pyramids that collapsed just now have all been flying out. And along with these bricks, they rushed out from the depths of the ground. It's a pug covered in purple light. The pug raised his head and screamed at this moment. Between the roars, it was actually uttering words. Yelled at everyone on all sides. Damn BD, whoever you are, dare to disrupt my reincarnation ceremony. Great Sabanur, swear to the sky this time, I must give you to pieces. Hey? Sabanur? The good Apocalypse, how could he become a dog? Wait. This seems to be the dog in our college. Yes, really. Professor X, standing not far away watching this scene, was also shocked. After a moment of astonishment, he returned to his senses. They also wanted to understand the joints in an instant. Then he turned his head again and looked at Liu Yan behind. The complexions of each one were unavoidably a little weird at this time. Liu Yan, really you did it. Shockwave was bold in the back and couldn't help asking aloud. Liu Yan did not deny this either. On the contrary, he nodded openly and said, yes, Apocalypse is too grateful. Didn't I just make a little joke with him? Is he so angry? At the moment, he even plans to shoot at me, wanting to fight with me endlessly. Do you say that such a person is extremely unreasonable in doing things? Liu Yan said solemnly. When the X-men nearby heard the words, the corners of their mouths were unavoidably twitching frantically. Especially Mystique. Take a look now, the roaring pug in mid-air. White eyes are about to turn to the sky. Xin said, "You fellow, are you talking human words? What is called is just a little joke. You put someone, a good boss, into a dog's belly, and became a pug. Is this just a joke? Obviously it's an endless vengeance, okay?" Mystique thought, looking helplessly at Liu Yan. In fact, what she said at this time was not wrong at all. Although this body, on the apocalypse side, can be exchanged back in the same way. But what kind of occasion is this right now? On the apocalypse side, in order to recruit mutants from all over the world. He went to his command and used it for him. However, in the capital of the Pyramids country, there is a 24-hour non-short TV live broadcast program. The purpose is to let everyone see the horror of Apocalypse Sabanur, the world's first mutant. The super high degree of attention, although let the army be overwhelmed. However, the effect brought by it is also very significant, at least it allows many of the original mutants to have a new understanding of Apocalypse. After all, human beings still pursue the strong. What Apocalypse Sabanur wants to create is the image of a truly omnipotent strong man. Only this image stood up. He can truly complete his ruling work. But at the moment, all of this has become a bubble with the transformation into a pug. No one wants their leader to be a joke for everyone. Unfortunately, the current apocalypse is the latter. And it's the kind of joke that's well known all over the world. Because of this, Apocalypse felt so angry at this moment. On the one hand, his authority has been greatly challenged. As for more, the negative impact of this behavior on him right now is too great. Almost makes him want to dominate all mutant strategies against humans. It was completely lost, and it became an empty talk. Everyone knows this well, and that's why. Looking at Liu Yan again, his expression became more complicated. On the one hand, he was amazed at his whimsical ideas, on the other hand, he was a little afraid of Liu Yan. I dare not imagine if I would oppose this kind of person. If he used similar methods to himself, what would be the consequences? Everyone has different thoughts. But there is no time to say anything at this moment. Because right now, it was at the same time they were amazed. Apocalypse looked around here. His eyes were locked on a few of them in an instant. Although they haven't seen Liu Yan before. However, seeing these raw faces appear at this time, Apocalypse naturally targeted them at the first time. In an angry state, Apocalypse does not care whether the opponent is innocent or not. Holding the attitude that I would rather kill by mistake than let it go. At this time, he snorted coldly and waved to the front. The huge stones that had fallen on the ground were all weathered. At this time, it turned directly into a huge wave of wild sand. The people facing Liu Yan are coming fiercely. Flying sand is like a knife. This offensive is too terrifying. The X-men who were still in shock, all face up, preparing to defend against the enemy. Shockwave has already shot. There is no gap between nonsense, the chaos has begun. At this moment, Liu Yan did not put the main target of the battle on Apocalypse. Instead, he turned his head and looked a little excitedly at Storm, who rushed out not far away, intending to rush to help, and Angel, the two members of the Four Knights. He thought of the huge rewards given by the system when he defeated Psylocke before. Rubbing his palms in excitement, he looked a little eager to try. I just don't know whether the system will give corresponding rewards after defeating two members of the Four Knights this time. Asterisk. Chapter 31. 31 One-shot kill. Is Liu Yan recognized? 2/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Although I am not sure about the system, whether it will still give excellent rewards. However, Liu Yan decided to give it a try. Thinking of this, he set off again, already rushing forward. Now that they have already decided to do it at this time. Naturally, sometimes it's very crisp. Without the slightest hesitation. Raising his hand and taking out the knife, he slashed straight forward and violently chopped down. Gravity knife landslide. Cast it again. One after another big rocks were all chopped up from the ground by him. Towards Storm and Angel, two people, they smashed past. At the moment, the two of Storm wanted to rush to aid Apocalypse and help deal with the X-Men. I was caught off guard and was attacked by others. Naturally, it was also surprised. There are still people hiding in the dark, planning to do something against us. Funny. Let's solve him together. After the shock, both of them snorted coldly. Immediately after the storm, he raised his hand directly, summoning a thunder and lightning storm. There was a thunderous rumbling. The sky, which was originally a clear sky, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A thunder with the thickness of a bowl is now under the control of this storm. Cut straight down. In an instant, all the gravel attacks from Liu Yan were blocked. As for Angel beside her, she spread her steel wings even more. As his body flickered, he swooped directly towards Liu Yan. Although for this result, from the very beginning, Liu Yan had already anticipated it in his heart. But to be honest, I really saw Storm's side right now, so easily blocked my offensive. In his heart, he still couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. I think Storm's ability is too abnormal. If used properly. Compared with the thunder fruit of Anilu and the pirate, I'm afraid it's not too much. It's definitely, so similar feeling. He only lasted a moment in his mind. Then he raised his head and looked at Steel Angel, who took the initiative to kill him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a sneer appeared. If it's a storm assassin, just hit him with all his strength. Liu Yan may still be afraid of it, but right now, this is the bird. Alright, then take this opportunity today to try the power of my new skill. What is it? Liu Yan whispered softly, and raised the Tang sword in his hand again as he spoke. This time, he finally displayed his newly acquired skills. Gravity Knife Hell Brigade. The Tang knife turned over, the tip of the knife was facing down, and it slowly fell. It seems to be retracted from the scabbard, and the sword concedes defeat. But in fact, with this sword light converged. Then there was a purple magnetic light wave, centered on Liu Yan, turning into a strong wind. Roar screamed in all directions. Angel was originally laughing, with a mad look on her face. Feeling this change, his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, he hasn't waited for him to react. Above the midair, a purple light wave had fallen. At this time, it was like a huge amounts of meteorite, hitting his back severely. Followed by everyone's shocking gaze. Then I heard a bang again. In front of Liu Yan, a pothole with a depth of several tens of meters suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. And just laughed, with a look of disdain, an angel who can easily kill Liu Yan. This time there was not even a chance to make a shot. He was given a trick by Liu Yan, and he was shocked to death on the spot. Seeing this scene, it was not just the storm that was stunned. The vast majority of the people present. They were all in a deadly silence right now. Then he turned his head and looked at each other, all seeing the shock in the other's eyes. And this shock doesn't just mean being on the court continuously. Now it is being broadcasted to all parts of the world following the live broadcast. Ever since, there are similar shocks around the world, roar sounded one after another. My God, what was that just now? I'm not dazzled, it's the legendary angel, how can I be killed by someone so easily? Who said no, this angel, is too disheveled? Angel food? In front, I think you are stupid. This is not the problem of angel food not being cooked, okay, it is because the comer is too powerful. That's right, I've seen Angel before, and he's hard against a Black Hawk fighter. It's easy for a person to sneak a Black Hawk fighter, but now, as soon as he meets each other, he is instantly killed by the incoming person. This is enough to see how strong the strength of the comer is. It's so awesome. I found that with the appearance of the Guy Apocalypse, the powerful mutants that could not be hidden have also appeared. These guys, I have never seen them. Who said no? I thought that apocalypse had already meant the end of human evolution, but now it seems that it is far from the case. Sure enough, there are people outside the world, and there are heaven outside the sky. Some of the crowd sighed, and even more excited. It's definitely, and most of them are still regretful right now. The reason for regret is not because of anything else. But at this time, there is really no 2K level, high-definition video camera. So at this moment, everyone, although they could see Angel, was caught by a young man who was only in his 20s. But it is impossible to see clearly what the other person's appearance is. He could only see an exaggerated tang knife in his hand. His face is too vague. Can we find out the true identity of this boy? Everyone sighed. In fact, it is really regretful at this moment. The most regrettable thing is not the people who eat melons. But at this moment, a group of UN army officers surrounding the head of the pyramid/do. Although they didn't understand Liu Yan, in what capacity he was fighting the apocalypse 4 nights. However, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. They still understand such a simple truth. It is precisely because of this. They eagerly hope to get in touch with this powerful mutant boy. It's just the scale of the battle at the moment. No one dared to approach the past rashly. Can only be on the periphery, purely in a hurry. And they react like this now. The storm, an apocalypse, the reaction here is much more straightforward. After seeing that Steel Angel was hit by a move, it took a few seconds. Both of them frowned immediately. In an instant, the danger of this seemingly harmless teenager was raised several levels in an instant. Especially on the apocalypse side. I haven't noticed before, and now I wait until my eyes really fall on the boy. The anger in his eyes is almost the essence of condensing. Although he was in the process of sacrificial conversion before, his vision was in total darkness. However, consciousness did not fall into a deep sleep. In other words, although he doesn't recognize Liu Yan's looks, he knows his ability very well. I saw that he also used gravity to instantly kill Steel Angel. Apocalypse immediately confirmed the origin of Liu Yan. This guy was previously, in pyramids, deliberately making trouble. The BD who replaced Cyclops with pugs. P.S. Thanks to the Fallen Genius Brothers for their monthly ticket support. As the title, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 32. 32 Are you Saboner or Sand Sculpture? 3/4, for collection, for flowers. Mortal, you die for me. How about it, the enemy will be extremely jealous when they meet. Now that Apocalypse has confirmed the identity of Liu Yan. Where is hesitation at the moment? He turned his head and left Professor X and others aside. The figure flew, and then waved. The purple mask gushes out. He was teleported to Liu Yan in an instant, 3 feet away. No, this guy is going to shoot Liu Yan. Let's stop him quickly. On Professor X's side, everyone who accompanied him saw this and hurriedly surprised roar. They naturally know what Liu Yan did with Apocalypse. It is precisely because of this. At this moment, seeing Apocalypse appear next to Liu Yan, they will feel so panicked. Even Professor X is like this. Chin, naturally there is no need to say more. Seeing this scene this time, the heart even mentioned his throat instantly. A pair of feet stepped away and immediately rushed towards the court. I can't wait to stand beside Liu Yan now and help him out. Everyone reacted like this. It's really not a distrust of Liu Yan's strength. But the combat power shown by Apocalypse before is really too amazing. After all, it's the world's #1 mutant. At the moment, even if Liu Yan was scammed by Liu Yan, and he was transferred to the body of a pug, his strength was greatly restricted. But facing the siege of Professor X and Shockwave and other top mutants just now, they didn't lose the slightest. On the contrary, it is easy to do. This alone shows how powerful its true strength is. It is for this reason everyone will be worried. Although Liu Yan just killed Steel Angel in a second, he was very handsome and domineering. But seriously, from the eyes of everyone on the court right now, no one really felt that Liu Yan turned out to be Apocalypse's opponent. But at this time they spoke again, or wanted to rush to help. It was obviously over. After all, the distance between the two is thousands of meters. Thousands of meters are placed on weekdays, which may not be considered as anything. But right now, on the unpredictable battlefield of this ever-changing situation. But it is enough to decide a person's life and death. What's more, it is Apocalypse in the state of rage who is in full shot at this moment. Thinking of this, everyone felt a little flustered. Even Professor X was unavoidably guilty of himself. I felt that at the beginning, I shouldn't let Liu Yan stay near the range of this pyramids. After the success of his previous plan, he should let the other party leave first. But it's too late to talk about this now. Just when he was upset, Apocalypse looked at the handsome Hyuxia boy in front of him. His eyes were fierce, and he roared to death. His right hand clenched a fist, already hammering to the ground. Iron fist falls. Boom! The earth immediately began to tremble crazily. The sand under Apocalypse's feet instantly turned into several earth dragons, rushing towards Liu Yan and biting away. Talong Long Cow opens and closes. Sharp teeth exudes a cold light under the scorching sun. Looking at Apocalypse's plan, he was actually preparing to be in front of the X-Men and global online TV audiences. Shred Liu Yan directly. Do not want. Qin screamed, seeing that Liu Yan was about to endanger his life. Suddenly an inexplicable energy surged out of her body. Fortunately, just before this energy burst, Liu Yan has already started. Looking at the menacing earth dragon next to him. Even if it was against the enemy Apocalypse, Liu Yan did not fear at all. At the same time, he snorted with his right foot and stomped heavily. Sword again. Gravity knife Big Tiger. Tang Dao slashed forward. The earth dragon beside him was instantaneous, all of them broke apart. With the sound of tiger roar. The first wave of Apocalypse's offensive was so easily resolved. Interesting. Seeing this scene, not only everyone was a little surprised. Even with Apocalypse, at this moment, there was a slight strangeness in the eyes. Obviously, he did not expect Liu Yan to react so quickly at this time. And for its own ability, it can be developed to such an extent. Gravity. Young man, your body has great potential. Give it to me for him. If you are willing to do this, I am willing to forgive you for the sins you committed before. After a moment of silence, Sabanur suddenly spoke. At this time, it turned out to be Liu Yan. Take the initiative /present /up, own body. Obviously, he also sensed the potential of Liu Yan. I think he is more suitable for him than Cyclops, which he prepared to possessing others' body before. Apocalypse said this frankly. When Liu Yan heard the news, he laughed anxiously, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. I asked if you fell asleep for too long, and your head was confused. If you asked me to give you my body, why didn't you let me die? Sacrifice is not death, but eternal life. You will share the same body with the great Sabanur. This is the supreme glory for you. Apocalypse spoke slowly, saying this. The words are full of enchantment. You are all my descendants. As the ancestors of mutant, you have returned to the embrace of your ancestors by giving your body to me. Come on, my child. Apocalypse leisurely, she actually stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Liu Yan. but almost at the same time as Apocalypse reached out. Liu Yan also stretched out his hand, pressing it on the hilt of his waist. Without any hesitation, he drew his sword again, just slashing forward. Hundreds of times the gravity pressure. The air in front of him was instantly compressed into a wind blade. Following his swordsman, he slashed forward. On the Apocalypse side, he obviously didn't expect Liu Yan to make a shot, and he would be so decisive. Caught off guard, his right hand was directly cut off by the knife. But at this time, he was still waiting, not too late to wait for him to be angry. Liu Yan didn't start cursing anymore and said, "When you come up, let someone be your grandson. Are you Saboner or Sand Sculpture Ner? Sister son, come, Sand Dog Ner, I'll do a big trick to eat your grandpa." Chapter 33. 33. What kind of enchanting is the so-called big move? 4. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. Sand Sculpture Ner? Sand Dog Ner? There are naturally many Hyuxia audiences in the global live broadcast. At this time, everyone heard Liu Yan say so, naturally they all started to eat. I really didn't expect it. A steel angel just passed away in an instant. A powerful presence in their hearts. When you speak, you will, so grounded. Everyone laughed. As for Saboner in front of him, his brows frowned instantly. Although he still doesn't know much about what the so-called sand sculpture Ner actually means. However, from the attitude of the other party just now, one can also guess one or two. Plus the wind blade that was cut out at the end. Finally, Saboner's heart was filled with anger again. "Mortal, you will pay the price for being just arrogant," Saboner said coldly. When speaking, the right arm that had just been cut off by the wind blade. It grows back slowly. What? Among the crowd, many people saw this, and they were all surprised. Roar made a sound. Liu Yan's expression was unexpectedly calm. Knowing the original work, he naturally knows that Saboner has the same terrifying recovery ability as Wolverine. Otherwise, in the original work, Mystique wouldn't be pretending to be Psylocke and wiped his neck with a slash, all in good condition. Liu Yan's expression remained unchanged, but at this moment, he held the tang knife in both hands and took a deep breath. Slowly closed his eyes. No one knows what Liu Yan wants to do. But this time, after I closed my eyes, the entire capital, all the objects, trembled. The gravity of the entire city seems to disappear at this moment. Discarded cars, tables, and chairs. All kinds of unowned things floated above the air and began to rise higher and higher. Well, what is going on? On Professor X's side, the Blue Devil and others have not been involved in the world, and they are all stunned to see this. At the moment, they are at war with the only one remaining Apocalypse 4 horseman Magneto. Turning his head again, he looked at Professor X in the field. The expression suddenly became a little interesting. Towards Professor X, he sighed again. "Charles, it seems that you have really cultivated a good student. But it's a pity, use abilities like this. Even if he doesn't die, he will become a useless person in the future. GT, this is what you taught them at Xavier School? As the truly top-level mutant in the world, few people know how to fight better than Magneto. It is precisely because of this." After seeing Liu Yan's move, it was the first time that he understood Liu Yan's intentions. Professor X on the other side, how smart, he knows what he says. Although I don't understand, Liu Yan is so good, why he has to fight Apocalypse. But at this time, I couldn't help but feel a little more anxious. Following the steps, I want to go to help. He raised his eyes again, pointed at Magneto in front of him, said again, and said, "Magneto, you let me go, this matter has nothing to do with you, don't interfere." "Really? What if I don't want to? To be honest, I would also like to see how you feel when you lose your relatives, friends, or students. Magneto has a look of playfulness. He of Blacken, under the bewitching of Apocalypse's power, became even more extreme. Then he spoke, saying so. The magnetic nets that were originally scattered around the X-Men's people instantly increased several times more. Damn, UBD. The two sides are fighting each other. It seems that the battle is in a stalemate. But in fact, most of Magneto's attention is on Liu Yan. To be honest, Magneto is also curious, Liu Yan, when he is about to fight his life. How much energy will it explode? While everyone is worried, most of their thoughts are like this. I want to know what kind of people like Liu Yan have left behind. Don't talk about them. Apocalypse, who was standing not far from Liu Yan, had the same idea in his heart. The confident Apocalypse obviously didn't think that Liu Yan could hurt himself with some ridiculous tricks. So when I saw him this time, I wanted to use unique tricks. Not only did it go back. Instead, he stood in place, showing an expression of interest. But this kind of master demeanor has not yet come to last for half a minute. With pieces of sand on the ground, abandoned cars, and even collapsed houses, began to float in the air. After entering the clouds, Apocalypse's face finally began to feel a little more nervous. With his mental power, he can already feel outside the atmosphere, an invisible coercion has begun to lock himself in. The most important thing is the long-lost sense of crisis. Also appeared in Apocalypse's mind. This is what makes Apocalypse the most difficult to do. He wants to retire. But this retreat, the original image collapsed. It was completely useless even in an instant. But hesitation again and again, on the Apocalypse side, I'm still prepared to be on the safe side. But at this moment, the hand has just been raised. No one thought it would be at this crucial point. The cloud that was originally densely covered with cotton wool suddenly opened a huge gap. Following closely, everyone was watching with shocking gazes. I saw it immediately, a huge black object measuring 500 or 600 meters long. Falling from the air. Smashed in the direction of everyone below. Is this a meteorite? Watching this scene is not only the X-Men in front of them, but also many viewers who watched TV online, all of them lost their voices. My eyes widened in shock. Some people are puzzled. Then it seemed to have discovered something. The look changes again. No, that's not right, it's not a meteorite. What fell from the sky was not a meteorite at all, but the urban rubbish that was dragged up by the boy before. Urban garbage. This is the big trick that young man said. Everyone thought of the cars that just flew into the air, and the abandoned buildings. Then he looked around again, stood in the court, and said nothing. His complexion finally changed again. I didn't expect Liu Yan to be so tyrannical. In fact, let alone them, even with Professor X's eyes, he couldn't help passing by a touch of shock. Because at this moment, only he knows it. Liu Yan didn't learn how to master ability since he was a child. His real awakening time, less than 8 days have passed since now. In 8 days, I have cultivated the ability to this level. This guy is really a monster. P.S. I really can't stay up late. I thought I posted the update last night. When I got up today and looked at the backstage, I was shocked. Thank you Xiaoxiang and the Lost in the Sun for their monthly tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 34. 34 Apocalypse is terrified, and all ends up 1/4, for flowers, for collection. Professor X and others, at this time, looked with emotion. As for Apocalypse, it is full of horror at the moment. He is scared. At this moment, he was really scared looking at the huge meteorite that had been smashed into the air. So come back to God at this time. After cold snort, he finally stopped hesitation, but directly chose to shoot Liu Yan in front of him. A fist blasted forward. This time, the entire ground was deserted. With a radius of nearly 100 miles, all of them became the sea of sand. The sand was surging. Like a huge wave, he slapped directly towards Liu Yan. Looking at that posture, I was planning to force Liu Yan to change his tricks. Stop controlling the huge meteorite above the air. But at this moment, Liu Yan didn't seem to mean obediently. Feel the rough sand coming. He didn't even care about it. What the hell is this guy doing? Could it be that Liu Yan really intends to die with Apocalypse? Tough guy, this is a real tough guy. Everyone talked a lot. Turning his head again, he looked into Liu Yan's gaze, full of admiration. Actually, don't talk about them. These are the mutant fish who took the initiative to take refuge in Apocalypse and fought with the X-Men. At this moment, he turned his head and looked into Liu Yan's gaze. Also a little solemn. This is an intention to sacrifice himself and die with the big boss. Sacrifice yourself and save the world? The heroes in the movie are all acting like this. Too stalwart. The real hero. Unconsciously, Liu Yan's image in the hearts of everyone, but instantly became taller. Fortunately, Liu Yan himself did not know this news. Otherwise, I am afraid that everyone will be brainwashed by the old TV series, and I will laugh to death. He crossed over, but came to pick up girls, enjoy the blessings, and enjoy life. Do you make him fearless and sacrifice his life in order to save mankind? Haha, if you did this, it would be really stupid. As for what you said about Liu Yan's current actions, it's purely relying on resurrection A in hand, so there is no fear. Apocalypse really wants to change his life. Then he earns blood. What's more, does Apocalypse dare? Liu Yan thought, raising his head again, looking at Apocalypse in front of him, his eyes a little expectant and more provocative. In fact, the facts were the same as he expected. The longer the person lives, the more afraid of death. Apocalypse is like that. It seemed that he was about to change his life with Liu Yan. Forced him to change tricks. But after seeing Liu Yan not afraid, Apocalypse whispered, "Damn. In the end, we can only give up this unrealistic idea. Control the sand sea in front of you and roll up." At this moment, like a giant hand in the sky, the huge meteorite that smashed into the air slammed into the past. The two collide. Followed by a bang. Above the midair, the originally relaxing flowing clouds were all the horrible air waves caused by this attack at this time. Give directly to rush to disperse. The entire sky, therefore, seemed to be plunged into absolute darkness. This scene was too shocking. All over the world, countless viewers watching the live broadcast, they all lost their voice when seeing this. Right now, the heart even mentioned in the throat all at once. But this time, before everyone could see, who was the winner of this trip? Apocalypse originally installed cameras on all sides of pyramids, already under this terrifying offensive. All fell apart. Damn it! It's at a crucial point, it's like this. Look at the snowflakes on the screen. Countless people cursed at this time. In the field, Apocalypse also cursed in his heart. But it's not because of anything else at this time. But at the moment, Liu Yan's attack. It was far more tyrannical than he had expected. He can't stand it anymore. If he were still human, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. But right now, there is something depressing and embarrassing. At this time, Apocalypse was pitted by Liu Yan invisible. It was transferred to the Poog's body. Don't look at Apocalypse at this moment. Under the anger, he still looks strong. It seems that replacing him with a dog's body does not have much effect on him. But the actual situation is far from the case. After all, the principles of the two body structures are different. In this case, Apocalypse's strength is naturally greatly damaged. Only about 60% of the original strength can be exerted. The most important thing is that the defense is greatly weakened. In addition, at this moment, Liu Yan's attack was even more tyrannical than he expected. Naturally, he couldn't hold it back under the circumstances. The sand sea and the meteorite just collided. Under the muffled snort, blood was pouring out of his mouth and nose. He raised his eyes again and looked at the huge meteorite that was getting closer and closer, which had already obscured most of the sky. An unprecedented death crisis came to mind. Sabanur, who has always claimed to be a god, can't help but feel flustered. Is it possible, this time, is really going to be planted? Apocalypse was upset. I'm worried. Liu Yan, who had been standing still on the opposite side, suddenly let go of all his defenses. He smiled again at him. It's all about this point, and it's still provoking him. Dog Apocalypse, you are dead. None of the people Xiao wanted to kill survived to the end. You dare to call me a grandson? Today, I must kill you, even if the King of Heaven is here, it won't work. Sand Sculpture Apocalypse, die. Liu Yan said, continuing to urge his ability. The meteorite falls. Shaha, directly shattered. Like rain, pouring down. FK. Mortal, you are not worthy to die with the deity. Sabanur was furious. At this moment, there was endless energy gushing out of the whole person's body. Take another step, the body shape is like a cannonball. He rushed straight towards Liu Yan. Although he was afraid of death, he had lived for so many years after all. When playing against each other, they can still tell which is lighter and heavier. Today, he died by his own body, and he must kill Liu Yan. This Huxia teenager feels too dangerous to him. Apocalypse hands-on. Finally pinched Liu Yan's neck. Do not. Qin is not far away, watching this scene, almost crazy. Phoenix Force broke out. Directly imprisoned Magneto's magnetic net and tore it to pieces. But at this moment, she wanted to rush in, it was too late. Because the next moment, the huge meteorite has fallen. It just covers the body shape of the two of them. Accompanied by a bang. It's like a nuclear bomb falling. The terrifying air wave, instantly centered on the place where the two had just met. Roar screamed in all directions. Everyone, including the X-Men and Qin, were all swept away by this strong wind. Asterisk. Chapter 35. 35. Come back from the dead. Apocalypse is blinded. 2. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. The wind whimpered, accompanied by the violent sand surging in all directions. At this moment, the sand really looked like a cloud, covering the entire sky. It's dark. More than 10 minutes have passed. Only then did it clear up again. It's also time to wait. Everyone can see the surrounding environment clearly at this time. The houses that were originally scattered and well prepared have all disappeared out of thin air at this moment. A huge pit with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters appeared in the field. All the prosperous things before, were all in vain. Although, everyone just before the meteorite was about to fall. For this scene, it has already been expected. It was somewhat psychologically prepared, but now after seeing the situation in the field clearly, everyone was speechless. Even with Professor X and Magneto, his eyes widened. It's really scary ability. If this kid is given a few more years, the title of Mutant Strong, I'm afraid he is none other than him. Magneto sighed beside him. When these words were spoken, everyone who was in shock was awakened like a dream. As soon as he took a step, he hurriedly ran toward the field. I want to know who won the chaotic battle just now. Among them, the speed of the piano is the most terrifying. She flickered at this moment. Everyone felt that it was nothing more than a dazzling effort. Actually, he has already reached the side of the huge pit. Flicked a big hand. Phoenix Force, directly turned into a strong wind, blowing away the smoke and dust inside. Her ability was so strong that Mutant's eyelids jumped wildly. I don't understand, what is going on today? Mutant, whose strength is comparable to that of Apocalypse. One after another, like bamboo shoots after a rain, popped up. Professor X saw this, but they were not at all happy. On the contrary, my heart sank. Especially Professor X, after seeing this scene. He immediately used his mental power to transmit the sound towards the mutant on all sides. Call them all to play 12 points. Prevent it for a while, Liu Yan really encountered an accident. Phoenix will go straight away. Rushing, this is impossible. Hearing what he said, even Mystique has changed. Phoenix Force, how powerful it is. They can know a lot more than the mutants watching the lively mutant next to them. It is precisely because of this. Seeing this scene this time, my brows inevitably frowned. Is it possible that Apocalypse hasn't solved it today, and you have to face the violent Phoenix? Mystique's several people are all dignified. Fortunately, at this moment, I got to the side of the giant pit again, and finally didn't see the worst situation they expected. Liu Yan is still alive. However, the situation at the moment in the field surprised everyone again. Because at this moment, I resisted Apocalypse after the meteorite strike. Although he had a bleeding in his mouth and nose, he looked very embarrassed, as if he was on the verge of collapse. But Liu Yan was standing not far from him. At this time, his body shape was just right now, and there was not much change. No, if you really want to talk about changes, there are still some. That is Liu Yan at the moment, and it looks more energetic than it seems. How is this possible? Is it possible that Liu Yan will also teleport ability similar to the Blue Devil? Just before the meteorite fell, the moment before he was really going to hurt him, he teleported the whole person away from the spot. Several professors were shocked. I just feel confused. At this moment, Apocalypse, who really understands the situation. But he is being lashed by someone invisible in the field. Let you hit me with sand. Let you pretend to be my grandpa. Let you call yourself the ancestor of mutant, the dog can't spit out ivory. Come on, I'll interrupt you directly this time. As Liu Yan said, he put his foot on Apocalypse's because now Apocalypse has turned to the pug. So at this moment, he really interrupted Apocalypse's dog legs. It should also be fortunate, with the attack just now. The cameras that were originally set up by Apocalypse on all sides of this song have all been blown up. The global audience can no longer see the situation here. Otherwise, if they knew what was going on in the field at this moment, they wouldn't know how they would be frightened. Especially those who firmly believe that Sabanur is the creator of the Bible. If you see the omnipotent God in your heart at this time, being beaten like a dog, looking for teeth, I don't know how I will feel in my heart. It is estimated that at that time, the three views will collapse, and they will jump off the building and die. Avid fans, so far escaped. As for this Sabanur himself, in addition to anger at this time, I still felt a deep shock. He, who has always claimed to be the omnipotent God of the world, raised his head at this moment, and then looked into Liu Yan's gaze. Also with the incomprehensible fear of others. Again. Others don't know what happened in this huge pit at that moment. As the real witness of this incident, Apocalypse knew everything in his heart. Just when the meteorite was about to fall, he personally exploded Liu Yan's body in front of him. It was broken into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Then he used Guangsha to wrap his body, and carried the meteorite's attack forcibly. Although the injury was serious in the end. But Apocalypse's heart is happy. Because he thinks he is the one who really laughs last in this battle. Is the real winner. But what he never expected was that after the meteorite really landed and the dust settled, before he could speak, he proclaimed his victory to his followers and followers. Void fluctuates behind him. Liu Yan, who had just been blown up directly by him. He appeared in front of him again as if there was nothing wrong with him. This is really horrible. You must know that although Sabaluk claims to the outside world that he can live forever, but that kind of immortality is actually just a trick of using ability. But just now, he watched Liu Yan come back from the dead. The kind of ability that transcends time and can almost reverse everything. It's completely beyond Apocalypse's cognition. For him, the shock in his heart at this time was far greater than the physical shock. It's definitely this kind of shock. On the bright side, it looks more like being stunned by Liu Yan. Chapter 36. 36 The Death of Apocalypse, Magneto's Solicitation. 3/4, Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. 36 The Death of Apocalypse, Magneto's Solicitation. 3. Seeking flowers, seeking collection. Pressed on the ground, after a long time of friction. On Apocalypse's side, he naturally recovered from the shock. But at this time it was too late to return to God. Today, he has been beaten beyond recognition by Liu Yan. All the teeth of a mouth were knocked out. Blood-stained. This miserable look. The people next to me were a little frightened. In the end, even Professor X and the others couldn't see it anymore. Still speaking, he took the initiative to persuade Liu Yan, hoping that he would stop. Don't continue to be violent. This is also after being persuaded 4 or 5 times in a row. Here, Liu Yan stopped his movements reluctantly. Then he lowered his head and looked at Apocalypse, who was lying on the ground, already stupefied. Still unhappy on his face. Although, after wearing the resurrection armor, the already digitized template made Liu Yan not feel the slightest pain at all. But he still remembered the scene of his body being blown up before. How could he plan to just let it go with this big hatred? So although everyone was persuaded to stop the action in his hands, but there was already a murderous heart in my heart. Looking down at the ground, Apocalypse was completely out of resistance. Take a small step forward. Immediately afterwards, nearly 100 times the pressure appeared again. Controlled by Liu Yan, all fell in Apocalypse's atrium. Do not want. Feel the gravitational fluctuations coming from space at this time. Professor X's discoloration changed, and he immediately reflected something. Talk again, just trying to stop. However, it is obviously too late to say this at this time. He hasn't waited for his voice to settle. Immediately, I heard a crisp sound. That dog, it should be Apocalypse. The atrium at this moment was directly crushed by Liu Yan. Completely obliterated on the spot. Yet, Liu Yan, you are too cruel, people obviously have no fighting power. Liu Yan is here, but the front foot has just reached the bottom of the huge pit. Kung Fu on the back foot. Liu Yan has already obliterated Apocalypse. Looking at him, he looked decisive. Professor X frowned immediately. The performance is very unhappy. But Liu Yan shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't care about it. The enemy was originally used to kill. Besides, if he didn't have a resurrection armor just now. At this time, he really became a pile of minced meat. Under these circumstances, you asked Liu Yan to raise your hands high and let Apocalypse go, or put him in the hands of legal sanctions. Sorry, he is not such a virgin. If the law is useful, what else does superhero do? Liu Yan narrowed his mouth and said somewhat indifferently. I don't regret that I just killed Apocalypse. On the contrary, I was grateful for the early killing on my own side. When I violently abused the other party, I was a little overwhelmed. All forgot about the resurrection of A. Regarding resurrection A, this is Liu Yan's biggest hole card. Liu Yan doesn't want others to be able to reveal it, so at the moment, Apocalypse is immortal and anyway. As for this moment, Professor X is unhappy. The impact on Liu Yan's side is minimal. He is not under Professor X, so he has no obligation. And he has to listen to the other party. Kill it when you kill it, so you don't need to explain anything to others. This is not only Liu Yan's mind. Professor X in front of him, after a moment of anger, also reacted. Immediately shook his head. After all, he said nothing more. Apocalypse dominates the pyramid's capital. It has caused tens of millions of people to be displaced. The dead are countless. This kind of crime, in fact, killing him, anyone really can't fault it. Therefore, Professor X did not care about such trivial matters for too long. Then he raised his head and looked at Liu Yan again. I wanted to say something more, but never thought. At this moment, he hadn't spoken yet. Magneto, who was silent next to him, suddenly took the initiative and walked in the direction of Liu Yan. What are you going to do? Magneto, stand still and don't move. With him moving like this, the nerves of everyone in the field tensed in an instant. Turning his head at this time, one by one looked at Magneto's direction with vigilance. No way, although I know this guy in Apocalypse who has just been killed. Not a real fellow traveler. It is even possible that Magneto's move just now was bewitched by Apocalypse's mental power. But the two sides have just fought for so long after all. Naturally it is difficult to maintain the initial trust. In fact, don't talk about these first-generation X-Men. Even Professor X couldn't help but speak up at this moment and warned Magneto, Eric, what are you doing? Stop it. Apocalypse is already dead, is it possible that you still have to avenge him? Everyone looked wary. The girl Qin rushed out from nowhere. It was directly in front of the two of them. Qiao's face was tight at this time. Eyes full of vigilance. Phoenix Force, which was finally suppressed, showed signs of riots again. Watching this scene, Magneto hurriedly raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Don't get me wrong, I don't intend to be your enemy. Oh? Not an enemy? What do you mean by your previous actions? The Blue Devil asked several people. Obviously I don't believe in Magneto's nonsense at this time. On Magneto's side, it didn't mean to explain to everyone either. After making your position clear, his eyes fell on Liu Yan. After speaking again, he started to throw out the olive branch and solicited the opponent, said. Your name is Liu Yan, kid, you are very strong, and you are also very capable, I admire you very much. If you have the will, you can be my companion. Believe me, we can do things as we walk together. Originally Charles has more. It's nonsense. Eric, haven't you given up on your previous ideas? When Professor X heard the words, he immediately drank and interrupted Magneto. Then he raised his eyes and looked into his gaze. Both shocked. Still puzzled. You don't understand my pain, Eric, this kind of pain will not be easily erased by time. Magneto glanced at Professor X and spoke coldly. After saying this, lost a card to Liu Yan. Then, the whole person controls the magnetic net. Holding the whole person, flew away. Hey? Professor, just let him go. Then let's. Shockwave and others looked at the back of Magneto's departure, and asked Professor X. After all, he is a good friend for a lifetime. Charles's eyes flickered. In the end, he sighed. Waved his hand, motioned to let Magneto leave. As for Liu Yan, at this moment, he lowered his head and looked at the business card in his hand. There was a playful look in the eyes. P.S. Thank you, I am Fire Fist Ace and 17395733 for the monthly ticket support of the two brothers. Chapter 37. 37 Liu Yan who wants to make salted fish 4/4, seeking flowers, seeking collection. 37 Liu Yan who wants to make salted fish 4/4, seeking flowers, seeking collection. At this moment he was surprised. It's nothing else but Magneto's attitude right now. You know, if you follow the development trajectory in the original work. Magneto this time. But it has been reconciled with Charles. Back to the identity of a good friend. Even in the final game against the big boss Apocalypse, Magneto also turned back and made great efforts. But right now, with Liu Yan's blending, none of these things actually happened. Magneto still stands on the position of the villain. This is interesting. It seems that I have really changed some storylines in Invisible. Liu Yan thought to himself. But at this time, I didn't worry about it. I looked up again and looked at Magneto's leaving back, but I was very satisfied with the result. Originally, he still had a headache, and there was such a big disturbance on his own side. How should it end? Seeing Magneto right now made him have an idea again. Isn't this guy the best man back? Thinking so, Liu Yan spoke again, and said again to everyone. I hope that after they go out, if someone asks. During this period of time, a series of problems that occurred in the capital of the Pyramids country were completely overthrown by Magneto. Is it all made by Magneto? Liu Yan, you have to think about it clearly. If you really say that, Magneto will probably steal your spotlight. Hear what he said. Haven't waited for Professor X and Mystique to ask. The Shockwave next to him and the Blue Devil couldn't help but speak one after another, asking questions aloud. Obviously, in the eyes of these young people, I don't quite understand what Liu Yan is doing right now. Liu Yan just smiled at this. There is no need for him to explain this time, as Mystique has already taken the conversation. Take advantage of the trend to educate a few people. Stealing the limelight? You young people, do you really think it's a good thing to be in the limelight at this time? The previous live broadcast has brought global attention to this place. If it is Liu Yan, he really exposes his identity. Although it will be regarded by many people as the savior of all mankind. But because of his special identity, there is also the huge meteorite summoned at the end. Believe it or not, more people will see him as a potential danger. In the future, I am afraid that it will lead to countless assassinations and temptations. Therefore, it is a good thing for the Rapids to retreat bravely at this time. Mystique could not help but sigh with emotion at the end. In fact, this is more than just talking about Liu Yan, but also talking about himself. Mystique is now the envy of everyone as a mutant hero. Little did she know that such a name brought her honor and at the same time brought countless troubles. Over the years, she has suffered for this. So what I said just now was entirely from the bottom of my heart. Hearing her say this, the faces of Shockwave, who had just looked regretful, changed again. So far fell into contemplation. As for Professor X, he took this opportunity to speak again, and upon hearing the news, Liu Yan's next plan came up. What's next? When Liu Yan heard the news, he hadn't had time to think. There was another prompt window in front of me, which popped up. The God level selection system is activated again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the choice from Professor X. 1. No one can escape the law of truth. Continue to return to Xavier School, mix with Professor X and them, and become the leader of the X-Men. Reward Model Worker 1 title. Wearing the title will increase physical strength by 10%. 2. Sweep your body when things happen, hide your merit and fame, leave Xavier School alone, reward a single dog, walk with you on the horizon. 3. Salted fish is the essence of life. Are you tired of fighting every day? Crossing is for picking up girls, becoming stronger is for enjoying life. Leaving Xavier with the piano, find a place where no one is, do what you love to do, this is life. Reward $100 million of inherited property, a new legal and reasonable identity. And reward the special title Shen Yin. It's time to make a choice again. Because it is not the first time I have gone through similar choices. So at this moment, Liu Yan's expression did not change at all. He swept through the 3 options in front of him. The first item, the title of model worker, seems pretty good. However, Liu Yan really didn't like it, fighting every day. Be a firefighting teammate and run around the world every day just to save people. That kind of life is too tiring. Not what he hoped. So he refused. As for the second item, you don't need to look at it, After scanning your eyes, you pass directly. Don't want a beautiful girl with a good piano? Go find a single dog for a lifetime. It's really poisonous. So he also refused. So in the end, my eyes fell on the third option. Fortunately, the third option given by the system is not very harsh. On the contrary, it is very much in line with Liu Yan's current intentions. Bring the piano together, go back to the garden, do what I love to do every day. Worry-free. This is the life he wants. Moreover, this option gives the most generous reward. Whether it's a new identity, $100 million, or the title of Shen Yin, it sounds very tempting. So Liu Yan didn't struggle for too long at this time, and immediately chose the third option. After returning to his senses, he raised his head again, and turned to Professor X, talking about his plan. As for the decision made by Liu Yan at this moment, Professor X is a bit disappointed. But I didn't think it was too unexpected. After all, he had made similar choices before. Turning his head again, I mainly looked at Jean next to her, and then asked her if she would like to leave with Liu Yan. When Jean heard the news here, naturally he nodded again without even thinking about it. Very happily agreed. After I finished speaking, I realized something. As if afraid that Professor X would be sad. Hastily added another sentence and said to Professor X, "Professor, it's okay, Liu Yan and I will come back to see you when we have time. It's good for you to have this heart." Professor X laughed. Although there is the sadness of parting, but there are more, it is still gratifying. I am happy that Jean can find such a strong partner. Followed to the side, really like an old father. Began to remind me to play the piano. As for Liu Yan, after making the choice, consciousness is the first time and enters the system space again. Checked the title of Shen Yin that I had obtained. Asterisk. Chapter 38. 38 Title, Shanayan. Sad Cyclops 1/4, please collect. 38 Title, Shanayan. Sad Cyclops 1/4, please collect. Title, Shanayan. Effect, wearing this title will hide all abilities of the host, and it can also hide the effect of skill enhancement to a certain extent. Special note, this title applies to those men who are as good as fireflies in the night, and are exceptionally outstanding no matter where they are. Wipe, does it apply to a man who stands out everywhere? Doesn't that mean me? Liu Yan glanced at the special attributes of this title. Some narcissistic touched his chin, feeling that this title is very suitable for them. But I was curious afterwards. Asking the system side played the specific role of Shen Yin. After all, the hidden amplification effect mentioned in the introduction is too general. After reading it carefully, Liu Yan realized it. The so-called amplification effect is hidden. To put it in the vernacular, it is similar to an online game where you hide your skills and special effects. After understanding this, Liu Yan couldn't help but get excited. Xin said that this skill is really powerful. It is simply Yinran's magical skills. Think about it, Liu Yan knew about the huge meteorite that Apocalypse shot before. What a sensation caused by the definitely thing. If he had the skill of Shanayan at that time, the effect will be completely different. In addition to Apocalypse, before the meteorite fell, no one would notice the abnormality. Just see a small stone falling from the sky. And this kind of visual error will make the enemy's alertness to a minimum. A large number of people can be killed in the invisible. Don't be too cool. Thinking about this, Liu Yan hasn't had time to rejoice here yet. Before defeating Apocalypse, there was an achievement reward for Steel Angel. This is long overdue. It rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the achievement reward and beheading Apocalypse. The control of the fruits is increased to 78.9%. Unlock, 500 times the gravity. Unlock new skill, Fire Festival. Ability, Fire Festival. float in the air on the gravel under your feet, and then summon a large number of meteorites to turn the battlefield into a sea of flames. Liu Yan glanced at the skill, then nodded slightly. I am also very satisfied with the new ability I got at this time. With this thing, it cooperates with Shinayan. In Mutant, there are really few who can threaten him. Wearing the title, Sheen and others haven't noticed anything yet. Mystique and Professor X were surprised for the first time. It's hard to tell what exactly has changed for Liu Yan at this time. However, he can vaguely feel that the aura of his whole person at this moment is different from before. How do you describe this feeling? If Liu Yan before, it feels like a sharp sword out of its sheath, anything can be shredded. Then Liu Yan at the moment gave them the feeling that it was more like a superhero hidden in the sheath. It seems that it is not terrible, but in fact the danger is more than several times higher than before. After all these years, bright guns are easy to hide, but hidden arrows are hard to guard. When the two sides fought against each other, the most feared was not the murderous bandits who would fight to death as soon as they came up. It's the kind of passerby who is smiling, silent, and suddenly violent. Professor X may not feel this, but Mystique, who is the best at camouflage next to him, has a deep understanding of it. If you want to imitate a person, in addition to the similarity in facial features, what is more important is personal temperament. Mystique spent many years, and I don't know how much hard work it took to have the ever-changing aura. It's just... Liu Yan, how did this change happen? It's hard to say that someone is really capable of this level. You don't need to learn deliberately, you can understand it instantly by just looking at it. Mystique was speechless. At this moment, Liu Yan doesn't care what others think. After improving his strength, he waved his hand towards everyone, and left directly with the piano. He's going here simply. It was a long time before everyone realized that after he had left, the purpose of this trip was here. Then I heard Professor X's surprise. Roar gave a terrible cry. What's the matter, Charles? How have you been surprised recently? Seeing him react like this, Mystique was also taken aback next to him. Turning his head again, Charles looked at everyone's blank expressions. He couldn't help laughing again, said. Have you all forgotten Cyclops? Cyclops? Everyone was taken aback. Now that I heard the reminder from Professor X, everyone was stunned. The main purpose of their visit this time is not to fight Apocalypse, but to rescue Cyclops. It's just that the battle was too fierce, everyone obviously forgot about it. But now Apocalypse is dead and there is no scum left, what about Cyclops? Why didn't you even see a shadow? Everyone is puzzled. It was also at this time that the Blue Devil, who realized it later, thought of something, and then squatted and said again. We saw Cyclops before, but that guy was thrown directly on the ground by Liu Yan, and he didn't bring out the pyramids. Didn't bring out pyramids? Isn't that? After hearing the news, everyone had a meal, and then turned their heads and looked at the back. The pyramids had completely collapsed and turned into a mound of pyramids. Each complexion became complicated. Shockwave regained his senses, and even more shocked Roar let out his brother. I hurriedly stepped forward, rushed to the side of the pyramids, and started excavation and rescue work. I waited for more than half an hour. One more time. When Cyclops was excavated from under the ruins of pyramids. He has suffered an irreversible terrorist injury. Both legs have been smashed into comminuted fractures by the boulders falling from mid-air. Excessive bleeding. The whole person fell completely into a coma. Everyone rescued. However, the injury was too serious and the rescue was not timely. In Cyclops, he could only end up with a high amputation. In the second half of my life, it is estimated that I can only sit in a wheelchair. For this scene, the X-Men were naturally silent. As for Liu Yan, he really didn't deliberately target this guy. Heaven testified, and later, he really forgot, Cyclops. The strength has become stronger, and I don't know why. Liu Yan feels that his memory has deteriorated. When leaving with Qin, I felt a little confused looking at the other person holding katana in his hand. Who is this knife from? Looks like the owner is a girl. Asterisk. Chapter 39. 39 Nick Fury's helplessness. The video store in Hell's Kitchen 2/4. Please ask for flowers. On Liu Yan's side, he walks smartly. But what happened in the Pyramids country? Obviously, no rest was drawn because of his departure at this time. The real situation is just the opposite. Although Apocalypse is dead. However, this matter in the Pyramids country, on the contrary, has attracted more attention worldwide. Especially at the last moment, the picture displayed on closed-circuit television. The scene where the huge meteorite hit. It is deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people around the world. It is precisely because of this. Countless people are asking questions at this time, wanting to know the final result. I want to know who won the final victory in that seemingly stalemate. The military forces of various countries that originally surrounded the Pyramids country. At this time, after receiving the order, it was the first time he rushed into the capital of the Pyramids country. The specific pictures of the previous fighting between the two sides have been continuously posted back to the internet. Half a month ago, the extremely prosperous capital of the Pyramids country was completely in ruins. In the center, the crater that was hit by the meteorite was more than 500 meters deep. It silenced countless people. People who originally felt despised for mutant. It was only at this time that it was discovered in horror. The other party actually already possesses the energy similar to a nuclear bomb that can change the world. So at this moment, although Apocalypse is dead, the crisis is temporarily lifted. But about mutant, it has once again become a global hot topic. Countless people, as well as the government. At this time, I started to think seriously about how to get along with mutant. But this time, the vast majority of people actually agreed with the policy of being tender to mutant. This naturally made most mutants happy. Apart from joy, I am more grateful for Liu Yan. Everyone is not stupid, and naturally knows who is behind this situation. But right now, whether it is the military, the people or the government, they want to find the whereabouts of Liu Yan. The end result is nothing but the sea. Liu Yan seems to have evaporated from the world. There is no more news. S.H.I.E.L.D. here. Nick Fury, who is only a small agent at the moment, has grayed out his hair because of this. He even went to Xavier School several times for this matter. Want to know about Liu Yan? But whether it is Professor X or Mystique, they are silent about Liu Yan. Don't mention it at all. In addition, before, what the TV filmed was only a blurry figure. As a result, Nick Fury's understanding of Liu Yan is really too little. Only limited to black hair and Hyuxia descent, these two characteristics. But there are too many Asians with black hair and black eyes this year. Not to mention in other places, just in the United States, there are tens of millions. And who can guarantee that Liu Yan will return to the United States after the Apocalypse incident ends? If he returned to Asia, it would be more like finding a needle in a haystack. There is no frontal photo. It only has a rough body shape, and its ability characteristics. Unless Liu Yan uses the example in person again. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find him again. Because of this, even after the Apocalypse incident, the S.H.I.E.L.D. side immediately launched an emergency plan to search for Liu Yan. However, the vast majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. executives are not optimistic about the results of this matter. In less than half a month, I just ignored it. Only Nick Fury still insists. And after insisting on it for more than 2 months. Today, the last clue has been cut off. That is the Tahiti project. Nick Fury finally found out about Liu Yan from the Xavier School. I really thought Liu Yan's parents were the research members of SHIELD. But come back this time to check. It was discovered that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. there was no record of the Tahiti plan at all. In other words, this is simply the fake news compiled by Liu Yan. It was too late to think about where the other party took out the panacea that would make Professor X stand up again. Huge amounts of loss have already occupied Nick Fury's heart at this moment. It was Nick Fury, who could not help but retreat at this moment. Shaking his head and sighing again. Hesitation repeatedly, the final decision is still a decision, and the search plan is temporarily suppressed. Collect all the information about Liu Yan. Going out again, driving his old-fashioned Cadillac. I'm ready to go to the bar next door to have a drink and relax. Drive through the familiar 8th Avenue. Nick Fury came to the Clinton area. It's definitely, there is another name that people all over the United States talk about, and that is Hell's Kitchen. Don't get me wrong, he is not here to investigate the case. This was off work time, and he made a special trip to relax. Although the Hell's Kitchen is confusing, it's a mixed bag. But there are also many good things, such as his favorite spirit, only the bar in Hell's Kitchen can be tuned out. The car stopped and came to the familiar bar. Nick Fury glanced at the familiar street, then pushed the door. On this day, there is not much difference from his past. Oh, besides this street corner, a new video store has opened. The decoration of the new store is a bit special. The owner looked like a new face in Hell's Kitchen. But Nick Fury didn't think much. In this place, there will be more new faces every day, and definitely some people will die unclearly. So when I glanced at it, I left directly. And things he didn't know. The owner of this newly opened video room is not someone else, but he and the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. What he wants to find, defeats Apocalypse's strongest mutant. That horrible guy who can control the power of meteorites and rumors. That is Liu Yan. 2 months ago, after Liu Yan left Pyramids, he traveled the world with the piano. After spending nearly 2 months, after walking through most of the historical sites, they are back to New York again. Thought long time. Finally decided to open a small shop in Manhattan. Prepare to live a happy and leisurely life for yourself. The reason why I chose the regional kitchen area is because there are so many 3 teachers and 9 students here, and the identification of idlers is not so strict, and it is more suitable for him to hide. As for why the videotape should be opened, the reason is even simpler. That is Liu Yan. Compared to camping, fishing or golfing in his spare time, he prefers to sit on the couch and watch a movie. So this video store, he is not so much open to the outside world. It is better for him to come to his own private movie hall. Anyway, I inherited more than $100 million. During this time, I bought a lot of stocks of Stark. If there is no accident, the rest of your life can be said to be worry-free. So Liu Yan didn't even intend to count on the video studio to make money. Choose the remote corner of Hell's Kitchen to open a store. I also thought that no one came over, so he could be quieter. It was true at first. Recently, however, it has given him some headaches. Because every night, there is always a familiar bear kid who comes to make trouble, *. Chapter 40. 40 Uninvited guest in the video room, Daredevil, Matt Murdock 3, please ask for flowers and collect. It's almost time, I guess that brat, it's almost here again. Liu Yan looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall in the store. Some depressed thinking. It is now 5:23 p.m. 7 minutes later, as expected, the familiar sound of pushing the door rang in his ears. He turned his head, and immediately saw a man who was only 12 or 13 years old. The kid with a bright smile on his face walked in from the outside with his school bag on his back like no one. The youth looks like ordinary people in all aspects, just like ordinary people. But if you insist, what is different at this time? That is the boy right now. Even when it was approaching midnight, he still had a pair of big sunglasses on his eyes. Don't get me wrong, the reason for dressing up like this is not to pretend to be cool. It was that the young man in front of him could not see, but was a blind man alive. It's definitely blind people who can wander casually in places like Hell's Kitchen. Naturally, it cannot be an ordinary person. The guy in front of him will also be a well-known superhero in the future. Daredevil. Alias, Brave Man. Matt Murdock. In the comics, the owner is not inferior to Captain America, who has a strong heart and noble character. Only at this time, Matt Murdock was just a child. He had just been blind, but he just started to adapt to this completely dark life. Although the character is resolute, but there is still a long way to go before that respected daredevil who punishes R and eliminates evil in the future. And because of Liu Yan, there is no hobby of cultivating superhero. So for this, I don't come to buy discs, but always come to rub the stinky kid who is watching movies. It is very troublesome. I looked up this time and saw the other person pushing the door in. He even snorted coldly, and murmured again. The brat who watched movies every day, here again, not ashamed. Said by Liu Yan. Matt Murdock is not upset either. Instead, he laughed. Very cheeky, he sat beside Liu Yan and said with a smile. Yeah, Uncle Smelly, I'm here again, what movie shall we watch this time? Isn't it Roman Holiday again? It's not that I said, Uncle, you have watched this movie several times, and you should change it. This is invisible to my eyes. Otherwise, I really want to doubt, Uncle, if you have only one movie from beginning to end, you have collected it. Matt frowned, utterly telling aside. When Liu Yan heard the news, he was furious. Stared again. Whatever I like to watch, I just want to watch it, you little brat. Anyway, you're blind, and you can't see it. Liu Yan didn't mutter in anger. Little daredevil, obviously during this period of time, he has been familiar with Liu Yan a long time ago. So at this time, I heard him say so. I didn't think there was anything to lose. At this moment, he grinned, but he didn't care about it. If you can't see it, you can hear it. Uncle, don't tell me, after being really blind, I actually feel that the whole world has opened up a lot. In this world, there were things that I didn't notice. Now I can't escape my perception. I think this is pretty good. Ha ha ha. Hey, what a ghost, you, like Yushu Lingfeng, your brother Liu has been called an uncle by you, so you are ashamed to tell me that you are blind and not blind at this time. Liu Yan looked suspicious. Seeing this, Daredevil wanted to explain something. At this point, Qin walked out of the room with the fruit plate. At this time, after seeing Matt came here, a kind smile appeared on his face immediately. Actively placed the fruit plate in front of the two. He smiled and invited them to eat the fruit. Thank you, Sister Qin. Daredevil smiled sweetly. Then he was unambiguous, picked up the cherries in the fruit plate and ate it. That posture is completely devouring. It took less than half an hour. I have eaten most of the plate. When Liu Yan, who is fascinated by the movie, reaches out and wants to grab it again. The fruit plate, which was originally like a hill, has actually bottomed out. You brat! Liu Yan looked at the empty fruit plate, his eyelids jumped wildly. At this moment, he cursed in a low voice, just about to say something to the other party. He was waved by the piano next to him, and stopped again. The kind-hearted Qin, she didn't know if the other party was a daredevil. At this time, I just felt that Matt, a kid, was of good character. At the same time, there was some sympathy for the other side's experience. So, on some small things, she has always spoken towards little Matt. This made Liu Yan feel depressed. Again, I wanted to justify myself with a few sentences. Who would have thought that he hasn't said anything yet? The little daredevil with a broken mouth next to him. It's even a step ahead. Toward the two, a serious way. Just watch the movie well, don't make any trivial gestures in private. Little Matt is beside him with a serious face. Jean saw that it was funny, and grinned. As for Liu Yan, he was a little bit angry at this time. Looking at Liu Xiaomoxia next to him, gritted his teeth. Boy, you are at my house. Eating my fruit, watching my movies, and caring about all these miscellaneous things. Liu Yan looked upset. Seeing this, Daredevil laughed again and waved his hand. Don't worry, if you ask me to take care of this tomorrow, I won't take care of it. Oh? Why is this? Jean asked curiously. Liu Yan narrowed his mouth and said, Why, I'm afraid it's not my conscience. I know I can't just use one. I finally planned to leave. No, you are all wrong. It's my father. Didn't I tell you before, my father has become a boxer again? This time, it's a crucial game, and I must be on the court to support it. So uncle, you will be cool tomorrow. I won't come over to grab something to eat with you again. Daredevil looked serious. Originally outraged Liu Yan. Listen to him say that. Emotions can't help but slow down. Followed by frowning. Suddenly, I felt that the plot was somewhat familiar. P.S. Thank you. Listen to the Wind Brothers 100 VIP, give a reward for your support *. Chapter 41. 41 God Level Selection from Daredevil 4/4, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collection. 41 God Level Selection from Daredevil 4/4, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collection. He frowned, and after thinking about it, his eyes lit up again immediately. It's really familiar. He thought about it. This story is nothing else. It is part of the plot mentioned in the movie Daredevil when he was a child. Matt's father caused his son to go blind because of his own fault. Always feel guilty about this. In order to be able to help my son, cheer up again. So he decided to give up his life in the gang and return to the boxing ring. However, he did not expect that his actions would instead anger the black boss Jin Mei in Hell's Kitchen. Caused a murder to myself. Kim Bin in Hell's Kitchen. The beginning of the tragic fate of Daredevil? After roughly sorting out the follow-up plot, Liu Yan finally didn't make the same fuss as before. At this moment, frowning, his complexion finally began to become serious. Suddenly began to think seriously. At this time, do you want to come forward and help this kid like Matt? Although this kid seems to eat for nothing every time. But the actual situation is far from the case. Liu Yan is the kind of person who keeps letting others take advantage of it. Don't look at Matt, it seems to have been eating for nothing. In fact, every time you finish eating, after watching a movie, he will help take the initiative to clean the video room. It's a small worker hired by their video studio for no money. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties becomes more and more harmonious. Liu Yan looked at the little boy Matt, and got a little closer. If you look at it from this perspective, he shot to help rescue Matt's father from Jin He, naturally it is understandable. Only, it's not this that really makes him feel tangled right now. It was that he was worried, and he rushed to make a move at this time. Will accidentally expose his identity. Break yourself for these 2 months. With Phoenix, a rare peaceful life. Fortunately, this entanglement, Liu Yan did not last long. Because it followed closely, the God-level selection system that had been silent for more than 2 months. It finally recovered again. God-level choice from future Daredevil. 1. What did you say? I don't know. Pretending to be ignorant of this, let the Daredevil plot continue to develop, watching his father live and die. Reward title Stoneheart, effect, the defense of the 5 internal organs such as the heart increases by 50%. 2. Between friends, it is love to help you, it is duty not to help. Without exposing yourself, I would like to mention Matt a little bit. Reward title Surface Brother, Effect, Talking with Strangers plus 100%. 3. It's not just a miserable childhood that can be a hero. Help little Matt save his father and smash Jinbin's conspiracy. Reward a copy of Fiend's Covenant. 3 options in a row popped up in front of Liu Yan. Liu Yan glanced at this moment. After discarding the first option directly, look at the second and third option. It was caught in entanglement again. In fact, when he makes a personal choice, he is still very inclined to choose the second item. However, in the second item, the title of superficial brother given to it is too cheating. So hesitation again and again. He finally focused on the final choice. Determined to help this little Matt, and at the same time will meet the well-known figure in Marvel Jinbin. This fat man, known as the Heija Taibao. It felt like Hong Jinbao in Marvel, he was fat and able to fight. In the absence of mutant and no super ability. It can be used in Daredevil, Spider-Man, and even Captain America. So many superheroes' subordinates, escaped from birth time after time. Such a person should not be underestimated. Thinking so, Liu Yan returned to his senses, but he rarely reached out and patted the shoulder of the former little Matt below, and said, "Tomorrow your father's boxing match, I will go with you. Come with me." Little Matt is not stupid. In fact, he was extremely clever. Otherwise, it is impossible afterwards, in the case of blindness and such a large birth defect. I can still successfully enter Columbia University and become a lawyer. It is precisely because of this. After hearing what Liu Yan said, after a moment of astonishment, little Matt also guessed something immediately. The joy that was overflowing on his face instantly dissipated a lot. Follow closely. His eyes became serious. Actually guessed it. She spoke again, directed at Liu Yan, asked again, and said, "Liu Yan, are you worried the gangster will attack my father in a boxing match?" Liu Yan didn't expect that Matt, this stinky boy, could be so sharp. But at this moment, he obviously didn't intend to deny anything. "Here Matt press." Then he nodded. Solemnly said, "Yes, I do have this worry. After all, the people in Hell's Kitchen are never so good at dealing with them." Matt is naturally grateful when he hears this. Although I know, the manager of this video room has always been a big brother with a knife-mouthed tofu heart. But he really didn't expect it. The other party, at this time, will be so benevolent and righteous. That's the gangster in Hell's Kitchen. Compared with any gang force under the world, it must be hundreds of times more fierce. Where their gang is, it is no exaggeration to say that it is Longtan Tiger Den. But here is Liu Yan. Even if I said, I just broke through. How not moved him? But after moving, but still frowned, declined Liu Yan, and said, "No, the manager, the situation over there is too dangerous, so you still don't go." "It really doesn't work, I'll go home and tell my dad not to go to this boxing match." "Stupid, do you think that if this game is not played, the gang will spare you? If they are so easy to talk, can they still be called a gang? As for me..." "Hee, you brat, are you worried about me, the manager, aren't you strong enough?" "Don't worry, I'm in a hurry to open a shop in Hell's Kitchen. There are really no two brushes, how can it work?" As he said, Liu Yan raised his hand and suddenly grabbed the handle of the tang knife on the bookshelf beside the sofa. Swish, the long knife is out of its sheath. There was a snow-white blade of light passing by in the field. This scene happened too fast. When Matt came back to his mind at this time, that tang dao had actually been put on his neck. As for the t-shirt on his upper body, he was hit very quickly. It was cut in half directly from the middle. Asterisk. Chapter 42. 42 Fiend's Covenant 1/4, 4 Flowers, 4 Collection. The blade fell. Daredevil was stupid. It was completely unexpected that Liu Yan's strength would be so strong. Although little Matt does not like gangsters, he still has eyesight after spending so many years in Hell's Kitchen. Just like Liu Yan's knife just now. Whether it is speed, strength, or accuracy, all reached the limit he recognized. That's how the single hand is. The owner of the video store in front of him named Liu Yan is enough to have his own place in Hell's Kitchen. How is this possible? The manager, who are you? After a moment of consternation, Daredevil squatted. Looking in the direction of Liu Yan, his face was full of doubts, and he obviously wanted to ask something. But this time, Liu Yan didn't give him any answers. The expression on his face suddenly became serious. Take the knife again and say lightly, nothing is impossible, Matt. As for your question just now, everyone has their own secrets, don't just explore them. Liu Yan said, this is also a reminder. The Daredevil, who was still in shock just now, was also righteous when he heard the words. Only then did I remember what I had just said, which was considered to have inadvertently violated the taboo of Hell's Kitchen. That's okay, never ask others about their origins. Except for the poor who lived here since they were born. Outsider in Hell's Kitchen, who doesn't have his own secret. This can't be explored casually. Thinking of this, little Matt immediately bowed his head and apologized. Sorry, Mr. Liu, I was the one who made a mistake. Then tomorrow, about the boxing match. Go as usual, I will follow. Liu Yan replied. After saying this, Qin found his coat and threw it to Matt. When Matt heard the words, his heart was settled. Bent and thanked Liu Yan again. Today, after still helping to clean the entire video room, I left here with my school bag on my back. Liu Yan, Matt is really a good boy. Qin stood beside Liu Yan with emotion. It's really good. Liu Yan nodded, and naturally felt approved of little Matt. Otherwise, he would not choose the third option. And at the moment. After saying this, he closed his eyes and entered the system space again. In the system space, at this time, as he chooses to complete, the third reward of the God level option was finally released. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the choice reward Fiend's Covenant. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound landing. A quaint sheepskin scroll suddenly appeared in front of Liu Yan out of thin air. Liu Yan stretched out his hand to take it, and related news emerged in his mind. Fiend's Covenant, the special contract designated by the devil in Otherworld, the signatory will actively sell part of the soul to the host, and will always become the host's slave. And to the host, maintain eternal loyalty. Is this Fiend's Covenant? Interesting. Liu Yan scanned the relevant contract, and the corner of his mouth raised a nice arc. Obviously, I also feel that the reward given at this time is not bad. But after being happy, she was also a little worried. Began to struggle, who should use this contract? Qin has a good relationship with him, and he doesn't need to use this kind of contract to bind his lover. As for Daredevil, he was still too young at the moment. Binding him is a drop in the bucket, and the income is too small. Liu Yan would not do the same. Thinking about this, just look at the situation of Liu Yan right now. With this Fiend's Covenant in your hand, it really feels like a hero is useless. He sighed and felt a little regretful, saying, I knew it, not so early. Let Magneto go and let him go out to take care of it. If there was this Fiend's Covenant at the time, it would seem like a good idea to tie Magneto down as a thug. Liu Yan lowered his head and muttered softly. But now it's too late to say this. God knows where this global wanted man went to hide. Forget it, let's take a step and take a step. The contract is useless now, and it will always be useful in the future. Thinking about it, Liu Yan stretched out his hand and put the contract properly. Move your mind again and exit the consciousness space. I found that the Daredevil at the corner of the street had not completely gone far. Looking up again, the clock in the attic was less than a second past. As Liu Yan's personal strength continues to grow stronger, he found that compared with the outside world, the flow rate of his time in the system was getting slower and slower. It's already a completely static space. So right now, although he talked a lot with the system, but in the eyes of the outside world, it only took a moment. Even Phoenix beside him didn't notice the slightest strangeness. After watching Daredevil go away, Phoenix went back to the video room with Liu Yan and rested. It's still a fat house life with snacks, movies, and sofas. It's just compared to daytime. At night, the door was closed, and only Liu Yan and Phoenix were left in the video room. More, kid? Unsuitable activities. More than 2 months, although not long. But Phoenix is under the special development of Liu Yan. Little White Rabbit's rise is quite amazing. Plus, this girl doesn't know where from the corner of the video room discovered the Love Action movie CD in Liu Yan's private possession. Following the above, it is considered to be a sturdy and practical learning of Bohao's ability. So this time recently, the combat effectiveness has greatly increased. On the special battlefield at night, instead of changing the passiveness of the past, he took the initiative to attack. In the past few days, I have really killed off with Liu Yan. It shocked Liu Yan himself. Tonight, it was still tossing till the wee hours. The two men lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Phoenix, although he cares about little Matt. But for tomorrow, Liu Yan may have to face the matter of Jin Bin. But I didn't feel worried. In fact, after experiencing the apocalypse incident, Liu Yan is in her heart. It has almost become the omnipotent god. P.S. Things are getting more and more day by day. Today's update, the author himself didn't expect it to be released at 9 p.m., but rest assured, the still guarantee 4 will not change, and will be provided in all. Thanks for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 43. 43 Jack's Choice, Daredevil's Trust 2/4, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collection. 43 Jack's Choice, Daredevil's Trust 2/4, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Collection. This trust in Phoenix. Liu Yan naturally felt happy. But he didn't get so proud of it because of this. Although after this period of time, there are achievements to unlock. He has increased his control over the many fruits to about 80%. But in Liu Yan's heart, he was also very clear. This power is not enough in the Marvel world. Not to mention the big purple potato that is about to descend on the earth in the future. He hadn't even been able to do the Fat House Thor. But he was not depressed by it. On the one hand, it is naturally because the fruitful ability has not been developed to the limit by him. As for the other side, the reason is simpler. His greatest reliance is not just this fruit. It is a god-level selection system. Anyway, it's too early for the big purple potato to arrive. Take your time, you won't necessarily lose to this guy at that time. Liu Yan thought in his own heart. Turned his head, covered the quilt, and it started. Roar fell asleep. Time flies, and soon the next day will come. Liu Yan didn't bring a piano. He didn't find Matt either, but was alone and rushed to the boxing ring first. The reason why I came here at this time. I want to meet Matt's father first. It was originally intended to persuade Matt's father to leave with the future Daredevil. It's easy to make a move by yourself, and kill the quartet directly, once and for all. I never thought about it when he arrived at this time. It happened to hit the boss of the boxing ring, looking for Jack, Daredemon's father, to talk secretly. Seeing this, Liu Yan's expression moved slightly. Run ability, and leaned in quietly. Because of the effect of the title of Shen Yin, his current skill is added. He wasn't worried at all, he would be seen through his figure by others. At this moment, he was close, and the sound of the two people's conversations clearly reached his ears. Jack, don't be so stubborn, you are 42 years old, don't you think that you can always win the next battle? What is a boxing match, but it's just a show. Help me this time, I'll give you $200,000. Think about the future of yourself and your children. Money is more important than glory. The gang agent in a neat suit, Fran, was talking at this moment. After saying this, I lighted a cigarette. Also left. He spoke lightly, but at this time he spoke, and what he said was like a boulder weighing on Jack's heart. He lowered his head again and looked at his hands, the boxing gloves that had begun to be old. Jack Murdoch's heart was caught in a great entanglement. On the one hand it is the promise to the son, on the other hand it is the warning from the gang. He has difficulty choosing. This is the fate of ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen. Jack's face was full of pain. Liu Yan, who was lurking on the ceiling, already knew it. Only then did I know why Daredevil's father angered the gang in Hell's Kitchen. Co-authoring is not what happened when I was a thug before. It's because of the boxing match. Looking at this posture, is it promised to fight the counterfeit match, and finally jumped back and directly coked the opponent? Liu Yan knew the ins and outs of the whole thing, and there was a trace of understanding in his heart. He looked up again and looked at Daredevil's father. After thinking for a while, he didn't come out to show his identity at this time. This time point is very important. Jack Murdoch gave up his life and defended his own glorious choice. In his view, it was not only the sublimation of his own life. Also for the future, Matt Murdoch, the character of the Daredevil Master, played a very important role. It can be regarded as the most important catalyst for Daredevil's growth. Although Liu Yan intends to save Jack, avoid Daredevil's tragic childhood, but he didn't plan to curb the growth of this guy. So at this moment, I think twice and still choose to hide. Jack Murdoch, next, it's up to you. Liu Yan thought so. After that, he continued to choose to hide in the dark. He had great expectations for Jack, Matt's father. Fortunately, the other party did not disappoint him either. At the boxing match that night, although he is a 42-year-old veteran, but it is playing his own blood. In the end, he relied on his indomitable will. The opponent was consumed alive. This kind of action won him a lot of applause in the boxing ring, except for the gangster who secretly wanted to control the match in Fran. At this time, little Matt rushed directly to the boxing ring. And his father, embracing excitedly. Once again, I am proud of having such a father. At the end of the game, Matt was still full of excitement in his father's jersey. But Jack's gaze was filled with worry. After getting out of the boxing arena, Jack looked at the dark alleyway leading to the Hell's Kitchen. Hesitation again and again, still speaking, intending to push Matt away. Matt, you will go home alone tonight. Dad, there is still something to do here. I need to go back to the boxing ring later. I will go back to see you later, okay? If it is called, there is no reminder from Liu Yan. Matt may not innocently. He obeyed his father's will. However, after Liu Yan's remarks yesterday, Matt also realized the danger of this matter. Where would he retire at this time? So when I heard my father say this, instead of retreating, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his father's sleeve tightly and shook his head towards him. Seeing Matt's reaction, a touch of relief flashed through Jack's eyes. But still sternly said, "Observe, it's okay, at most it's just some trouble. You go back first. It's dangerous for you to follow me." "No, it won't be dangerous, Dad, I have a bodyguard for you. Let's go home together this time, that group of gangsters will definitely not succeed." Matt spoke firmly. Although he did not see Liu Yan from beginning to end. However, he was sure that the shopkeeper, who is usually carefree, would not release his pigeons at this time. He must be in the dark, watching himself silently. But he believes in Liu Yan. Jack in front of him didn't know anything about the store manager of this video store. Because of this, watching my son react like this, I only thought he was talking nonsense, deliberately comforting myself. Jack smiled bitterly, and was about to continue to persuade his son to leave. But never thought, the two had just walked to the alley. Haven't gotten deep yet. There was already the roar of cars behind him. A sudden brake stopped vomiting. A black Cadillac with its doors wide open. A group of 4 people, dressed in black, all walked out of the car. Among them, there is Frank, who warned Jack before the start of the game. At this time, looking at the father and son in front of him, the cold voice said again. The cold voice said again. Go? The Hell's Kitchen is so big, have you gone? P.S. Thank you 15853323, ken/me/.1838645, I am bored to read novels, and TT2015 for the monthly support of the 5 brothers. As the title, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 44. 44 Shocking Daredevil, Who is the Devil? 3/4, Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Oops. Watching a few people from Flange come here. Jack's face suddenly paled. The heart tightened instantly. Returning to his senses, he reached out his hand and put little Matra behind him in the first place. Looking at several people in Flange, they said vigilantly, Flange, what on earth do you want to do? Do what? What do we want to do, you don't know? I told you before the game started, right? Let you carefully consider the future of yourself and your children. It seems that you are not very clear about what you are thinking about. Fran snorted coldly, speaking with anger in his eyes. Although Jack had already expected such a scene when he made this decision before. But right now, when I really saw Flange, he led everyone to surround himself. My heart still inevitably sighed again. He was mentally prepared this time, but Matt, thinking of him, sighed again. He said softly, don't do this, Fran, how about this, I'll give you all my bonus this time, and let my son go, how about? Your bonus? How much is your bonus worth? He had grabbed Jack by the collar. He mentioned him in front of him, with a grim expression, do you know how much our boss shot in this game? It caused us to lose almost $2 million. That's 2 million. Bang! Flange growled. At this time, a punch has been smashed into Jack's face. In fact, if Jack and Frank are 1-to-1 at this time, even if there are 5 Flanges on the opposite side, they are not Jack's opponent. But now, under the gaze of several sturdy men, Jack is afraid to fight back. Can only bear all this in silence. Matt next to him, feeling this scene, immediately yelled. You bad guys, let go of my father. He stepped forward and wanted to help. There was a famous man next to him, with quick eyes and quick hands, and pinched him in one hand. There he laughed again, with a chill on his face. What's the hurry, I'll see you in a while and go with your cheap father. After speaking, a few big men walked out and surrounded Jack. Looking at the faction this time, it is obvious that I intend to beat him up first, and then talk about it after I have a bad temper. Do not want. No. Shop manager, where are you? You should do it soon. Matt was also a little panicked at this moment. The store manager? What store manager? Leave him alone, this blind man, I think I was frightened crazy. Ha ha ha, I haven't paid attention yet. You said that I found out that he was still a blind man, pitiful, send him and his father out of this world, you say, we have done something good thing. Several people talked and laughed. Jack heard the words, there was both anger and despair in his eyes. I thought that this time, the two of them were really doomed. But I never expected it. At this time, the dark place at the end of the lane. Suddenly there was a strong wind. The sturdy guys who just talked and laughed swept past with the strong wind. All came to an abrupt end. Then, one by one, his pupils dilated. This time it was so plopped and all fell to the ground. What is going on? Except for Frank, Jack, and Matt, everyone fell to the ground. Watching this scene, everyone is naturally very puzzled. He immediately raised his head and looked towards the dark place at the end of the lane. Then, under Daredevil's exciting gaze, a man holding a tang knife, holding 2 ice cream cones in his hand, walked out slowly. At this time, everyone in the eye was swept. Eyes finally fell on Matt Murdock. Some shrugged helplessly, said, "Sorry, I just saw the opposite KFC, the second cone is half price, and I went to buy ice cream. I didn't expect these guys to move so fast. Do you want an ice cream?" Liu Yan said, shaking the extra ice cream in his hand. Tuko in my heart started the routine of unscrupulous merchants. The second half price seems to have been earned. But he couldn't finish eating 2 ice creams. Liu Yan looked depressed. On the opposite side, Daredevil Matt Murdock, hearing Liu Yan say this, was full of black lines, and felt a little speechless. This guy. What time is it? Want to buy ice cream to eat? After silently complaining in my heart. Look at the people in black who fell on the ground again. The expression on the face is getting more and more excited. No longer about the ice cream, continue to struggle. Instead, he was excited, directed at Liu Yan's side, and asked again. "Manager, all of this, did you do it?" The manager. "Matt, is this the store manager in your mouth?" Next, Jack, Daredevil's father, heard Matt say so. Only then came to mind. Thinking of what Matt said to him on the way back. He just thought that his son was simply comforting him. It now appears that he was thinking wrong. What Matt said is true. Indeed, he knows the real strong. In an instant, 4 sturdy men were resolved. Thought of this. Jack spoke here, but couldn't help but ask again. "The guys who fell on the ground. You mean them? They are dead." Liu Yan raised his head and glanced at Jack, but he didn't hide anything. Very plain way. "What are you talking about, dead?" "That's it. Died." Jack and the others were all taken aback. "Definitely is dead, otherwise what do you think?" Liu Yan shrugged helplessly. His current control of gravity can be accurate to people, but there is really no way to do it. It only stuns people instead of killing them. So at that moment, he used the gravity boost to directly crush the inside of several people's heads. "Make this move to yourself." Liu Yan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, these guys are gangster thugs, their hands are covered with blood, it is not wrong to kill them. He looked calm, and Matt opened his mouth wide in front of him. Unexpectedly, chatting and joking with him on weekdays, and even being bullied by him from time to time, the manager of the video store, who seems harmless to humans and animals, would actually be so decisive when he actually started his hands. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives have already been taken. Matt whispered softly, feeling a little confused at this moment. Some are not quite clear, the harmless teenager and the gang in front of him. Who is the real demon? He thought to himself that Jack at the back was already startled roar. Suddenly turned his head and pointed behind him. It turns out that at this time, they were talking about their skills. Flange had already ran out towards the outside in a panic. "Quickly stop him, you can't let this guy go!" Jack shouted. Following along, he also chased out. Chapter 45. 45 Kill the lair of Jin Bin. Frighten the silly Flange 4/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. 45 Kill the lair of Jin Bin. Frighten the silly Flange 4/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Too late to think about it. Jack only knew at this time, if he left so freely on their side, they will all suffer big troubles. But he moved fast at this time. Someone moved faster than him. It was almost the same time he spoke and said this. On Liu Yan's side, his right hand was opened and he had already grabbed it forward. Heavy fruits suction. Ability urged. There seemed to be a huge amount of wind pressure in his heart. It's like an invisible chain again. Instantly bound the hands and feet of this flange. Follow him and pull back slightly. Tighten the chains. Flange, who had just ran to the door, had his whole figure flying back straight at the moment. Completely uncontrollable, he knelt directly beside Liu Yan with a click. Watching this scene, Matt was dumbfounded again. As for his father Jack, his legs were weak at the moment, and he almost knelt on the ground. Mutant. This is Mutant's method. Jack is not a silly boy like Matt, who doesn't know anything about the world. It is precisely because of this. After a moment of astonishment, Matt instantly guessed the origin of Liu Yan's side. This is a mutant. My son unexpectedly found such a powerful mutant as a helper. Matt thought. There was ecstasy in his heart for an instant. And just now, he had already ran to the entrance of the alley and was pulled back by Fran. At this time, I only felt that the soul was going to be scared away. Turning his head again, he looked at Liu Yan behind him with a smile on his face. At the beginning, there was no more aggressiveness when facing Jack and his son. Instead, he opened his mouth and began to plead. However, Liu Yan didn't have the slightest intention to listen to him right now. At this time, he stretched out his hand and held the flange directly, like a chicken. He dragged him to the side of Cadillac. He squeezed him into the driver's seat. He walked towards the back seat of the car. I also saw his action. The two talents next to Matt woke up like a dream, and asked again. Liu Yan, where are you going? Once and for all, solve all the troubles. Liu Yan replied. Matt didn't speak. Jack has changed color next to him. Surprised, Roar said, you plan to directly attack Jin and shoot. Why, no. Liu Yan asked rhetorically. Definitely not, it's just Liu. Manager Liu, don't underestimate Jin Bin, he also has mutant. Jack waved his hand and reminded Liu Yan in a tactful way after thinking about it. Although Liu Yan just showed his strength. But this kind of strength, from Jack's point of view, is indeed not Jin's rival. Who dares to underestimate the Black Street Taibao? Liu Yan heard the news, but was non-committal. At this time, after waving his hand with a faint smile, it also asked Matt, these two guys, to go home and wait for the news. Jin Bin's lair, took these two guys, and went to break together. It's troublesome. As for himself, he is behind the Cadillac's back seat at the moment. He glanced at the frightened flange in front of him, and said again. 10 minutes for you. For 10 minutes, I can't see Jin Bin, you die. Yes yes. I see. Flange nodded like garlic. After seeing Liu Yan's terrifying power, how dare he not follow his orders? Ignite at this time and directly throttle to the end. Accompanied by a roar. The Cadillac under the seat, like a beast that got out of its cage, rushed directly into the night. After a short time, he disappeared into the boundless traffic. All this is too late to say, but in fact, it only took less than 10 minutes before Matt and the two entered the lane. But it is these 10 minutes. For both Matt, it was as long as a whole century. It is also after the vehicle has gone far. The two of them woke up like a dream. After the rest of the catastrophe, the father and son returned to God and hugged each other tightly. There are thousands of words in my heart, but at this moment it is more silent than sound. After a long time, Matt, who was held by Jack in his arms, couldn't help but ask again, said. Dad, do you think the store manager can win the next battle? Jack was stunned when he heard the words. I thought of the Tang Dao that the Hyuxia boy had not been out of the sheath just now. And his terrifying ability. Thinking of the rumor 2 months ago. My throat felt a little dry in an instant. After a while, he coughed softly and said, "It should be, no problem. If he is the man from the pyramids country. Definitely a final victory." As he spoke, he silently added a sentence in his own heart. Liu Yan no longer pays attention to the roadway. When getting in the car, I am not afraid of fraud by flange. Instead, he just started to close his eyes and sleep in a fake sleep. The flange car is indeed fast enough. 10 minutes is not long. And when Liu Yan opened his eyes again, the car already stopped in front of a magnificent building. Liu Yan tilted his head and looked at this tall building with at least 90 floors. Did not speak. The flange beside him was a little bit irritated and flattered. "Dear Liu. Mr. Liu, Jin Bin's base camp has arrived. He is on the top floor, the 99th floor. I know there is a shortcut to bypass the defense below. If you want, I'll take you there. Just begging you for a while, can let me make a living." Fran has a sincere expression on his face. Liu Yan looked at him like this, but laughed again. "The 99th floor? Highly guarded. No shortcuts, I just go straight up." "Hey? Go straight up? Well, remember to fasten your seat belt." Liu Yan smiled mysteriously. The voice fell to the ground without waiting for Flange to refute. The purple magnetic circle suddenly appeared. Heavy fruits anti-gravity. The Cadillac, weighing nearly 2 tons, suddenly trembled. Then followed closely. Under the gaze of Flange's shocking gaze, the entire Cadillac was floating directly. Floating in the direction of the top floor of this building. How is this possible? Fran looked at the ground further and further away from him. The eyeballs will be frightened and will fall to the ground. It is clear. The ability of Liu Yan, the mutant. It was far more terrifying than he had expected before. P.S. Thank you 15853323 brothers for your monthly ticket support. As the title, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 46. 46 3.5 minutes. Jin Bin's exclamation 1/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. 46 3.5 minutes. Jin Bin's exclamation 1/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. The entire car swiftly moved up in the night. Although Liu Yan's side, the control is very handy. But unfortunately, he still underestimated Jin He's defensive power on all sides after all. For this building, on Jin Bin's side, it was obvious that it wasn't just a heavy defense set up inside the tall buildings. For the outside, there is also monitoring. It is precisely because of this. This time, when I noticed that there was an unknown object, it started to approach quickly from the outside. Immediately someone started to shoot outside the tall building. Da-da-day. Da-da-day. In the dark night, the tongue of fire was surging. Countless bullets poured down like rain on the Cadillac outside the building. This is just the 52nd floor. The entire Cadillac has almost been beaten into a sieve. Definitely, it's an attack of this level. It can only penetrate the defense on the surface of the wagon. It is far from enough to injure Liu Yan, who is sitting in the back seat of the car and has mastered the fruits. Therefore, under his control, many bullets had been bounced back before they could get close to his body. But, he can do this. The flange in the front cockpit of the car, but it can't. It is precisely because of this. Although only a moment later. But here, flange has been fired by more than 10 shots. The whole person was beaten into a sieve. A pool of blood poured out, and the seat of the car was stained blood. Flange hurts more than roar. Seeing this, Liu Yan shook his head from behind. But did not feel sympathy. Xin said, it's not that I don't give you a way to survive, but that your boss doesn't give you a way to survive. But rest assured, I will avenge you in a while. Thinking about it, he probed his hand again and punched it upward. He banged and knocked off the roof. Liu Yan turned over and stepped directly on the roof of Cadillac. Immediately he was probing his hand and grabbed it forward. Heavy fruits gravity. Buzzed. Gravity traction. Using the Cadillac that was rushing upwards, it stopped instantly. Then it was like a frisbee being thrown out. Immediately, he slammed into the towering building in front of him. No, avoid it. Opposite, the counterattack has begun. There was a startled roar in the building. And with their conversation. Immediately afterwards, I heard a rumbling explosion. In the black Cadillac, a 2-ton object hit the wall outside the building. As it fell, the whole building shuddered, and the glass-like walls peeled off in pieces. A huge pothole with a size of nearly 4 meters was directly and roughly punched out. Liu Yan stepped on the shards of glass flying above the air. Rushed directly into the building. The more than 20 security officers and soldiers who had just fired at them were directly smashed into meatloaf by Liu Yan's car. But at this moment, Liu Yan is in shape. I haven't waited to wait for a moment of silence for these guys. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. The guards on the other floors have rushed to help. At this time, like locusts, filed out. A moment of effort. 50 or 60 guns have been aimed at Liu Yan's head. Fire. Without any hesitation. No nonsense. Obviously. This group of guards had received orders from the top before they came here. See Liu Yan at this time. All fire directly. In an instant, there were countless tongues of fire surging again. But still did not dodge. Not to draw a knife. Instead, he took a step forward and rushed out directly. The bullet fell in front of him, as if blocked by an invisible wall of air. In front of him, purple ripples appeared. As those ripples spread, plenty of fruits ability once again. Gravity rebound. Hey! 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 The bullets pouring down like rain just now were all bounced back easily. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A moment of effort. On the wall behind everyone, there was a row of dense holes. And followed closely. The group of guards who had just taken action all fell to the ground and died. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. Liu Yan kills another 100 people. Boss, it won't work. The arrival is too fierce. The brothers on the 55th floor can't hold it anymore. At the moment, the top floor of the building. The subordinates were reporting the news to the person in charge in a panic. The man is 8 feet tall and has a fat body. But sitting there at this time did not make people feel funny. On the contrary, it is like a huge mountain. Even if there is no movement, there is still a terrorist power, like a tide, surging in all directions. This person is not someone else. It is the entire New York, even the entire United States gang, the absolute leader Jin Bin. Jin Bin was on the spot at this time, sitting with crossed hands. Liu Yan, who is constantly striding forward, watched the big killing on the surveillance video. But he was not as flustered and helpless as his subordinates in front of him. On the contrary, there was a little curiosity in the eyes. Hear the subordinates pressing. After a moment of silence, he said again. Okay, take your man away and let him up. Ah, what, let him up? The subordinates originally thought that Jinhee had to arrange an escape route by himself and escape directly. But I didn't expect that the other party would say so. After being stunned, he couldn't help but asked again and said, but boss, the other party is obviously here to trouble us. Just let him up like this, I'm worried. Worry about what? Worry that I will die in his hands? Just a mutant, let him up and let me deal with it. Jin snorted coldly. As a gangster who controls the entire Rice gang. He is for mutant. Really not as afraid of ordinary people. Seeing Jin angry. The subordinate nodded and could only retreat. But I just went out here, and I don't know if the news has been delivered. There was already an explosion from the elevator entrance on the top floor. Immediately afterwards, a young man carrying this Tang Dao. Taking another step, he has appeared on the top floor. It is Liu Yan. Since Cadillac parking. By the time he reached the top of the 99th floor. It took a total of time, but only 3.5 minutes. But it's 3.5 minutes. He has abolished Jin and his subordinates, a full of more than 500 people's combat power. Break through most of the line of defense. This strength. It is the one who sits on the main seat and sees Jin Bin, who is accustomed to the wind and waves. A touch of approval gushes from the bottom of his eyes. Regardless of how strong you feel, for the time being. The young man in front of him does indeed have a rare general style. Asterisk. Chapter 47. 47 The Solicitation of Golden Union. The bullseye is coming. 2/4, for flowers, for collection. 47 The Solicitation of Golden Union. The bullseye is coming. 2/4, for flowers, for collection. You are Jin Bin. Jin En looked at Liu Yan. Liu Yan naturally saw him too. At this moment, he spoke and asked aloud. Jin did not refute this either. Instead, he nodded very calmly. Without waiting for Liu Yan to speak, he said again. It's me. You are strong, stronger than I thought. It's a pity that such strength is so dead. How is it, are you interested in doing things for me? After all, Xiao Xiang is a Xiao Xiang, and it is definitely not accidental that Jin He can achieve this position. Just say it now. Even if Liu Yan was murderous, he slaughtered more than 500 of his subordinates in a row, but he came up and said that he would take his life. He is still not in a hurry. He even took the initiative to invite the other party. Count on recruiting the other party into his own subordinates. Aside from other things, just because of his demeanor, even Liu Yan can't help but look at him highly. Brows raised, and then said with some playfulness. Are you going to take me as your subordinate? What about those people who died before? Are you not going to seek justice for them? Justice? Jinping raised his head and laughed directly. Some dismissive, said. Hell's Kitchen, or in this world, when has the word justice been said? Isn't it true that the fist is big? I agree with you. Haha, just agree with it. At the first glance, I can see it. In fact, you and I are the same people, aren't they? Join us, I feel that we will become the best partners. In the future, we will notify the entire Quan Mai, and even the gangs around the world. It is not impossible. Jin did not look excited. Opposite Liu Yan was non-committal. He didn't mean to be bewitched at all. Then he spoke, but calmly asked again. Do you know what I am here for? I recognize that Cadillac. If you guessed correctly, you should have come for Jack and his son? That idiot made me lose $2 million in the boxing ring. I was looking for someone before, but I used to make trouble for him. Jin did not conceal it at all. Since you know my origins, you dare to let me join you. Ha ha ha, what is there? Friends, don't you know an old saying that in this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests? Jin did not laugh, seeming a little disapproving. The voice fell to the ground, and then added. Although you don't know why you made your debut for Jack and his son, trust me, as long as you promise to join us, we will give you a satisfactory answer. Let's talk about your conditions separately. On my side, as long as you agree to join, I will directly transfer the Olympic boxing ring where he punched before to his name. With this alone, he will get no less than 15 million net profit dividends every year. How? I have enough sincerity on this condition. If he thinks this proposal is too gentle, he still wants to vent his anger. I can also give away a few human meat sandbags for free to take a break from the fire in class. Ha ha ha, just play with him. As long as he calms down, it doesn't matter if someone is killed. I'll take it. Jin Biao was talking freely, then leaned over and sat on the table. A kind smile rose from the corner of his mouth. However, even though he was laughing at the moment, it still gave people a great sense of oppression. It's like trying to eat someone. This is his usual negotiation technique. Both grace and prestige. The needle is hidden in the cotton. People can't find a reason for rejection at all. To be honest, Liu Yan couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he heard it here. I think it's fortunate for him to be here this time. If he were to be replaced by an ordinary person standing here and hearing Jin and saying this, he might have been really fooled. The conditions he set were too tempting, and there was no reason for rejection at all. No wonder he was so confident at this moment. It's a pity. Thinking about it, Liu Yan lowered his head and sighed suddenly. What a pity. Jin is not a little curious. It's a pity, what you just said is not true. Liu Yan spoke lightly. As soon as the voice fell, I heard a bang. But he didn't do it. But the opposite Jin Bin suddenly lifted off the desk in front of him. At this time, he slammed directly at him. Hey! A ray of white knife light passed by. Jin Bin's desk was directly cut in half from the middle. Liu Yan got up again and looked forward. Opposite Jin Bin had already stood up straight. At this time, he closed his fist and stood. All over his body is fierce flames. Looking at Liu Yan again, he was a little surprised. It's really funny, how do you tell that I was telling you a lie just now? The ruler of the Nihuyu gang, who is like an emperor, will meet each other and give up his authority directly to strangers. Liu Yan sneered, looking at the opposite Jin Bin, somewhat playful. Your acting skills are still good, but it's a pity that you're a little too generous. It's not like you. Unexpectedly, you could see it all. Then why didn't you open it in the first place? Jin was puzzled. I just want to see what I want to wait for the Black Street Taibao to deal with it like this. Liu Yan held a knife, somewhat indifferent. Seeing this, Jin looked at Liu Yan deeply, but couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that I am really right. You are indeed the same type of person as me, but you are more arrogant than I am. Is it? If you have the strength, it's not arrogance, but self-confidence. Liu Yan asked rhetorically. Kim did not answer. Behind him, a cold voice suddenly came out. Definitely is. I'm here, today, you can't kill anyone. When the words fell, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind Liu Yan. He walked out of the shadows slowly. Remove the headgear. On his forehead, there was a mark like a living target. Liu Yan turned his head at this moment and only glanced at it. Also recognized the identity of this guy. At this moment, I raised my eyebrows and felt a little surprised. Are you, the bullseye? Asterisk. Chapter 48. 48 The disappointed Jin Bin, the natural enemy of the bullseye? 3/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. 48 The disappointed Jin Bin, the natural enemy of the bullseye? 3/4, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. He spoke, calling out the name of the bullseye directly. Looking at the bullseye, the shock was not because of anything else, but completely unexpected. The bullseye is already entangled with Jin Bin. But if I think about it again, I don't think it is completely incomprehensible. After all, these two guys. One is a professional killer. The other one is the gang leader. Isn't the old saying all about embarrassment? The two of them were born as if they should be mixed together. So, this bullseye is Jin Bin's confidence? Liu Yan thought, turning his head and scanning the Jin Bin next to him. Sure enough, he saw Jin Bin at the moment, with a frenzied and grim smile on his face. It is clear. It seemed to him now. Adding the bullseye and taking the young mutant boy from the front is more than enough. Jin is full of confidence. On the side of the bullseye, it was even more astonished that Liu Yan had just passed by the bottom of his eyes. To understand became fear. So now, he laughed again. The look plays with the taste. Interesting, you know my identity, that would be easier to handle. Boy, there are only two ways to put it in front of you now. First, obediently obey Jin's boss's arrangements and become our thugs. Repay the debts for the 500-odd subordinates you just killed, as well as the destroyed facilities. As for the second, then there is only a dead end. The bullseye said. Flick your fingers. Just listen to the tearing air sounds. A toothpick he had just played in his hand was bounced out. This time it actually landed on the wall not far away with terrifying tearing air sounds. Liu Yan took advantage of the situation and looked intently. I saw a flying fly on the wall that was originally flapping its wings. At this moment, he was nailed to death by a toothpick. Not only that, the completely wooden, fragile toothpicks are directly embedded in the wall this time. Although Liu Yan had already known the ability of the bullseye before that. But at this moment, after seeing it, it is still unavoidable to be a little shocked. For this, anything can be thrown as flying darts. And a guy with a terrifying accuracy. Liu Yan feels that if he is really full of firepower, he may not be much weaker than Hawkeye in Avengers Alliance. But if it's just this kind of ability, it is not enough to deal with Liu Yan. Thinking so, Liu Yan has already pulled out Tang Dao again. Although not stated clearly, but his action clearly showed Liu Yan's choice. The sight of the beautiful target eye just now. The look instantly cooled down. You are looking for death by yourself, he whispered. The voice fell to the ground. He and Jin behind him are not hesitation. Follow along. In an instant, he rushed towards Liu Yan again. Since solicitation is not accepted, then naturally, it can only be killed. The bullseye was stunned, and then he waved his hand again. Swish! 3 playing cards were thrown directly. With tearing air sounds. Ordinary playing cards, in his hand at this time, are as powerful as 3 flying darts. It shot towards Liu Yan. Seeing this, Liu Yan swung the knife in his hand. Play all 3 poker cards directly. And followed closely. There are dull tearing air sounds in the back of his head. Turn around again. It's Jin Bin. This lunatic whose whole body muscles have reached 90% upwards. At this time, the bookshelf for the display next to it was picked up again. Then roared sharply. He slammed it down on Liu Yan's head. Liu Yan couldn't. Can only roll on the spot. Block the knife again. But at this moment, although the long knife blocked the bookshelf, but the body shape of the whole person, it was still caught by Jin He, and he used brute force to smash it out directly. Flew back more than 20 meters in a row. Wait until the figure falls to the ground again. Has been forced back from the very center of this room to the elevator. The tang knife in his hand was also following at this moment, buzzing. Like a whine, the tremors kept trembling. What a terrifying weird power! Liu Yan looked at his hand shaking constantly, like a long knife about to jump out of his palm. Feeling too. On the opposite side, Bullseye and Jin joined the two. Looking at Liu Yan who was forced to the corner. They all laughed. Obviously at this moment, both of them feel that Liu Yan this time has reached the point of exhaustion. With such a little strength, do you dare to come to me for trouble with Jin Bin? Hehe, to be honest, kid, you disappoint me. I really didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. Jin did not squeeze his fist. At this time, he was a little disappointed. The bullseye next to him laughed strangely. With a pile of playing cards in his hand, he started playing. Looking at that posture, it seems to be tangled. Which card should be used to end Liu Yan's life? However, the two of them reacted like this, but they did not see what they expected. Liu Yan panicked. Looks full of fear. After the long knife in his hand stopped trembling, Liu Yan sighed instead. At this moment, he actually took the initiative to take over Jinhe's words. After that, I was sighed. Disappointed. Indeed, I also feel a little disappointed. The dignified Heija Tebeo, plus the bullseye, 2 people, are so capable. You are like this. Didn't I come here for nothing? Liu Yan slowly raised his head. The voice fell to the ground. Boom. The invisible wind swept the entire floor with him as the center in an instant. At this moment, both of them obviously felt their bodies sink. Following that, the pupils suddenly tightened. He raised his eyes again and looked at Liu Yan's expression. Also began to be a little surprised. What's the matter with this power? Damn, this guy hasn't used all his strength before. Bullseye startled roar. Finally, no longer underestimate the enemy. This time, I just threw out all the playing cards in my hand. Stabbed. The flying cards cut the air, and there was a crackling sound. But this time, 9 playing cards in a row. Even 3 feet in front of Liu Yan can't get close. It's already broken. The weight of the fruit is now under Liu Yan's control. It's like an iron curtain between him and everyone. He doesn't need to do it. Relying on this alone, the general offensive would have negligible damage to him. And this thing is especially aimed at long-range throwing weapons. Takeo in close combat is affected by this. It's not big. It is precisely because of this. From a certain perspective, Liu Yan can be regarded as the natural enemy of the bullseye. Asterisk. Chapter 49. 49 The sword cuts gold and the bullseye kneel down. Make up last night's 4th update, please ask for flowers, ask for collection. As for this matter, it's not just Liu Yan who knows. Seeing the playing cards he threw. Before he got close to Liu Yan, he was crushed directly by the gravity field he controlled. The bullseye's color changed, and he also reacted immediately, hurriedly whispered, and cursed damn it again. Withdrawing this time, he immediately began to retreat backwards. Obviously, there is some regret in my heart. I rashly shot Liu Yan before. Watching his reaction, Liu Yan just sneered. Regret now, naturally it is too late. The right hand sticks out and grabs it forward. Heavy fruit's gravity. The suction power was like a chain, instantly wrapped around the bullseye. Let me go. Bullseye startled roar. Let go of you. Did you just stop taking me down? Are you so soon? You don't take me seriously, right? Liu Yan ignored it. Raising his hand, it was cut again. Hey! Dao Guang slammed into the bullseye directly with heavy pressure. The bullseye was attacked, and he snorted immediately. At this moment, blood was pouring out of his mouth and nose. Being restrained by Liu Yan's gravitational force, he seemed to be carrying a mountain on his back inexplicably. The body shape speed plummeted. Almost hardly took Liu Yan a knife. So at this moment, I feel muffled, and I feel that my internal organs are going to be misaligned. Watching this scene, Jin didn't dare to be idle anymore. The truth is that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. He still understands. So now growl. He rushed towards Liu Yan again. The figure jumped up like a lion slaughtered on the grassland. At this moment, he raised his hand with a punch, directly towards Liu Yan's door, and slammed it over. After all, he is one of the strongest human beings with 90% muscles. Facing the golden tie, Liu Yan didn't dare to be careless. Seeing him do something here, Tang Dao with his right hand turned. In an instant, he slashed at him again. Gravity knife big tiger. Roar. The long knife slashed down. Purple magnetic circle, between surging. It was like a tiger leaped forward. A full of fierce flames, like a prairie lion. A sword is like a tiger, indomitable. The two collide. At this moment, I heard a crack. It is completely poured with concrete and steel, and has a specially reinforced top ceiling. At this time, Liu Yan was cut and flew directly with this knife. There was a bang. High-density synthesis steel is under the prestige of gravity knife Big Tiger. Twisted into twists. This is the case. It's natural not to mention Jin T. Cough up blood at this time. When the body shape falls again. On the right arm, there have been countless bloody mouths. It's just a knife. Jin Bin's right arm was actually abolished. But at this moment, Jin Bin, it is too late to pay attention to the pain on his body. He can sit in the position of the underground king of the whole girl. It's not only powerful. The mind is even more intelligent. It is precisely because of this. After a short fight, Jin Bin finally guessed the identity of Liu Yan. Gravity knife, black hair. It's you. You are the guy who planned to do it before in the Pyramids country. Jin did not start roar at this time. His face was instantly as pale as gold paper. Liu Yan watched his reaction next to him, grinning again. He didn't deny this, on the contrary, he nodded again calmly and said, "Yes, it's me. It's really you, how could it be you?" Jin Bin made a sound like a dream. Don't talk about him. Next to the bullseye, at this moment, the heart also sinks to the bottom in an instant. The little desire to fight that came out of my heart just now was smashed in an instant. Pyramids country. This is the boy in the Pyramids country. The guy who confronted Apocalypse and easily destroyed a capital. Known as the strongest mutant guy in the world? What the FK? Is it bloody mildew after 8 lifetimes? How could Jin Bin this idiot provoke him? The bullseye returned to his senses, and my heart was really upset. No nonsense to follow. Turning his head, he went straight to the rear and began to flee like crazy. Run. In today's situation, it won't work if you don't run. The people here are really too strong. Only escape, there is a way out. Right now, those who hold the same idea are not just the bullseye. Next to Jin Bin, it is exactly the same. Turning his head and flying towards the rear. Fortunately, at this moment, there are only 3 people left on the top floor, Liu Yan, Jin Bin, and Bullseye. If there are others here. Seeing this scene, I was afraid that my eyes would fall out in fright. At this moment, of these 2 people, one is the world's top killer, and the other is the underground emperor of New York and even the United States. On weekdays, they are all high-ranking and thunderous figures. But this time, after meeting Liu Yan, I was scared to the point of being as panicked as a mouse. The contrast is great. It makes people doubt life. And watching them flee at this time, Liu Yan himself didn't feel how surprised. At this time, the brows were slightly raised, and the corners of the mouth were filled with a playful smile. I want to run now, can I run? He sneered and raised his right hand. Gravity knife hell trip exertion. Buzz. Void trembles. A purple beam of light instantly shrouded Jin Bin, who was about to escape. After that, I heard a cracking sound. Jin He was hit by an invisible iron fist directly from mid-air. The 99-story high-rise building was completely pierced in an instant. Jin Bin's figure disappeared directly from the crowd. Watching this scene, the bullseye, who originally wanted to escape, stiffened in place for an instant. At this moment, there is no longer fear anymore. It is full of despair. Is this a fart? You can't escape at all. Thinking so, he turned his head and looked at his Liu Yan. Also simply. At the moment, both feet are soft. It just threw it directly and knelt in front of Liu Yan. Obviously he intends to use this method to pray for Liu Yan to raise his hands high. Can let him go. Seeing this, Liu Yan shook his head. He is not a guy who likes to let the tiger go back to the mountain. However, Tang Dao in his hand was raised at this moment. is planning to pick up the knife and drop it. It directly ended up with this guy. No one thought of it. This section is on the bones. In his head, a familiar system prompt sounded again. Asterisk. Chapter 50. 50 Fiend's Covenant, Servant of the Bullseye. 1/4, 4 flowers, for collection. 50 Fiend's Covenant, Servant of the Bullseye. 1/4, 4 flowers, for collection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the God level selection from Bulliet. 1. Cut the grass without removing the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Hand up the knife and drop it, immediately kill the bullseye. After the selection is completed, a reward: a bottle of Faisai Happy Water. 2. True Strong, never afraid to return to the mountain. Invincible is too lonely, leave yourself some opponents. Let the bullseye leave here, the task is completed, and the reward: the control of the fruits is plus 5%. 3. Talents are rare. Salted fish also needs help, and talent is rare. Keep the bullseye for your life, put it next to yourself, and be a thug. In this way, if you encounter someone who doesn't open your eyes in the future, you don't need to do it yourself, which is so troublesome. Choose to complete. Reward: you have a chance to draw a lottery. The surprising lottery interface once again popped out in front of Liu Yan. Liu Yan glanced across the list of options listed above. At this moment, the brow furrowed slightly. It's unavoidable to fall into entanglement. In fact, in his heart, he still prefers the first choice. The hand raised the knife and dropped it, directly slaying the bullseye, once and for all. But what is the reward for the first option? It's too little. For a human head with a bullseye, change a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. This is not a good deal. As for the second item, let him go directly. Although the reward is good, Liu Yan is not willing to make this choice. It is advisable to chase the poor with the courage left, but not to be the overlord. He still understands this truth. Rush, just let go of the bullseye. That is purely looking for unhappiness for myself. If you look at it from this perspective, it seems that there is only a third option left. Don't kill him, don't let him go. Instead, keep him by his side. Only such a figure who is used to being a killer outside, staying by his side, is not burying himself? Liu Yan frowned slightly. There are also some entanglements about this. But after a while, I thought about that roll of parchment that was still lying quietly in my system space at this moment. The corner of his mouth raised a faint smile. Yes, I forgot that stuff. Fiend's Covenant Reel. Before facing Daredevil Matt Murdock, when the lottery was drawn, the good things burst out. He thought it would take a long time before he could use it. I didn't expect it. This time, at this juncture, he has already found an opportunity to use it. Before, he felt it was a bit wasteful to use this thing on the underage Daredevil. If you look at it now, it was just right to use him on this bullseye. Thinking about this, he lowered his head again and looked down on his knees in front of him, with a panic-stricken bullseye. Also simply turning his hands at this time, he took out the roll of parchment directly from the backpack. Just thrown in front of the bullseye. He said directly, "Sign it." I started with the parchment paper, and here at the bullseye, I immediately felt the fluctuations of heart palpitations, surging out of the paper. When he saw this, his pupils suddenly tightened. Although I don't know what is the reason for the fluctuation of this stock. But I also know that this thing is unusual. Even the killer career of licking blood for many years has made him feel a faint sense of crisis from this roll of parchment. However, he was also very decisive at this time. Feeling the crisis right now, it's better than being beheaded directly by Liu Yan and killed roar. Thinking so. The bullseye is equally crisp. Bite your finger directly. With blood from his fingertips, he wrote his name on the bottom of the parchment scroll. He wrote his real name. A shocking scene appeared. At this time, the blood, but just got the parchment paper. The black text that was originally all over the paper began to glow with a strange red light. Immediately afterwards, on the bullseye side, under the stare of stunned eyes. When I saw the words on the parchment, I began to link together autonomously. Like a big black hand suddenly peeked out from the inside of the paper. Just live on the heart of the bullseye. The black palm fell. The target eye instantly felt that the blood of the whole person was about to freeze up. Then, under Liu Yan's stunned gaze next to him, a translucent spirit body was caught from the heart of the bullseye. That is the soul of the bullseye. And this soul, except that most of it was absorbed by the parchment at this moment. The other small part is like a bridge, directly on the center of Liu Yan's forehead. The soul contract is concluded. Moment. Liu Yan only felt that the whole person was shocked. Looking at the bullseye again, I felt a different kind of feeling. That feels. It seems as long as I want to. There is no need to do anything, just a little thought. You can easily wipe out the bullseye on the spot. This fiend's covenant, really interesting. Liu Yan thought, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a smile of satisfaction instantly appeared. And this feeling is not only unique to Liu Yan. The bullseye opposite him clearly felt the same at this moment. At this moment, my whole body trembled. Immediately after, looking at Liu Yan in front of him, there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. It's definitely, besides being complicated, it's more fearful. He didn't think about it. He gave in first this time, and later came to look for Liu Yan to find the place. Although Liu Yan is very powerful. But for the killer, what he is best at is not a head-on-one duel. It's an assassination. The enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. Have mental arithmetic and unintentional. The bullseye really didn't think that he would have no chance of winning against Liu Yan. So at this moment, kneeling down, although it seems to be praying for Liu Yan's side, he is magnanimous. Let him make a living. In fact, the heart has been thinking crazy all the time. It's just that those calculations just now are doomed to fail at this moment. Although he didn't know what the sheepskin scroll just meant. But at this moment, the kind of fear in his body towards Liu Yan can't be faked. He knows. This time, his life is completely in Liu Yan's hands. Hey, this time, it's really lost. The bullseye sighed inwardly. But he is not a tangled person. Then he looked at Liu Yan again, and he reverently bowed down. Respectfully said, "Serve the bullseye, I have seen, the master." Asterisk.